wonderful day for pickleball on the APP Tour. Players have come from around the country with one goal, taking home a gold medal. The stage is set for another incredible APP Tour final.
Here we go. Here we go.
The calendar says September, but some are not ready to give way to fall, with the soaring temperatures in the seaside town of Avalon, New Jersey, surpassed only by the sensational level of pickleball play. As a weekend full of fun in the sun comes to a close, every player wants to take home the ultimate prize, a gold medal. It's the 2023 APP Sunmed New Jersey Open. 500 total participants, over 250 pros, all playing pickleball next to pristine beaches and in search of that gold medal glow. Welcome to Championship Court alongside Next Gen National Team Head Coach Chad Edwards and Pro Pickleball Coach Dominic Catalano. I'm Dorian Kraft. Guys, this is the third tournament in as many weeks. Players perhaps a bit fatigued coming in due to the grind that is the season. How has both the mental and physical toll of the schedule factored into the play we've seen this week?
Yeah, I mean, definitely on the physical side. When you go back-to-back-to-back tournaments, what becomes your day off is your travel day. So you don't really get that day or that time for the body to recoup, regenerate. You travel, you go to the next facility, you get your practice day in, and you start the next draw. So we're starting to see, some injuries set in. We're starting to see the fatigue, and especially with the heat the last 3 weeks as well. It's been extremely hot, and that's draining the body along with it all.
And on the other side of things, with the mental side of the game, it's very draining too, because you're going back-to-back-to-back tournaments. If you have a good tournament, you can't wait to get to the next event. If you have a bad tournament mentally, you're like, well, maybe I can't wait, but now I'm struggling. What do I do? And then you're sitting there, you're going travel day. You could be on a plane, you're in a car, you're in a hotel. You're thinking about everything. So it's who can be strong mentally on that side of the game too, not just the physical side.
Hunter Johnson, one of those players dealing with some physical issues, but he's back in the gold medal match taking on Eduardo Irizarry. How strong has Johnson looked in his return?
He actually had some back issues in Philadelphia, had to pull out of the singles bracket there and didn't play for the remainder of the tournament. But he's had a couple of weeks to kind of rest the body, get some treatment, and you can tell because he came in playing extremely well, and he doesn't show the signs of fatigue that the other players are showing here. So an excellent fight for him to get back to Championship Sunday.
And his opponent, Eduardo Irizarry, it's a rematch of the Mesa finals, looking for that revenge. And the only hiccup along the way in Jersey here for Irizarry was against Hunter Johnson in that winner bracket final. He then took down your brother Yates Johnson in the bronze medal match to earn the rematch.
The women's gold medal match is a matchup we've seen before, as Megan Fudge coming through the back draw. She'll face Salome Davidze, who absolutely rolled through the winner's bracket.
Yeah, Salome Davidze was cruising along. The most points she gave up was 4 along the way, so she was really never tested, going 4-0. She's got 3 medals in the last 3 events, 2 silvers and a gold. She's looking to get back on the top of the podium here in Jersey.
And you want to talk about a physical grind, and that is singles. Megan Fudge taking the last couple of weeks off from singles, but back here, she only dropped 15 points through the 3 matches leading to the winner's bracket final, falling there to Davidze before she defeated Zhao Yi Wang in the bronze medal match to get here to Championship Sunday.
3 familiar faces in the mixed doubles gold medal match. Hunter Johnson playing with Allison Harris this week. They'll be taking on Staples, Ande Diascu, and Susanna Barr.
Yeah, Allison Harris and Hunter Johnson. You want to talk about a great first-time partnership? It doesn't get any better than this. Rolling through that winner bracket, taking out Barr and Diascu in that winner bracket final. But the key for both of them, as you see, they are having fun, they're smiling, they're loose, and that makes for a very, very dangerous duo.
Yeah, and Diascu and Barr, again in uncharted territory. Came away from Chicago with a bronze after a couple of golds, and then again here having to come through the back draw, albeit just the bronze medal match. But they haven't looked as comfortable on the court the last 2 weeks, and potentially that's part of that physical and mental grind that is these 3 tournaments back-to-back. But they will have to come together if they're going to stand a chance against Harris and Johnson on Sunday.
Temperatures this week have soared near 100 degrees. It is cooling down. Temperatures this afternoon, 80 degrees. Feels like 87. Just a little bit of wind. Overall, a beautiful afternoon to play pickleball. We have 3 tickets punched to the gold medal matches. Men's doubles, women's doubles coming up. Who will be playing on Sunday? We'll find out. There's more coming up from the 2023 APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
We save time when we buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Which means more time
for... Take a check.
Kyle, it's pickleball.
Every time. 002.
Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
The APP is presented by AARP, Franklin, Lea Rivet, and Pickleball United.
Thanks.
Jake from State Farm, I really need to know.
Go spicy or go home, right?
What? No. What if I'm not sure I have the right coverage for my car?
Oh, your agent can help me make sure it's just what you need.
What if I accidentally hit a food truck and it gets covered in empanadas?
You can file a claim on the app. At State Farm, we're there for your what-ifs.
Thanks.
Oh.
That is too spicy. That's for you.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
We started this mission in tennis about 5 years ago. We've been perfecting our craft and our tools. We now see a phenomenal opportunity to take all that and bring it into pickleball to support an emerging ecosystem that's booming. And it's a super complementary partnership for us with the experience and the existing events that are up and running, the recreational element of APP. It's a fantastic 1 + 1 is going to equal 4. So we're thrilled to be partnering with APP.
Simone Jargin getting ready to take the court with her partner this week, Allison Harris. The number 2 seeds will be facing Zoe Wang and Aaliyah Brown coming up in the women's doubles quarterfinal. A little bit of a different pairing for Simone this week. She was supposed to play with Paris Todd. Todd injured herself in the opening match of the women's singles, had to withdraw. So Simone pairing up with Allison Harris. It's been a good partnership so far.
Oh, God. Allison Harris is playing extremely well. She's already in one final in mixed doubles with Hunter Johnson. And this is not a bad pickup here for Simone Jargin. And they are very familiar with each other. Chad, you can kind of hit on it a little more. You guys met Allison Harris in Nashville at a clinic, as the story goes, where she took one of your clinics.
She did.
And I was asking, hey, I'm thinking about playing some pro pickleball, and this wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, it was back in May, I believe. May, June. We were in Nashville doing an event, and Allison took a clinic with Simone and I, and we were like, hey, you know what? You should pursue pro pickleball. We think you'll do pretty well, and by her second pro tournament, she came away with a silver with Andre Mick in Newport. She's picked up a silver in women's doubles with Mari Humberg in Philadelphia, a couple of bronzes. So she's you'd call her the journeyman for baseball terms, where she can play anywhere with anybody. But unfortunately, Paris having an injury. We're actually on our way to the airport. Simone called Allison and said, hey, I know you're not playing. You want to come to New Jersey and play and potentially pick up Hunter as your partner as well. And she got here to New Jersey before we did.
I just think she had her bag packed and ready to go. It's like, I'm feeling it. I think Paris went down. I think I'm ready to go. And, she gets that call up. It's like we relate a lot of stuff to baseball, Chad. It's like getting that call up and then making the best of it. And that's exactly what Allison Harris is doing this weekend.
Harris hitting a major home run in this tournament. And ironically enough, it was Zoe Wang who was facing Paris Todd in that women's singles opener. That match went to 3 games. Eventually, Zoe Wang lost that match, came all the way through the back draw, ended up falling to Megan Fudge in the bronze medal match, with the number 1 player out of Taiwan really making an impact here in New Jersey.
Yeah, we were watching that match, and Wang had Paris Todd 8-1 in the third in the second round, and Paris Todd came all the way back, and the injury happened. It was 9-9. Wang hit a ball wide. Paris Todd went to go get it. It went out, but as Paris went to stop, she rolled that ankle. It made it 10-9. She played the next point, won it at 11-9, but then ended up having to pull out. But very impressed, with what Wang does. She hits a very, very heavy ball. She covers the court really well. She's very tall and lengthy, so she's a very, very intimidating force up there at the kitchen line.
Her partner, Aaliyah Brown, part of the next-gen national team as well. Chad, what is so good about Brown's game?
Well, she's only 16, so she has a lot of growth and development to go, but she's continually making the adjustments, and we had a little bit of a talk before this one about her mixed doubles yesterday and what she needed to change, and then she was really excited to be playing with Zoe today. And she's just, when you're so young and you're going out there and you're really feeling the pressure, you try to do a few things that kind of aren't in your repertoire yet. So she's kind of reeled that back in, and she's really focusing on what she's good at, and that's she can roll extremely well with the two-handed backhand. She does have good hands. She's got a good third shot drive as well. So she's focusing on those rather than saying, hey, I'm working on this shot. Let's throw it out into these matches right now, and you're in a tough position.
We will have the matchup between Simone Jargin, Allison Harris, Zoe Wang, and Aaliyah Brown coming up next on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere. There's more from the 2023 APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
The APP is presented by Skechers, Power Plate, Yola, and Level Up.
Simone Jargin getting ready to take the court alongside her partner Allison Harris, and it has been a very successful season for Simone Jargin, the 44-year-old out of Naples, Florida. 13 medals on the APP this year. The majority of those have been in women's doubles with Paris Todd, but make no mistake, she is a very seasoned, veteran, and skilled player.
I'm glad you just went with seasoned. And you didn't because
That's
I would have heard it way more than you tonight. But yes, Simone is spending more time training and conditioning wise and really trying to get into shape to be able to prolong her competing and her competitive season. So she's putting in a lot of work, especially coming into this one.
Her partner Allison Harris, 30 years old, Nashville, Tennessee is her home, played collegiate tennis at Central Arkansas. She was a sugar bear, still making that adjustment over to pickleball, but has done so quickly.
The adjustment has been very quick for Allison Harris, and again, not having any problems finding partners new in her career. A lot of times you get a newbie coming in and it's very hard to find a good, consistent partner. Allison Harris has proved that she deserves to be with some very good partners. She's playing with Simone Jargin, Hunter Johnson this weekend, and already, like I said earlier, punched her ticket to one gold medal match, looking to do a second here today.
If Harris comes away with a couple more medals, you would have to imagine partners going to be knocking down her door moving forward. They are the 2 seed here in the 2023 APP Sunmed New Jersey Open, this quarterfinals women's doubles match. As we are just getting underway here on Saturday afternoon, 3 gold tickets punched, the gold medal matches. We have 2 more to give away today in men's and women's doubles both. We will have a full day of action for you coming up here from Avalon, New Jersey. Guys, what's the one thing that you're looking for most in this matchup?
Consistency. Again, Chad and I talk about all the time. You're playing against the 2 seed here this weekend in Jargin and Harris, and if you are opposing them, you need to play clean. It's limit the unforced errors, if to like none, basically, when you're playing against a team that's that good. And if you can do that, you give yourself a fighting chance. And that's the best way to do this against a team like Harris and Jargin that are going to play great defense and turn that defense into offense.
Yeah, and I think for Brown and Wang, they definitely have to stay calm and composed. They can't pull the trigger too soon, but at the same time, they do need to be aggressive. They need to try to set the tempo, because if Jargin and Harris set the tempo, they're going to be in trouble.
Brown opening up the serve, and immediately Jargin putting it away with the overhead.
Maybe a little tight on that first drop there from Aaliyah Brown, going really high. Jargin says thank you.
Jargin couldn't quite come up with the slice.
Yeah, it was a good spot there from Wang. Stepping over, good forehand to the feet of Jargin as she was coming up in transition.
Back and forth rally, and it's already Harris showing why she's such a skilled player on that right side.
Well, she does. She's not very predictable, meaning she moves the ball inside and out well, and she reads her opponents well.
And another good drop there from Harris. She does put a lot of topspin on that forehand side, whether it's with her drop or whether it's with her rolls up at the kitchen line.
Wow, great hands there from Aaliyah Brown on the speed-up cross-court from Allison Harris. And we've seen Allison Harris a lot over the last couple months. That is one of her bread and butters, is the cross-court speed-up. So Brown better be ready for that.
Just couldn't quite get the friendly roll. Harris got it just a bit too fine.
Yeah, it was actually a really good ball by Wang there, going in between the feet of Harris. You saw Harris have to scramble back from the kitchen line there to try to give herself some room, but she just ran out of time.
Ooh. Wang going right at Harris.
Yeah, that ball might have been about 10, 15 feet out, but Harris, she came to play.
When it gets on you that quick, there's only so much you can do.
Ball's just deep. Wind behind Jing and Harris right now, so throwing up those lobs, you have to go a little bit shorter with the end change. You'll be able to throw that up and let the wind knock it down.
We've seen players really struggle with the lobs this week, trying to gauge where's a good opportunity as Wang drops that into the net.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of it, the wind wasn't as strong when this draw started this morning. We're a little bit later into the day now, and the wind's starting to pick up.
Harris going right at Brown cross court.
But handling the pressure from Wang. Wang came up through that transition area and was just full go right there. Everything pulling the trigger until Harris could finally find one she could counter. And where does she go? She goes cross court with that speed up right at Aaliyah Brown.
Yeah, but she made the adjustment on the spot there too. Went a little bit more right shoulder, where Brown was able to clear herself on the backhand side on the previous one. Jing looking a little off balance there coming forward.
That's a Pat and Jing shot, that third shot lob, and then she comes in and destroys that fifth.
Brown not able to handle the serve. That evens the score up at 3-3-2.
3-3-2.
Nice strike there from Jing.
And that's what Allison Harris is so good about. She resets this ball right here. It was a good speed up from Wang, but she takes a step back, resets it, gets the ball down. The next one pops up, and it's a 1-2 combination.
High ball that Jing puts away. Dom, you've called Harris a chameleon in the way that she plays. What does that mean in terms of her skill set and how she's able to adapt to her partners?
Well, so we were talking yesterday because Allison Harris is known to go cross court. She loves the forehand roll. She loves the speed up cross court from that right side.
Great defensive effort with a left and easy ball.
But just to finish that, when we saw it, we see that. She loves the cross court from that right side. But what we saw a lot yesterday in mixed was she started going behind, right? A little inside-out forehand. And so she's adjusting and adapting. And what was the reason for that? It's because she was reading a lot of the male players stepping into the middle and covering. And so she started going behind.
It's time for the Tervis hydration break here in the women's quarterfinal doubles match between Simone Jing, Allison Harris, Zoe Wang, and Aaliyah Brown.
I always enjoy the Tervis hydration. My goodness, can I spit it out today?
Well, clearly you need your water. You're already having some issues.
I'm a little parched. I do need the hydration.
It's been a hot week. It's been humid. It has been like this every single day.
Yeah, you know, I sweat regardless.
I'm aware. I stand next to you for 7 hours.
The fact that we are sitting here under a tent and we're still dripping in sweat just tells you how humid and how sticky the temperatures are here this week.
It is. It's been humid. We got here on Wednesday. Wednesday was real bad. It seemed to get a little better into today, but then all of a sudden we got here and it was just very sticky and humid. A lot of the players having problems cramping, not hydrated enough. And again, that's an issue. But everyone thinks, oh, I'll get hydrated that day and I'll make sure I get. No, that happens weeks
already
before.
too late. That's already too late.
As a player, when you're dealing with those kind of issues, what is the best way to counter that humidity and heat?
I mean, Like we were just talking about, what little Dom was just talking about, you have to start hydrating the night before rather than starting to hydrate when you feel thirsty on the day. So, the hydration starting, and then, if you can... Ooh.
Pushed it wide.
If you can, continually go throughout the day, there's products out there now. One of them specifically Drip Drop that we use here with the APP, as far as replacing the electrolytes and the stuff lost.
Oh,
nice
wow.
flick from Jarjing.
You just talk about completely handcuffed right there. As Aaliyah Brown thought she was going forehand, she sat here, got crossed up, and then never even got a paddle on that ball.
Jarjing just showing off her smarts. Another easy put away.
Yeah, and it's another good ball from Jarjing there. She sets up like she's going to go back cross-court to Wang, but it's that quick trigger pull and that quick flick into the body of Brown that creates the pop-up.
7-3-1. Beautiful lob. Jarjing just all over those short balls at the kitchen line.
But again, her lob game is off the charts right now, and she's just feeling it and just flipping them up from midcourt, from the kitchen line, every which way, and they're all working.
8-3-1.
Oh,
what misdirection from Harris. She held that to the last second.
Well, it's right on cue, right? It's exactly what we talked about. What did she see Wang do? Wang pinched middle really hard right there, and she just goes inside out.
Yeah, a good 1-2 there from Wang. She caught Harris still moving a little bit. Jarjing, somewhat of a dead dink going back cross-court. She was trying to roll that two-hand backhand a little bit more, but Wang seeing the opportunity to speed that ball up.
9-3-2. What a powerful strike. Harris just able to pinpoint her winners.
But you watch her shoulders, too. She's leaning middle, right? And so she's forcing your opponent to watch her body. And as her body leans to the middle, that's where you think she's going, and she just inside-outs it.
Very similar to shot to Carlos Alcaraz last night in the match against Medvedev. Easy put away from Jarjing. Gives Jarjing and Harris game one.
Yeah, and a good setup there again. Harris and Jarjing fighting that one off. Good forehand there, but Jarjing just slides it along the paddle back behind Wang. And Wang is stuck in the middle of the court. Nothing she could do there.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the Vlasic Instant Classic recap from last week in Chicago.
I love competing, and I just have so much fun playing.
I really feel most comfortable slowing it down, taking my time.
Pickleball, sport of the future. I got this downstairs. The guy who gave it to me is a professional pickleballer.
Stay on the offensive. Push back.
Don't blink or you'll miss it.
Always waiting for an ATP.
You gotta stay focused. The very last shot.
I hate to lose, but I love to win.
I only like gold, baby.
Looking good in gold, Viv. You too.
I don't play pickleball, but I might.
So plenty of action coming up on the APP Tour. Following the Sunmed Open here in New Jersey, Atlanta, Dallas, Houston, the Indoor Championships, and the newly announced tournament in Rosemont, Illinois. Guys, we still got a full slate left.
Well, yeah, those Indoor Championships in Rosemont are going to be great. It's going to be a nice venue. Everything around there, even though it is the wintertime in Chicago, there's going to be no shortage of fun there in Rosemont for those Indoor Championships.
This tournament, the 11th stop on the tour this season. Hard to believe we're already at number 11 as we get underway here in game number 2.
Yeah, good control of that point there from Wang. She moved the ball around well, didn't hit into the same spot more than twice, and she kept Harris and Zhajing off balance.
Pushes it just a little bit long off the backhand.
I don't mind the idea right there, but she's really just got to back off that because Harris, again, pinching in that middle, looking to take that and cut that off, goes behind her. But again, got to take something off that.
What do Brown and Wang need to do differently here in game 2?
They have to set the tone. They have to set the pace.
And not make unforced errors like that.
I feel like every time we say, what do they have to do, it always comes down to the team that we're talking about misses the ball into the net. And Dom, you talked about at the beginning, you have to play clean against Harris and Zhajing.
Zhajing and Harris not going to give away any easy points. And as I say that, Harris comes up a little bit short.
Well, that's a good ball right there from Wang as Brown pulled Harris all the way outside the sideline. And then Wang finds it with the winner in the middle.
Zhajing trying to go down line. Brown not able to handle it. Now Harris and Zhajing on the board here in game 2.
Another good drive there from Zhajing. The return just a little too short there from Brown. Anytime you're allowing your opponents to step in and gain court coverage on that third shot,
Zhajing just can't quite cut it back.
Well, great defensive play by Zhajing for the first point right there. As she was coming through transition, she gets a nice wide base, resets, that gets back in, but then the unforced error.
Oh, they did all the hard work.
That was the easiest ball she was going to get.
Can we talk about the defense, though, there from Wang?
Yeah, I mean, that's excellent court coverage there from Wang. The best part about that is when she was pulled out wide on the backhand side, she just put a ball back into the middle that allowed both her and Brown to get back into position.
She does not miss that shot very often. When she gets that low roll, she knows the pace she needs to get on that. She will not miss that very often.
And didn't miss by much either.
She actually just decelerated a little bit, which pushed that ball long. If you accelerate all the way through that, it tends to drop quicker. That's in.
Oh, the English.
The spin that it had on it from the block.
Look at the wind direction, though, too. The wind was blowing back across the court. It pushed that ball in the direction with the spin.
As hard as it is as a player, that's a ball that you need to hit in the air because you have to know that as soon as it bounces, you're never going to be able to get to it.
Not the right speed up right there from Allison Harris at all.
Spot.
No.
Speed up and spot. Bad decision on that.
She went right to the two-handed backhand of Wang, and she puts that ball away cross court.
Wang with a little paddle shake.
Yeah, another good counter there from Aaliyah Brown. That was one of the things that I spoke to her earlier about today. She said yesterday she was getting jammed up into the body. We talked about just taking a step with that right foot, clearing the backhand, and she's had a couple of good counter attacks so far in this match on the backhand side.
Wang with the unforced error. 1-2-2 here in game 2.
That'll
beautiful.
Would you two stop pointing at each other and just talk about
that
the point?
all started with the counter of Aaliyah Brown. Instead of sitting back on that, Aaliyah Brown took the offensive initiative and started that, and Wang gets to put away, but that is initiated and created by Aaliyah Brown right there.
2-2-2. Brown on serve.
Yeah, and again, so you started to say at the beginning of this game, what did Brown and Wang have to do or have to change in this one? And they're starting to kind of seize the opportunity to speed it up and change the tempo, because when Zhajing and Harris are controlling everything, they're off balance. They're now keeping Zhajing and Harris off balance with the speed ups.
Oh, that ball didn't go out.
Oh, it went out. It's somehow Harris didn't hit it.
I don't know how it didn't stay in. She didn't get a lot of it.
There's a side out for Harrison Zhajing.
And there's that combo. It's third shot lob, fifth shot drive, and Zhajing does it better than anybody.
So we actually hit a little bit on Wednesday before coming, or Thursday morning before coming here actually, and that's what she was working on more. Yeah, too
nice
good there from Harris. But what Zhajing is looking for is throwing up that lob, getting that somewhat easier overhead to be able to step back in. And what she's done is she can now drive because she's already pulled her opponent off the kitchen line. So it opens up the possibility of getting a ball down to the feet or jamming them up and they're away from the kitchen. That one didn't go as deep because of the wind.
Wind picking up a bit here on championship court. It has been gusty at times. This is one of the least amount of wind
it's
is
calmer
actually
today.
seen.
Right now it's calmer. Potentially coming later.
Right into the body of Wang goes Zhajing, and that's always a good idea going center mass.
Well, yeah, again, she went outside in, or she went line and then changed it, right? So she had Wang pinching to the middle, so not going to that same spot.
Coming right at you.
Yeah, you were the slowest.
I was.
Slowest hand. You didn't even move. But another good attack there from both Harris and Zhajing. Going into the left hip of Wang. The downside for Wang right there is after she fought off that first backhand, she took a step to the middle, and it got that ball, the next ball, further behind her on the backhand side.
Harrison Zhajing up 6-3 as Brown and Wang want to take a timeout here in game number 2 with some work to do here in this women's quarterfinals doubles match. And to your point about the relative inexperience about Brown and Wang, not just on tour but playing together, what have you liked, even though the score's not in their favor, what have you liked about the way that they've played here in game number 2?
Well, again, Chad pointed out, I pointed out a little bit, is that we have seen them early on. Now, they were at 3-3. And the reason it was that tight that early is because they were the ones initiating. Now, these last 3 points, they've seemed to got on their heels a little bit. They need to get on their toes and be the initiator of those speed-ups. And if they can do that, it's, again, like any good team. If they're a pressure team, like Zhajing and Harris are, typically they don't like being pressured. That's why they put the pressure on first. Brown and Wang did that here early on. Now kind of got on their heels a little bit. Let's see if they can kind of come out of this timeout and make that adjustment.
Zhajing and Harris cruising. They took game number 1 11-3, up 6-3 here in game number 2. Zhajing just couldn't quite get the roll.
Yeah, I mean, that's the speed up that she wants. It's something she's been working on. But again, with that two-handed speed up there on the backhand side, if the ball gets too deep or level with the body, it's extremely difficult to get that up and over the net.
Nice pickup. Easy put away for Zhajing.
It was a good pickup by Brown, but that's patent Allison Harris right here. Cross-court roll, getting the pop-up, and Zhajing able to take advantage.
Even if you are able to pick up that ball, you're going to lift it so high, it's the easy put away. Beautiful combination. Another put away. That has been the game plan so far for Harrison and Jarjing. They've gotten a lot of those easy balls at the kitchen line.
Well, they're now taking the approach of speeding up into the body of Brown and Wang, which is what they were doing in game one. But like you're talking about, Dom, Brown and Wang going into the body of Jarjing and Harris early, it doesn't allow them to set the tone. Now what they're doing is, their returns are little shorter for Brown and Wang. The drops are a little bit higher, so they're not able to get into a good position to try to initiate the speed-ups.
Oh, that ball does drop in, and I think Harris thought that had a lot more on it, but it drops right in on the baseline. Nice job by Leah Brown.
A little smile from Brown as she heads back towards the baseline.
3-2.
Oh, she pushed it wide.
Just a little wide off the paddle from Harris, but the defense today from both sides has been really, really good.
Well, that's what's keeping both teams in this right here, is because when the other is on the offensive, if you don't play good defense, you're going to be out of here in about 10 minutes. Great job from Wang and Brown.
That's just too good from Jarjing.
Yeah, that's one of her favorite shots as well there, is reaching in with the forehand and pulling that one cross-body. A lot of the right side players will come forward sitting on the backhand.
Harris had the ball that she wanted, but dropped it in the net.
Well, great setup by Jarjing. Again, initiating the pace, getting a ball for her partner Harris that she could put away, just overhitting a little bit.
Brown and Wang not going away. Coming up short.
Yeah, a good ball there from Harris. Brown trying to get up to the kitchen line, still moving, actually created that bad ball for herself and put Harris's ball at her feet.
An easy put away there for Wang. That lob just got held up in the wind.
That's a cookie there for Wang. She's like, I'll take this all day long right here. I mean, her angle was great on that. That's the key on an overhead.
Good control, court and kitchen control there from Wang. Changing spots, she pushes Harris back, and then Jarjing's kind of mid-court in that transition area, goes right at her feet.
Wang not going to miss that.
No, and the fact that Harris and Jarjing were both laughing in the middle of that point and the ball in the middle, but again, a new partnership too, even though you know each other, but on court, who's going to take that ball in the middle? Is it going to be the backhand of Harris or the forehand of Jarjing?
Who should it be?
Depends on the angle of the ball.
Yeah, I think Harris hit an out ball there in the middle, but did a good job defensively just to be able to get that ball back down below the net. Wang overextended there, trying to reach for that speed up.
Good put away there from Jarjing. Brown backing up, but again, the combination leaving easy balls for Jarjing.
But again, a nice answer. What do Wang and Brown do? They chip away. They get another point on that service game. And they've held Harris and Jarjing to 6 for the past 2 service games.
6-5-1. They get 7-5-1 as that comes up short in the net.
Cuss right there, Dom. Good job.
That's my bad.
We just blame everything on you.
Just apologize.
That's my fault.
Now, an excellent drop there from Harris, getting that to roll. And like we said, she hits those drops with heavy topspin, rolls that forehand well.
Tried to speed it up, but right into the paddle of Wang.
Well, I pointed out early before this match started of how much of a presence Wang makes up at the kitchen line. She's very tall, got good reach and good power, and it was just shown right there.
Uncharacteristic error from Jarjing gives the serve back over to Brown, and Wang still 5-7-1. This game much tighter than game one. Jarjing going right after Wang.
Yeah, and Wang was a little off-footed right there as well. You saw her kind of take a step forward, didn't have that solid base, and when the ball's coming that hard and you're not balanced, it's very difficult to pick up. And we see it there as well. Brown trying to really crash and get up to that kitchen. Remember that you don't win the point by getting to the kitchen. Getting to the kitchen line helps you to be in a better position. But if you're sacrificing stability to get up to the kitchen line there, you need to slow yourself down.
Jarjing comes up short, but in the conversation about the kitchen line, how much of that is Brown's youth and how much of it is the game of Harris and Jarjing?
A lot of it is Brown's youth. It's still, you feel like you need to get up to that kitchen line so quickly.
Wow.
Great ball from Wang.
Just the power up at the kitchen line and what she can do with the ball inside out. She really hit spots well, and she had moved Harris way off the court. Then Harris coming back to pinch, and then she goes back to that sideline.
5-7-1. 5-7-1. Easy put away for Jarjing.
The ATP, though, from Aaliyah Brown right there. Beautifully done, but great defense by Jarjing. And then if you miss that one, you're kicking yourself in the butt right there because it's a wide open court.
A little unlucky there for Brown with Jarjing's backhand speed up catching the net court. Difficult to adjust to.
7-5-1. 7-5-1 as Jarjing and Harris try and close this match out. Harris taking some big swings. There's a lot of power behind that paddle.
Well, yeah, she's on her front foot moving forward and, again, swinging freely. And it's whatever team can start that, initiate that first, seems to have the advantage in this match.
Beautiful put away. The former wedding photographer that now calls her pickleball career her full-time job.
Well, she stepped in, played well, picked up some good partnerships. Why not?
Why not, right?
There we go. Timeout here from Brown and Wang, and a good position for it.
And trailing 9-5 here in game number 2 as Harris and Jarjing inching closer to taking this women's quarterfinals double match here on Saturday at the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Replay of that last point right here as you watch. Again, nice cross court from Harris, but then it's around the post there from Aaliyah Brown. But again, great defense from Jarjing on the around the post. I'm still very impressed, even though 11-3 loss, 9-5 here. They're not out of it by any means, but very impressed by both by Brown and Wang and how they're able to stay in this match and still stay confident because they're handling everything that Jarjing and Harris bring at them, and they figured out that, hey, we need to kind of step up our pressure. That's what's kept them in the second game.
That exchange, by the way, the Sunmed recovery moment of the match. And we talk about the partnerships, and we've mentioned it a couple of times that Harris and Jarging a new partnership, but how difficult is it to slot in somebody brand new, not, you know, a few days before the tournament, but literally the day before you play?
Well, I think with the partnership of Jarging and Harris, you know, Allison and Simone have become good friends over the last few months. And it's kind of, you know, going in and yes, there's some pressure as far as you have to perform, but
it helps to perform like that at the kitchen line.
But at the same time, you know, the discussion between Allison and Simone were, hey, we're going to go in, we're going to have fun, we're going to play loose and just let our games dictate.
Pushes it long, and the game and the match go the way of Jarging and Harris. They take it 11-3, 11-5.
Yeah, good showing there for Simone Jarging and Allison Harris, taking this one somewhat convincingly, but definitely a good showing from Brown and Wang and developing that partnership.
We'll hear from Jarging and Harris coming up here in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. There's more action from the 2023 APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
We save time when we buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Which means more time.
Wait, take a check.
Kyle, it's pickleball.
Every time. 002. Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
We started this mission in tennis about 5 years ago. We've been perfecting our craft and our tools. We now see a phenomenal opportunity to take all that and bring it into pickleball to support an emerging ecosystem that's booming. And it's a super complementary partnership for us. With the experience and the existing events that are up and running, the recreational element of APP, it's a fantastic 1 + 1 is going to equal 4. So we're thrilled to be partnering with APP.
Now we take another look here at match point for Simone Jarging and Allison Harris. Good attacks here from Wang and stretching Jarging and Harris out, but it's the defense. And a little bit of a switch here. 2 big forehands from Harris. And that last one from Wang going a little bit wide, a little bit deep. So we have Dominic Catalano, who is courtside with Simone and Allison.
Courtside with Allison Harris, Simone Jarging. Congratulations, moving on to the semifinals. Allison, a first-time partnership. You weren't even supposed to be here at the beginning. You get the call from Simone. What's that like playing with her?
I mean, it's great. It's a dream partner. She's so fun and so easy to play with.
And Simone, again, why Allison? Why would you call her a newbie to the sport? But again, she's making her mark on the sport.
Honestly, like, it's awful to say this, but it is. I met her a few months ago, and I thought it was written. I'm not gonna lie. we walk into Nashville, and with friends, like Eileen's there, and I was like, that looks like Corinne. And I don't know, like Corinne and I were best friends. We played together. And then on top of that, like their personalities are similar. I was like, I like this girl. So I mean, honestly, like she's so good. Like right away, I knew like this girl is gonna play because Eileen wanted to see like, can she play pro? I was like, yeah, she can play pro. And she's, I mean, so athletic and just great personality. And I mean, she's got a killer smile. We all know that killer smile is like, it's not that she's nice, it's because she's ready to kill you while smiling.
And Allison, we talked about how you love playing the right side, and it was a big factor in why you decided to come, because you play right side with Hunter and with Simone. Why do you like that side so much?
I just feel comfortable over there. I love forehand dinking all day, and I don't know, it's easy when you have two left side players like Hunter and Simone to play with, so they make my job easy.
All right, well, congratulations, ladies. Moving on to the semifinals, we'll have our next match here on Championship Court at the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
16 years from today.
The APP is presented by LS, Gamma, the Boca Raton, and Franklin.
Andre Diascu getting ready for his men's semifinal match with his partner, Rob Nunnery. Diascu, the 35-year-old out of Palm Beach, Florida, another successful player on the tour this season, coming in 13 gold medals. What do he and his partner, what has allowed them to be so successful?
Well, one, Diascu, he's the most dominant male on the APP Tour this season. He's just a big presence, but you look at him and you think it's all power. It's not. He's got great touch, great hands around the kitchen, and it's after talking with him yesterday, him and Susanna Barr played Megan Fudge and Ryler DeHart, and it was a tight match. He got done with that match. He's like, I love that. That's pure pickleball. They had rallies that were 80, 90 shots back and forth, and the big man loves to grind those points out.
Yeah, and then with Rob Nunnery, that last week was they were a little off in Chicago. They ended up getting through to Championship Sunday, but in that final, they were trying to do a little too much. We've already watched them play a couple of times this morning. When they're playing loose and they're having some fun out there, Nunnery is so dangerous with the speed ups. He drops the paddle head down from any position. He can go cross court, middle, down the line, and he just disguises it so well. When they move together, they communicate. The coverage is there. They are a very, very strong partnership. But Nunnery he's more powerful. You talk about Diascu, you look at him thinking that he's powerful, and you look at Nunnery with he's a little bit smaller stature, and you think that he's all finesse. The roles are flipped in this partnership. Nunnery is the aggressor, has more power, and Diascu is there just to counter and use his size.
Nunnery has one of the most deceptive roll shots on tour. They will be facing Gregory Dow and Anderson Scarpa, who took down Pesationi and Daniel Jensen. We'll have more action from Championship Court coming up here at the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Hey, Jake from State Farm. You know what's really scary? Popcorn with no butter. No, getting insurance. I mean, what if the jargon makes me feel alone and in the dark?
Hey, at State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Sorry. Is that seat taken?
Get on up here, buddy. Let's go. Let's go.
Most wanted? Yeah, for my cup of ale. I saw.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Sunmed. Premium hemp wellness for targeted relief and recovery, daily calm and relaxation, a better night's sleep, and brighter days. Discover modern wellness products for every part of your day and every step of your journey.
The APP is presented by Pro XR, C&D Nets, Discount Tire, and Sports Illustrated.
I'm not seeing anything.
But it's Anderson Scarpa, it's not Edward Scarpa.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, Anderson.
Anderson Scarpa, 30 years old, out of Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, took home a gold medal in 2022 at the tournament in Indianapolis, playing alongside Gregory Dow. These two not just pickleball partners, they're also really close friends.
Yeah, they're very tight. They practice together, drill together, play together, so they know each other's game inside and out. That's why, again, they're sitting here in a semifinal match. There's a reason for that. And again, too, over the last year and a half, both of them have really started to come into their own. Greg Dow, an intimidating force out there at his size, and then Scarpa will play that kind of I'll set you up and play that kind of role with his partner. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup as these players are all very familiar with each other.
Yeah, and Scarpa, he's very deceptive. He's got somewhat of a more unconventional backhand, but he can be extremely dangerous with it because he hides the positioning so well, because you're trying to read the paddle, and the way that he changes direction is actually with his elbow as he's punching through. So instead of being able to read the paddle, you have to read the body a little bit more for him. Scarpa, former collegiate tennis player at Mercer, so he has those good drives. You look for that third shot drive for him to step in and really apply the pressure. And you'll notice his footwork when he's up at the kitchen line. He's constantly moving. He takes these little tiny shuffle steps and gets himself into a good position. Dow, again, we're talking about the two biggest guys on the court. that are probably not as powerful as their partners. Dow, extremely good hands and uses his reach well, but he's not the one that's going to speed up a lot of these balls. We'll look for Scarpa to be a little bit more aggressive.
Diascu and Nunnery, as we mentioned, a ton of success on the tour this season. Dom, if you are Diascu and Nunnery, what's your game plan going into this match?
Well, they're going to try and grind points out against Dow and Scarpa. They're going to play their game. But my X factor in this matchup is going to be the trigger pulls of Rob Nunnery. How are they? Are they on? They had a struggle in an earlier match here on Championship Court, and they were tested. And so let's see if that test kind of woke them up a little bit, because again, they have been the team to beat on the men's side of things. But again, game plan for Diascu and Nunnery: grind it out, have Nunnery look for his opportunities. The thing of it is he's not going to fool Scarpa and Dow. They're going to expect that pace off the paddle of Nunnery immediately, and if they're ready for it and can block that first initial speed up and get it back over, that's where they'll be in good shape.
Well, the other thing, too, is Nunnery and Dow are very good friends. They've played together as well. So Dow knows Nunnery's game fairly, probably definitely the best out on the court there. He knows how Nunnery is going to speed up and where he's going to speed up. But what I'll be looking for out of Scarpa and Dow, and what we've seen has kind of been a little bit of the kryptonite for Diascu and Nunnery, is going against the faster-paced play when their opponents are speeding the balls up and really dictating the pace, and it's a fast pace. That's where Diascu and Nunnery have been off balance. So I look for Scarpa and Dow to be a little bit more aggressive, try to set that tone early, speed up some balls, really put the pressure on Diascu and Nunnery, and kind of get them to play tight. If you allow Diascu and Nunnery to control it in that slower pace and extend the points, then it's going to be difficult.
We're underway in game one of the men's semifinal. First speed up goes the way of Diascu.
No, Dow trying to test Diascu down that line. He just punches it right back where it came from.
Diascu and Nunnery's path to the semifinals. They took down Troy Clemmer and Steven Hendricks 0-3 before topping William Sobek and Will Howes 2-10. Coming up short there on the pickup is Scarpa.
Yeah, that's part of that unconventional backhand that I was talking about for Scarpa. He hits with a very straight wrist.
They handle the pace right away of Nunnery, right? That was the key. That was my X factors. Can you handle that pace, get that one back over? And they do right away. That's a good sign for Scarpa and Dow, even though they don't come on top of that point.
Great defense, but Diascu not able to clear the net.
Yeah, and good balls there from Scarpa. He was trying to read when Diascu was going to crash hard, but he kept that ball down even when he sped it up. He didn't try to hit through Diascu. Ooh, just deep.
Just long. Dow and Scarpa top Pesationi and Daniel Jensen. 11-8, 11-7, 11-7 in the quarterfinal. They had to take down Tyler Tolson and Morgan Evans, 10-12. A little bit more tested than Diascu and Nunnery.
There's that speed up from Scarpa. So you see the paddle just drop down, and then he changes direction with the shoulder, goes at the forehand of that right hip of Nunnery, jams him up, gets the ball to pop up, and then can fire away the next two.
Dow and Scarpa able to earn the side out.
Great 1-2 combo right there from Greg Dow. He made an adjustment. The first time he tried that, he tried to win it on the first ball. That one, he goes off pace, gets the pop-up from Dasku, and then punishes the put away.
1-3-1. 1-3-1. Nunnery tries to go for the speed up, it catches the net.
Yeah, and try to do it just a little too much with that one. Potentially held off just a little too long, and that ball had dropped too much by the time he went to speed it up.
Diascu cuts it too fine. We've seen some uncharacteristic mistakes here from Diascu and Nunnery early.
Well, yeah, and we talked about them wanting to grind those points out, but then all of a sudden, Dow and Scarpa coming out on top of that longer point.
Yeah. Well, and this is where I talked about with Diascu and Nunnery playing a little too tight. You know, they have a tendency to cut their strokes off a little bit shorter or try to add a little bit more spin.
Effective speed up from Nunnery. To your point, coming in as the #1 seed. This is an area, though, that they're accustomed to being. So what do you attribute the tightness to?
You know, it potentially coming down to a little bit of that mental and physical fatigue that we talked about.
Scarpa coming up short as Diascu and Nunnery get back on serve, trailing 3-4. 4-3, rather.
Yeah, another good spot.
Just continued pressure here from Dow and Scarpa. And it's like we've talked about before, is that the fact that you want to beat a top team, bring the pressure to them. And that's exactly what Dow and Scarpa are doing right now.
Pressure's on the top seed, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you come in as the underdog, you can play so much looser.
Scarpa, again, that's the second or third time that shot has not worked for him.
Well, it's great carving out on that backhand from Andre Dascu. That is patent Dascu with that backhand cross court.
Big winner from Diascu.
Yeah, and a good choice there from Dascu. He goes for the slower roll. Dow anticipating that ball coming harder. If Diascu overhits that one, Dow actually is in a position to be able to get that one back. He slows it down, rolls it down, and Dow, no chance of picking that one.
That's such a good ball right there from Scarpa. And to you guys at home watching, it may not have looked very flashy, but again, it's all about the spot. Scarpa goes right at the right foot of Dascu and jams him up.
Diascu not able to handle the serve. Ties things up at 5 apiece here in game #1.
5-5-1.
A little late movement there from Dow. Slight hesitation whether he was going to step in and be aggressive with that one. By the time he made the decision, the ball was already past him.
Can't get the friendly roll.
It rolled about 5-6 inches along the tape and says, not this time, big guy.
6-5-2.
Oh, he had it. And that was an excellent drive there from Anderson Scarpa, catching Nunnery on the uncoil from the stack. Dow comes across and poaches, but you see he didn't commit to that backhand volley.
the change of pace from Rob Nunnery. Just no chance for Scarpa right there as he was leaning so far to the middle. Has to try and go around the back to get that one.
Rob Nunnery, the master of disguise here on the APP Tour. Diascu, a little bit too soft there.
Yeah, it just comes up a little short, stood up through it. Big boy, you got to stay down and hit through that ball.
That's a lot of leg to get down, Dom. Nunnery pushes it too long.
You got Scarpa initiating the pressure with that stiff forehand, or backhand, excuse me, right at the body of Nunnery.
6-6-1. 6-6-1.
Oh.
Diascu going right at the body.
That's a body bag in slow motion right there.
The softest body shot you're ever going to see.
6-6-2.
Sending in the National Guard. What'd you do, Dom?
What is it about us and military flyovers? We had the jets in New York.
Yeah, good reach in there from Scarpa in an excellent spot. Nunnery goes to the backhand side. So does Diascu. Scarpa jams crosses both of them up.
Dow and Scarpa up 7-6.
Dow giving it to Nunnery. You go, no.
You like the energy that they're bringing to this matchup?
Oh, yeah. Again, I think it's only going to get a little more intense as we creep along here in game number one, especially with Dow and Scarpa having a lead here. They take game one. You want to talk about being loose for game two?
Diascu able to come up with the winner.
Yeah, better counterattacks there from Diascu. You saw Dow actually jumping to try to counter here. Diascu takes a little bit off of it, pushes it a little bit wider.
6-8-1.
6-8-1 is Nunnery back on serve.
Just not enough on that punch right there from Diascu. He's extended too far. The more he extends, the less he's going to get on that. Dow just sitting all over that counter.
Well, the other thing for Dow, too, is he sits predominantly backhand, and it's all inside the body. If you get him extended on either side, he has a little bit more trouble, but Nunnery and Diascu have predominantly been going into the body of Dow and giving him the ball that he wants.
Quick side out for Dow and Scarpa as Diascu and Nunnery not able to score on serve.
That's a good step over from Diascu, taking that ball out of the air as Nunnery coming up on the return.
8-6-2.
8-6-2.
Oh, that's pretty.
Right up the middle goes Dow.
Right, it was actually Scarpa
Yes,
on that speed up on the forehand side, but again, sets up like he's going to go cross court with it, and a quick flick back through the middle. Catches Diascu and Nunnery on their heels.
The hat's throwing me off.
Yeah, Greg Dow wearing the Scarpa hat.
It's not fair. You should not be allowed to wear a hat with the name of your partner on it.
He's just showing support for his partner
There
right
you
there.
go. And Dow and Scarpa have taken a 10-6 lead here in game number two. Diascu and Nunnery, though, they've had a lot of success this season. Let's take a look back at what they did in New York City. Andre Diascu alongside Rob Nunnery. They are going to be taking on Hunter and Kate Johnson. Diascu and Nunnery take game one, 11-6. The big man puts it away. And then with the Midas touch, Diascu and Nunnery take the gold.
It's easy to play with a guy that doesn't miss many drops or miss many dinks.
Just the camaraderie. I feel like our energy is really good together.
Nunnery and Diascu taking home the gold in New York City. Coming into this weekend, Andre Diascu leading the way on the APP, tied with Paris Todd, 13 gold medals. Let's just remind you, this is just the 11th tournament of the season, so Diascu taking at least one gold on average per tournament. That's a better speed up there from Nunnery.
Great answer out of the timeout, fighting off a game point. Now let's see if they can answer here.
6-10-1. Nunnery serving 6-10-1.
Yeah, Diascu just a little flat-footed there. Doesn't get much on that open face drop. Tries to cut it, but just gets pushed down.
Nunnery was thinking about going around the post for a split second right there.
Changed his mind at the last minute, and the second you change your mind, you're done for. Another game point for Dow and Scarpa.
Oh, pushes that one deep.
And Dow and Scarpa take game number one, 11-6. We'll be back with game number two here on Championship Court of the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
From tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Family to yours. Fine cured meats we've been crafting since 1902. Our secrets are simple. Care comes from the time it takes to do things right. Character comes from the hard work and determination it takes to make it. Craft comes from the traditions passed down over 4 generations. Delicious doesn't need to be complicated. That's the Volpe way, where passion and love go into everything we do. From John and Armando and Lorenza and Diana. From our family to yours.
We started this mission in tennis about 5 years ago. We've been perfecting our craft and our tools. We now see a phenomenal opportunity to take all that and bring it into pickleball to support an emerging ecosystem that's booming. And it's a super complementary partnership for us. With the experience and the existing events that are up and running, the recreational element of APP, it's a fantastic 1 + 1 is going to equal 4. So we're thrilled to be partnering with APP.
Rob Nunnery and Andre Diascu dropping their first game through their first 2 matches here in the men's doubles. The top seed taken down in game number 1 by Dow and Scarpa, 11-6. pushed long. Chad, to your point, you and I were talking in between the break. What adjustment would you like to see Nunnery and Diescu make in game number 2?
Well, right now, Nunnery and Diescu, they're just playing too tight. They're playing too timid. Nunnery does well when he speeds the balls up and kind of sets up Diescu, and that hasn't been happening. Oh, hey, there we go. We'll just keep talking
put away from Diescu. That's better, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's a good reach right there. Scarpa kind of like hangs out wide, leaves that opening in the middle, and just a good reach and a good controlled reach there from Diescu. But they have to set the tone. They have to control these points, and they can't allow Scarpa and Dow to speed the balls up on them.
Diescu not able to handle the dig.
Well, again, it's Dow controlling everything with that backhand and just punching back as he looks up into the booth and he's mocking.
He's mocking you, Tom. Let's be honest about this.
Yeah, but mocking me in a good way, meaning we're talking exactly about what he's doing so well. And what is it? It's that backhand. We talked about Diescu and Nunnery having to find the forehand of Dow.
Oh. Beautiful shot, Nunnery with the forehand.
Just floats it back to the baseline as you watch this little forehand flick, and Scarpa can do nothing but watch it go by him.
Yeah, he solved that one with the body. Body starts moving back cross court and just stays with a straight arm.
Nunnery and Diescu looking a little bit more comfortable already here in game 2.
Oh, nice counter there from Scarpa. I thought he was beat there. Nunnery again sliding it down the line, setting up Diescu. But an excellent counter by Scarpa.
The Ernie from Diescu.
Well, beautifully done, and it's a backhand Ernie from the forehand side here from Diescu. You watch him just punch that down the middle. Doesn't need to do too much with it because the hole in the middle was huge.
Get after it, big fella.
Yeah.
Diescu going hunt.
Well, I was going to say, we haven't seen Diescu being as active with his Ernies in the last 3-4 tournaments, right? He used to overdo it, and I think he kind of said, hey, you know what, I'm overdoing it. Now I shouldn't do it as much, and he's gone away from it. He's gone away from putting the pressure on. But 2 balls in a row, set up well from Nunnery, getting behind the forehand side of Dow. Once that ball's behind you, the only option you have is to go down the line. It's even difficult to throw up a lob from that position. So Diescu reading both of those extremely well.
And Diescu gets all the credit, but it's all set up from Nunnery, where he's pushing Dow back, and his eyes are down. He's not looking up, and he's not seeing where Diescu is.
Kind of like how we give Chad credit for things that you say off the air.
Wow.
Exactly.
Diescu and Nunnery out to a 4-0 lead here in game number 2. Dow and Scarpa calling a timeout, and this is a huge role reversal from game number 2. What do Dow and Scarpa need to do here to get a momentum stop?
Well, they have to take the initiative now. Scarpa and Dow were actually down 6-4 in game 1, rattled off 7 straight because they started being the aggressors. They started seizing the opportunity to speed the ball up and to really start putting the pressure on.
Diescu coming up with a couple of big Ernies, showing a little bit more aggression than he has recently. He's back on serve. Great hands from Diescu.
Yeah, again, Diescu just sitting backhand right there, and Dow trying to fool the big man down the line, but he was having none of it.
Diescu and Nunnery looking much more locked in. Oh, it comes up short. That time it was my fault, Dom.
That was totally
It was.
5-1.
Dow and Scarpa trying to get on the board here in game 2.
Oh,
butt shot.
Yeah, I mean, if Scarpa gets out of the way of that, the ball's probably going out, but a good speed up there, but he's trying to come back for that second counter. Instead of moving the body, he'll track with the paddle a little bit there.
Beautiful shot from Nunnery.
Nunnery mishit the speed up, too, and I think that's what set them up on that point.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of mishits there. The speed up and the counter from Scarpa was a mishit as well.
Quick side out as Daescu and Nunnery back on serve. Nunnery coming up a little bit short from the baseline.
Yeah, just a little too much cut on that drop. And slides off the paddle.
Oh, put away with the forehand, but what a get by Nunnery.
I was watching Nunnery, and then all of a sudden this big proton paddle comes out of nowhere. But yeah, the get from Nunnery on the kind of quarter overhead there, or semi-overhead there from Dow and out wide. Just an excellent read from Nunnery.
Another big forehand from Daescu. He is finding a huge hole up the middle.
Well, Daescu gets, Nunnery gets a little love on the speed up off the tape. Scarpa does everything he can, but the pop-up Daescu there rolling in game number 2.
Everything going the way of the top seed. Daescu getting a little greedy there, pushes it a bit long.
Heat check?
That's both of your faults right there.
That's a heat check right there from Daescu. That's what you call a 7-0 shot, too. He's like, I'm feeling it right here. We're up 7-0.
Little Jimmy Butler style. Pushes that wide. So Dow and Scarpa able to get on the board.
1-7-1.
1-7-1. Long rally. Oh, Nunnery with the forehand.
Well, he thought he had him there, and you check that flyover. What is that?
Avalon welcomes APP Pickleball Tournament. We are happy to be here in Avalon, New Jersey. Fantastic facility. You got the beach right down the street. It's beautiful.
Oh,
Easy
trouble.
put away.
Dow was backing up Scarpa right there. Scarpa steps in, gets the ball. But an excellent drop shot there from Daescu. Just leaves Scarpa in the middle of the court after Dow has to rush up to get it.
Dow and Scarpa did drop game 2 in their last match before taking it in 3. So with a 1-game advantage here. Daescu winning the speed up.
But again, the only way he's going to win that speed up against Dow is if he goes outside the body. First two are inside the body on that backhand side, slows it down, gets it to the forehand side, and outside of the body of Dow, no chance for him to catch up to it.
Couldn't come up with the backhand.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that move. It's a good move and good pressure there from Daescu. Just gets a little overextended on that last ball.
Comes up a little bit short there. So a little bit more tight, it seemed, on serve. As Dow and Scarpa have some work to do.
And a good side out, huge side out for Dow and Scarpa here, not giving up any more points. Got to answer, though.
Oh, beautiful ATP defense, but Nunnery staying calm and collected, just puts it away.
Well, the reason that Scarpa couldn't get anything on it was Nunnery recognized the ATP coming from Scarpa, so he shot the ball right at him. So he hit it right at his body, so all Scarpa could really do on the ATP, or excuse me, on the Ernie, is block it.
And Nunnery standing just a little too tall on that counterattack. Elbow comes up, gets above that ball, pushes straight down into the top of the net.
Just wide down the line as Diascu and Nunnery are on the side out.
Dow's determined to get Diascu backside. He really is.
Is that a good move?
It's not, because Diascu sits backhand as well as anybody. And so him trying to test that, it's just not going to work out too well.
You can test it, but it has to be on the bounce. Bouncing ball makes Diascu have to move out there. If you go hard with it, too much reach. Oh.
The easiest one of all those balls to hit right there was that one from Diascu, but again, it's the off-pace and that cut right there.
Well,
He
cuts it into the wind, and it just sits up there and then gets blown down.
Right, gets knocked down into the wind.
Chad, you're over here making a slicing motion. Would you like to see it go a little bit more forward, or is it too much down?
No, with that one, it's almost like you have to go a little bit flatter because of the wind. When you slice it, it's going to sit up there, and it actually allows the wind to push it down.
It's a nice pull right there from Scarpa in the middle, and again, choosing the right ball to go for. Now, I think that ball was going out? Yeah, absolutely. But again, it's sitting there, and you have Diascu's eyes lighting up wanting to hit that.
3-8-1. Nunnery goes speed up, but Dow wins the hand battle.
Well, Nunnery stood straight up. It was almost like he was out of the point for a second. Stood straight up and had no legs under that, right into the net. And all of a sudden, here comes Dow and Scarpa with a little 3-0 run of their own.
Nunnery and Diascu won a timeout. What has been the difference over the last 4 points for Dow and Scarpa?
Well, they've taken the initiative a little bit more. They've sped a couple of balls up. They've been looking for the counterattacks. But more so, it's been what Dom was just talking about right there. Diascu and Nunnery have gotten back on their heels again. A couple of errors coming in for Nunnery. He's stood straight up, straight legs. He gets on top of the ball a little too much. So the adjustment, they need to get back into that good body positioning, that athletic positioning, the weight and the balance out over the toes to try to get more shape to the balls, take those balls a little bit earlier, cut down on some of the reaction time for Dow and Scarpa. But it's kind of the intensity has dropped a little bit for Diascu and Nunnery as well. They're playing loose. They're playing relatively quick for their play style. But now they've kind of backed off a little bit. They've slowed things down just a little too much.
Part of being a successful top seed is still learning how to win when you're not having your best day.
There's that pressure right there from Diascu.
Yeah, and he goes right armpit there on Dow. So even though it's inside the body, it's elevated a little bit. So as Dow slides across the body, the elbow comes up.
4-8-2. 4-8-2. Diascu getting a little too big there coming in transition.
And that's a good ball from Scarpa as he's coming in too. Creates some shape on it. That ball never got about an inch or two over the net and had some dip on it as it got over.
Yeah, that's tough. That Nunnery standing his ground. Diascu throws in the deke as far as he's going to come over and take that, and then some hesitation from Nunnery.
Maybe a little bit of frustration as well as Nunnery pushed the hat forward on the face. Nunnery able to put that overhead away.
Scarpa with the complete chicken wing to reset that and get that back up over, but again, putting himself in a tough defensive position.
That's the scarecrow.
Yeah,
right there.
But because of the pressure from Nunnery.
Able to get back on serve, but Diascu again coming up short.
Well,
they don't look as comfortable in transition as they typically do.
No, and Diascu's trying to rush that drop right there. He's moving through contact, trying to get up to the kitchen line too quickly and put the pressure on. You know, just make that drop and then move after. He's big enough and can get up there fast enough that he doesn't have to try to rush up there.
Another long rally. Scarpa speeds it up, catches the tape. Nunnery able to go back body.
Yeah, good patience all around. No Ernie's allowed. There were a couple looks for it there from Diascu. But again, the tape unkind for Scarpa.
Well, Nunnery and Diascu inching closer to taking game 2. Up 9-6.
Yeah.
Nice ball there from Scarpa.
No, it's an excellent spot there from Scarpa. Just sat up a little too high here from Diascu. And again, splits the middle, but has that downward angle.
6-9-1.
6-9-1, Dow serving. Diascu trying to go with the backhand. And another, that's the second or third time that net court has been unkind.
Dow is like 4 feet off the ground right there to get on top of it.
Oh, beautiful inside out from Nunnery.
But it's just good patience there from Nunnery too. And you watch him let this ball drop and just hits and brushes up the backside of that ball. Keeps it in. Beautifully done by Rob Nunnery.
And Dom, you've talked extensively about that brush from Nunnery is one of the things that makes him so deceptive.
Yeah, and he hides it so well. That's a big thing.
Oh, the touch from the big man.
But you watch Dow come across, and any other player is going to come across and put this away with their forehand. He came in looking to flick backhand the whole time. He's got to open up and create some power with the forehand.
It's a 1-2. Come across, punch with the backhand, switch to that forehand side so he can put it away. He's, like you said, he's sitting there in the middle of the court, hanging on a backhand, and it's an elevated backhand too, so it's not even like you can punch at it. You're just trying to swat it down.
I want to take another timeout to talk it over, trailing 9-7. That backhand, was it a result of poor positioning or just trying to do too much?
Not even really too much or positioning, it's just recognition. So recognizing that I'm in a position that I can open up and just push this ball down, because it wasn't like the ball was on him quick. He's just got to open up and punch that ball down with the forehand. He's got the forehand, he's got the power. It's just loves to sit backhand so much that kind of gets too comfortable with it and thinks he can do everything with that ball.
Calling a timeout, trailing 9-7 in game number 2. Dow and Scarpa took game 1 11-6. Looks very comfortable before Nunnery and Diascu came out in game number 2, ran off 4 straight points to take control of the game. Dow and Scarpa have been chipping away and not able to come all the way back, as Diascu and Nunnery, the top seed in the men's doubles side, trying to force a game 3 here in the men's semifinal.
Time in. 9-7-1.
that's why he wants to stay away from the forehand right there.
Well, that's poor footwork right
Correct.
there. The ball was sitting up. You knew it was going to have some backspin on it. I just didn't move the feet to get himself into a good position.
Brings up game point. Oh, Nunnery couldn't react fast enough. That's one of the ones you just put a hand up and say sorry, but you're not really sorry.
Yeah, sorry, not sorry on that one. I'll take the friendly net roll any day.
Comes up short, wastes some tremendous defense by Rob Nunnery.
Nunnery did all that work, and he's like, come on, partner, you can't pick me up here.
Yeah, one job.
You had one job. Get the easy forehand back over. But, again, great job from Dallin Scarpa fighting off 2 game points.
Dallin Scarpa still alive here in game number 2, trailing 10-7-1. Scarpa to serve. Easy put away for Diascu.
Well, he goes inside out, too. Instead of going right to Dow, he kind of splits the difference between him and Scarpa. Causes just enough hesitation in the middle.
7-10-2.
7-10-2. Oh, beautiful ball from Nunnery going back across. Or Diascu.
Yeah, that was a good setup there from Diascu. Goes wide to the forehand of Dow, catches Dow trying to come back and close middle, and just goes straight into the body of the movement.
Ooh, that touch from Scarpa.
That's dirty cross court right there, but again, using his length to reach in and just punch that back cross court.
Game point number 4 for Diascu and Nunnery. Finally, Diascu able to put it away as Diascu and Nunnery come back to take game number 2, 11-7.
Yeah, good ball from Nunnery. Again, just sliding that one down the line behind Scarpa. Diascu steps over and puts an exclamation point right here, straight into that left hip.
And Nunnery has found something down that line right now. It's going to be interesting to see in game number 3.
Top seed locked in a battle with Gregory Dow and Anderson Scarpa. We'll have game 3 coming up next.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
From the Volpe family to yours. Find cured meats we've been crafting since 1902. Our secrets are simple. Care comes from the time it takes to do things right. Character comes from the hard work and determination it takes to make it. Craft comes from the traditions passed down over 4 generations. Delicious doesn't need to be complicated. That's the Volpe way, where passion and love go into everything we do. From John and Armando and Lorenza and Gianna. From our family to yours.
We save time when we buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Which means more time
Wait, take a check.
Kyle, it's pickleball.
Every time.
002.
Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
The APP is presented by Selkirk, Rainstorm, State Farm, and Tervis.
Andre Diascu and Rob Nunnery taking game 2 11-7 to force a game 3 after dropping game 1 11-6 against Gregory Dow and Anderson Scarpa. Both of these games have been fairly closely contested. What's going to be the difference maker here in game 3?
Well, I think Rob Nunnery found something down the line on Scarpa that he's going to try and take advantage of a little more with a 1-2 combo, getting Scarpa to block the first one, and then either him and Diascu coming in and cleaning that up. So that's one thing I'm going to look for right there.
Chad, you looking for anything?
Well, you know. No, I would. So I think it's going to come down with this one, and it's been fairly evenly matched in games 1 and game 2. But for Dow and Scarpa, and we've said it a few times, they need to try to apply some pressure on Diascu and Nunnery, specifically Diascu.
Coming up short. By the way, third shirt of the match for Scarpa. Started off in red, went to black.
Nobody's much more than him.
He could potentially go through 6.
Yeah.
So how many shirts you got to bring in a day for that?
Well, you know, when I first moved to Florida, I used to go.
It was.
Sorry, we'll talk about it after this one.
The defense was ridiculous.
That point was over 4 times.
Dow needs to stop going down the line on Diascu. Right there, he tried to do it again, and I know it's a long point. You're trying to do something, but that's not the spot.
So then where does he need to go?
Right hip.
Yes, exactly. He's going to the backhand. It's feeding the big man.
Oh, backhand put away, and Diascu and Nunnery starting to feel it.
Yeah, you know, Dow's trying to force the issue here. He's trying to put some pressure on, but again, going in the wrong spot. Just needs to go a little bit more body, right side, right hip, right armpit of Diascu, kind of jam him up on that forehand side.
Diascu coming up short on the backhand. Still ahead, 2-0-2 here in game number 3.
That's just grinding points out there from Diascu and Nunnery, and getting back to those long, elongated points and causing issues.
Oh, he missed it. Went for just a little too much. It was a little flatter there from Diascu as well. You know, doesn't roll it enough. You see that punch, it's just a flat punch on a ball that's kind of dropping. He has to get that paddle head underneath.
0-3-1. Oh, Nunnery tried to come up a little bit off balance.
Well, he was trying to recover because he had backed up because of the pressure and then overruns this ball. Good recognition by Dow.
Oh, Diascu just covers so much middle.
Well, when you've got a 12-foot wingspan,
What I wouldn't give for a 12-foot wingspan.
Well, and they're coming out of the stack, so Daescu knows that Nunnery might be a little late coming up, so he protects his partner coming up.
Backhand flick finds the line, and another long point goes the way of Nunnery and Daescu.
Well, Daescu and Nunnery are controlling the tempo. They're controlling the pace of play right now, and they are taking the opportunities to speed some balls up. We've seen Daescu speed more balls up here in Game 3 than we have the whole day.
And now he changes it up, right, Chad? He does. He doesn't go to the backhand,
but he gets it
to
extended
extend it,
on
right?
the forehand.
And so instead of going right hip, he goes right to the forehand.
4-1-1. Oh, he finally got him to the backside.
Well, Daescu committed too much to the middle there. You saw him try to close tight to the middle, takes that one step with the right, opens up Dow to be able to slide it back onto the backhand side. Really difficult to change direction and adjust there.
I didn't say there wasn't a ton of room on the backside. I just said he finally went backside, and as Daescu and Nunnery get another point.
Well, he had tried to go backside a couple of times, but Daescu was stationary.
Speed up, Nunnery not able to come up with the backhand.
Well, it's a great spot by Anderson Scarpa as he just goes right at the right shoulder of Rob Nunnery. And again, that's that worst spot on your body you could get a ball hit to because you can't get a paddle there.
Easy put away for Nunnery. You can't leave a ball that high.
No, but Nunnery actually makes an adjustment here. Watch him take just a slight lean to clear the backhand just a little bit. The previous one, almost identical spot from Scarpa, but Nunnery was back on his heels, so he ended up getting in that chicken win. If he can turn or either take a step with the right foot or clear the body a little bit, now you can get on top of it and you can punch through the ball rather than pushing down on it once that elbow gets up.
1-5-2. 1-5-2. Tried to be a little bit too fine as Scarpa misses wide. Side out, back over to Daescu and Nunnery. Up 5-1-1. And Dow and Scarpa want to take a timeout.
Yeah, before anything gets away from him here. And it's tough to, in my opinion, we've talked about it before, Chad.
In your professional opinion?
In taking a timeout at 5-1. You're going to get an
You're
automatic
giving away
one
a
at
timeout.
6, right? Like you get an automatic one at 6 on the end change here. And you're wasting one here. If you're going to use one, I'd use it at 3 or 4, or you save both of them for the other side.
Yeah.
And you have them late in the game. This, to me, not the most strategic timeout in the world.
Dom, I want to go back to something that you said in terms of the long, grinded out points. You said Daescu and Nunnery were getting back to that here in game number 3. As an opponent, trying to stay locked into one of those long, grinded out type rallies, how difficult is that?
For Scarpa
yes,
and for,
if you're facing Daescu and Nunnery, how do you stay locked in for those long rallies?
It's tough because they're grinding out so well right now. They're controlling points. They're not hitting to the same spot more than once. They're going inside and out. And again, how do you get out of that? Is you have to pick your spots like they did in game 1 when they were playing on their toes, speeding balls up at the right time. They've just gone away from that here in game 2 and game 3.
5-1-1. 5-1-1.
Ooh,
it was there.
It was.
Went for the speed up, a little bit too big.
That was there, too.
He rushed it, saw him hit across his body, but what Dom and I were talking about was the around the post. Dow didn't even move. He was still just standing in the middle of the court. But didn't matter. Ended up pushing that one deep.
Pushes the return deep. Now that gives Diascu and Nunnery a 6-1 lead. That'll bring up the end change. And Dom, your automatic timeout.
Right, this is that automatic timeout on the end change. It's called a referee timeout, as players will switch ends here at 6 in game 3. Again, even though they got that point right there, you saw Diascu, after he missed that forehand put away at 5-1, he about snapped his paddle on his knee, but he held back. And then as they came over to the sideline after they scored that 6 point, it's like he wanted to take a chunk, meaning a bite, out of his paddle. He was upset with himself over those last 2 points, thinking he had a couple opportunities.
Well, you know, I've been known to break a paddle of 4, 10, 12.
Didn't you throw in like a boomerang once?
No, it wasn't a boomerang.
Well,
it didn't come back. It went far.
But yeah, I used to have a tendency of hitting myself on the leg really hard, and I would snap the handle of the paddle after I hit myself on the leg.
So what did you throw harder, a baseball or a paddle?
Further was probably a paddle. Because it has the trajectory if you throw it on the side.
It's wind aided, it doesn't count.
But yeah, definitely threw a baseball harder, but I think I've thrown a paddle further.
Well, Diascu and Nunnery in control here in game number 3, leading 6-1 after dropping game number 1, 11-6. Came back to take game number 2, 11-7 here in the men's semifinal, going up against Dow and Scarpa. We're going to take a timeout here on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere. We've got more from game number 3 coming up here at the 2023 APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
16 years from today, Greg Gerstner will finally land the perfect cannonball. Unsuspecting people at AARP volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Sunmed. Premium hemp wellness for targeted relief and recovery, daily calm and relaxation, a better night's sleep, and brighter days. Discover modern wellness products for every part of your day and every step of your journey.
The APP is presented by Pickleball Magazine, Classic, Drip Drop, and Sunmed.
Retirement. It's not all one big vacation. It's great to find purpose by trying a new activity. Keep an active social life, but don't forget to make new friends too. As always, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Ah, isn't it wonderful to be retired?
Sunmed. Premium hemp wellness for targeted relief and recovery, daily calm and relaxation, a better night's sleep, and brighter days. Discover modern wellness products for every part of your day and every step of your journey.
During the end change, Anderson Scarpa requested a medical timeout due to a heat-related issue. Both he and his partner Greg Dow have left the court. Scarpa will have up to 15 minutes to deal with the medical issue as they are trailing Andre Daescu and Rob Nunnery here in Game 3 in this men's semifinal match. We're going to have more from the action still ahead when this match continues here at the 2023 APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The APP is presented by AARP, Volpe, and PowerPlate.
Cause crashing
save time when we buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Which means more time
Wait, take a check.
Kyle, it's pickleball.
Every time. 002.
Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Ah, retirement. It's not all one big vacation. It's great to find purpose by trying a new activity. Keep an active social life, but don't forget to make new friends too. As always, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Ah, isn't it wonderful to be retired?
We started this mission in tennis about 5 years ago. We've been perfecting our craft and our tools. We now see a phenomenal opportunity to take all that and bring it into pickleball to support an emerging ecosystem that's booming. And it's a super complementary partnership for us with the experience and the existing events that are up and running, the recreational element of APP. It's a fantastic 1 + 1 is going to equal 4. So we're thrilled to be partnering with APP.
Cole just getting a little jammed up. Not the right speed up and not the right spot there from Nunnery. Tries to go back through the middle. It's almost one where he has to slide across the body of Avern, go right shoulder.
Yeah, Sincola is sitting all over that, and he has been the whole game. He's been nice, short, and sweet with everything. Sincola changed his mind, I think. He wanted to go push again with the forehand cross court, but then at the last second almost flicked it, but then goes in the net. But his decision was made too late, and an offensive timeout. We haven't seen many of these this weekend, but an offensive timeout here for Daescu and Nunnery. Down by 2, love this at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good call. They have to get their head back in the right mindset because they had that run. They've kind of been a little flat the last couple of service opportunities. Nunnery trying to do a little too much at times. Need to get back to that extended point. And then Daescu trying to put a little bit more pressure on. He's kind of baited them into trying to push him back a few times by hanging back at the baseline and then seizing the opportunity to take his 1.5 giant steps to get to the kitchen line.
Andre Daescu, one of the taller players we have here on the APP Tour. His dad played basketball for the Romanian national team. So gets a little bit of his height, at least, from dad. It's going to be Andre Daescu with the serve out of this timeout, trailing by 2 in our championship tiebreaker game to 15.
Oh, good move from Avern.
Again, that's not an easy ball either, as that ball clips up off the tape and pops up. It's going from expecting pace to slow and then able to get on top.
Nunnery with a lot of pace on that one down the sideline, and Sincola hits it into the net.
Well, Sincola's stuck in the middle of the court. They're trying to protect Avern in the uncoil from the stack. Again, overcommits to the middle, comes back too far.
And it goes left hip on him again, and that's the problem when he runs around that forehand, is that he ends up pinching so hard and so quickly back towards the middle to get burned backside.
ATP from Andre Daescu. Good job over with the defense.
No.
Sincola leaving that just a little bit short. Take another look.
Great defense by Avern twice throughout that. And Sincola can't get probably the easiest ball of all.
Andre Diescu and Rob Nunnery with a 2-point lead for the first time in this championship tiebreaker game to 15. And what a moment to do it. Up 13-11.
Well, it's a 12-3 run right now for Nunnery and Diescu.
Wow, right there, sitting on the forehand of Nunnery. But instead of being short through it, he got really long and tried to create on it. But a great run from Diescu and Nunnery. Oh, and Nunnery left his feet. He jumped and ends up getting too much on top of this. If he stays planted, it just punches right back at Sincola. That's the shot.
12-13-1.
12-13 for Sincola's serve. Diescu.
Matrix move. Now, if Nunnery is Diescu's height right there, I don't think he gets out of the way. But the fact that he could drop that right shoulder, we'll see it right here, just missing that right shoulder.
And that ball just missed the back corner.
Sincola coming over with a strong forehand there, back through the middle.
That is a great shake and bake read for John Sincola off the drive of Stefan Auvergne. A perfect drive, keeping it nice and low, forcing Diescu to have to hit up on it. Sincola punishes it back through the middle.
And so let's tie things up again, shall we? 13-all here in our championship tiebreaker game to 15. This has been a script flipped, if you will, for Diescu and Nunnery. They dropped the first two games, 11-4, 11-3, get their first lead of this match at 12-11 in our championship tiebreaker game to 15. But Auvergne and Sincola, they're not going anywhere.
No, they've played great this whole day, and they played really well in the 2 out of 3. They played well to start this, but it was a run from Diescu and Nunnery that they had to stop. They've stopped it. Now we've evened things up all square. It's a game to 2. Who can get ahead first by 2, and you will win after all this.
13-13-2.
13-13-2 for Auvern's serve.
Oh my
He tried to
goodness.
cut it too much. You saw the paddle open up more from Diescu there. Tried to add extra backspin to keep that ball down to the backhand of Sincola.
And the Sincola fans went crazy after that point.
Just wide.
Flips it long, flips it wide, and Stefan Auvergne and John Sincola are your men's doubles gold medalists here in Chicago.
The hat's in the tree.
He threw the hat in the tree. You want to throw it in the stands, threw it in the tree.
With the celebration, and understandably so. These two coming all the way through the backdraw to get here to Championship Sunday, win the first 2 games in best 2 out of 3 to 11, and then battle in this championship tiebreaker to leave no doubt. They are your men's doubles gold medalists, and we'll hear from them when we come back. Now let's turn to Stefan Auvergne and John Sincola. You guys have battled for this moment, coming all the way through the backdraw to get here. Then you take the first 2 games, have to do that championship tiebreaker. Stefan, what was your mindset coming into a match against a team that is known for medaling?
Yeah, I mean, I think Rob and Andre are the guys to beat here, so we didn't put any too much pressure on ourselves, and we had a game plan. We were going to come out hot and come out swinging, so I think it worked out great, and we really worked well as a team, so I'm super happy. it worked out like that.
I would say you work well as a team, coming home with a gold medal. And John, you are somebody who had the crowd behind you. I know Chicago, a very important place for you. Spent a lot of time here, a lot of great memories. What is it like to win this gold medal in front of this crowd?
I mean, it's amazing. Got so many family, friends, people I used to teach. Like, everybody's here. You know, I see faces I recognize all over the place. So the energy is unbelievable, the support, and, you know, we're happy we could just get it done in front of everyone.
As you should be, Stefan. What is it about this duo that works so well?
I think so. I mean, yesterday John was able to pick me up when I needed, and then here we kind of took turns and we worked well together. We could take turns being the aggressor, and it was awesome. Yeah, we kind of used our strength, and yeah, it worked out.
And you guys are the men's doubles gold medalists here.
During the changeover in the third game, Anderson Scarpa requested a medical timeout. He is now back on court, having been cleared by trainer Brent Huff. It was a heat-related issue, but we will play on here in Game 3. Nunnery immediately speeds up the forehand down middle.
Yeah, so, I mean, Dow isn't predominantly a left side player in men's doubles. He's doing that now because Scarpa is struggling a little bit with movement. They are going to switch here coming out of the stack.
Pushes the forehand long. Another point for Nunnery and Diescu. Heat has been a factor throughout this entire tournament. Temperatures earlier this week getting close to 100. It is only about 83 this afternoon, but still high humidity here along the shore. A little fist pump from Dow. Take it how you can get it. As Dow and Scarpa getting back on serve, trailing 8-1-1. Nunnery pushes it long.
Yeah, just deep, but a good spot there. Gets that one a little bit elevated. Nunnery not able to get on top of it. That's what forced that ball to go deep.
Overcooks the forehand, sends it way long.
Again, stands straight up through that drive right there. And tough ball to drive, too. Even though it's in transition area, it's almost a dead return where it's not coming up. Dow, he's trying to get his partner back in there. It's going, hey, I got you here, man. Let's have some fun. That's exactly what they're doing here.
Able to just catch the line on the speed up. 3-8-2. Pick up by Diescu.
Oh, and Dow, a little bit of pressure right there on Diescu. Gets him, instead of going to the backhand, he goes to the forehand, gets away with it. It wasn't as tight to the body as I'm sure he would have liked, but.
Scarpa with a nice put away on the forehand.
4-8-2.
patient at the kitchen line. Dow going for it, but again, pushes instead of rolls it.
Well, we were actually talking to him in the break a little bit, and he's going to sit more middle because Diascu doesn't slide down the line, but because that ball goes a little bit wider and he's not moving his feet, he gets fully extended and only has the wrist left to flick.
Diascu finds a line.
And that's great setup by Nunnery. Nunnery went left foot of Scarpa, put pressure on, and then he was able to hit a really hard roll forehand to the right foot of Dow, and it pops it up and gives Diascu, his partner, the put away.
Beautiful backhand through the middle from Diascu.
And he just couldn't come back. Scarpa doesn't have that much in him right now. The energy level really kind of low. You see him right there. He doesn't even come back to the middle to cover.
That brings up match point for Rob Nunnery and Andre Diascu.
10-4-1.
Defense. Oh, and it catches the line. The winner from Diascu, an exclamation point. A gutsy performance from Anderson Scarpa and Greg Dow, but it is Nunnery and Diascu. Moving on, we'll hear from the winners after this here at the 2023 APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Hey, Jake from State Farm. I want that personal price plan. So how's this for personal? I draw mustaches on players' faces when they're asleep.
Coach Reed, you don't need to get that personal to get the State Farm personal price plan. It helps you create an affordable price just for you.
Oh, Coach, it happened again. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
Call or click to get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Having a tough time getting better? Our 3-day Level Up Pickleball camps feature a low student pro ratio and offer personalised training from the best pros in the game. Level Up will take you full circle through the point building process by teaching proper stroke mechanics, positioning and winning game strategies. Each camper also receives a personalised before and after video, an instructional manual, product discounts and more. Discover how good you can be with Level Up Pickleball camps. Visit us today at leveluppickleballcamps.com.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
The APP is presented by
AG1,
Sunmed, and Tervis.
And we've taken a look at match point for Rob Nunnery and Andre Diascu. They made an excellent adjustment after game one. kind of setting the tone, extending the points. Another good example here of this extended point. Dow with a couple of overheads, thinking that ball is going to go out. The wind pushes it down, and it catches the baseline. And a good comeback win for Nunnery and Diascu. We have Dominic Catalano courtside with Rob and Andre.
All right, first and foremost, Rob, Andre, congratulations. Yet another winter bracket final ahead this afternoon. But, Andre, I'll start with you. As you walked up, we're talking, you're like, not ideal. It wasn't probably the cleanest match you wanted, but you figure it out. What's the difference of figuring it out in a match that you're not maybe 100%?
The difference that we got away with a W here. Yeah, we can definitely play a lot better at that, especially myself. I didn't play my best match here, but I tried to hang in there. I started playing better and better as the match went on, and just happy to still be in the winner's bracket. And, happy to be playing with Rob. He brought some great energy, kept me going, and I'm sure I'm going to play a lot better in the next match.
And then, Rob, playing against Scarpa and Dow, you started off, you pulled the trigger a couple times, then stopped a little bit because their hands are very good. Was it something you looked for, though, in the end to kind of speed up and kind of end it your way?
Yeah, I mean, that's always kind of my plan is to find my spots to speed up. I was doing a little early, maybe game one, so wanted to get deeper into the points. I mean, hats off to them. They played great. Scarpa, kind of ran out of gas at the end, not feeling great, but those guys make a ton of balls. They make you earn it, and one thing Andre and I are going to do, we're going to fight to the end every single match and not give up, and that's why I love playing with this guy, so we'll try to keep it going.
All right, well, congratulations, boys. Moving on to that winter bracket final. We'll take a break here. Next semifinal here on Championship Court on the men's pro double side here at the APP New Jersey Open.
This is AG1. Foundational nutrition to support whole body, brain, and gut health. Just one of these or one of these. Shaken up in this. Vitamins, minerals, pre- and probiotics, adaptogens, functional mushrooms, uncompromising quality, simplest possible routine. Since 2010. Start at drinkag1.com.
Sunmed, premium hemp wellness for targeted relief and recovery, daily calm and relaxation, a better night's sleep, and brighter days. Discover modern wellness products for every part of your day and every step of your journey.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
We save time when we buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Which means more time
Hey, take a check.
Kyle, it's pickleball.
Every time.
002.
Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
The APP is presented by AARP, Franklin, Leo Revere, and Pickleball United.
There's only one way now, just one way out. With every single breath comes crashing down. There's only one.
Thanks.
Jake from State Farm, I really need to know.
Go spicy or go home, right?
What? No. What if I'm not sure I have the right coverage for my car?
Oh, your agent can help me make sure it's just what you need.
What if I accidentally hit a food truck and it gets covered in empanadas?
You can file a claim on the app. At State Farm, we're there for your what-ifs.
Thanks.
Oh.
That is too spicy. That's for you.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
We started this mission in tennis about 5 years ago. We've been perfecting our craft and our tools. We now see a phenomenal opportunity to take all that and bring it into pickleball to support an emerging ecosystem that's booming. And it's a super complementary partnership for us. With the experience and the existing events that are up and running, the recreational element of APP, it's a fantastic 1 + 1 is going to equal 4. So we're thrilled to be partnering with APP.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Jericho Grolman and his partner Michael Forster getting set to take on Hunter and Yates Johnson in the other men's semifinal doubles match. Grolman, 23, out of Orlando, Florida. Started his collegiate tennis career at Campbellsville University in Kentucky before transferring to be a member of the Temple Owls. Studied business management. So a smart kid, doing well on the pickleball court. Guys, what do you expect to see from this particular duo going up against the more established Yates brothers?
Well, Mike Forster's been around a while. He's been playing pickleball for a while and is a very well-established player. A lot of the players know who he is, just hasn't had that kind of success that, you know, the top players would have.
Age 37, out of Melbourne, Florida. 5 career APP top 10 finishes, Dom, to your point. So established in his own right, just not the face that we're used to seeing every single Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. And then, you know, his partner, Jericho Grolman, that you kind of hit on a little bit. Newer to the scene, but again, in singles on Thursday, really, you know, played well. We were here watching, and I like his energy. I like his enthusiasm. I like the way the kid plays. You know, I don't want to call him a clone of him, but he reminds me a lot of James Ignatowicz and how he plays and the energy he plays with. And he does know James, and they are friends and have played together, but not in a tournament, but have played together. And I just like the energy he brings to the court. So it is going to be an interesting matchup here for Hunter and Yates.
Grolman lost in singles to Jose Dominguez Alonso. That was a very competitive match. Grolman right in game number 2 after dropping game 1 fairly easily.
That second game was like, in the 2 out of 3 was like 15-13 where he lost. But I mean, what an incredible match that was.
Tons of fight. They're going to need it against the Yates brothers, who are...
The Johnson brothers.
Thank you.
Same thing.
I was going for Yates and Hunter and then went brothers, and so it's just a combination.
It happens all the time.
It happens all the time.
Well, the Johnson brothers, regardless, obviously a duo that we are very used to seeing on championship court. Solid top to bottom, and just really playing well as of late, especially now that Hunter is back following that back issue.
Yeah, Hunter's looking extremely good over the last couple of days. But what it comes down to with the Johnson brothers, and it's kind of like, any siblings is well, I guess I'm just.
We're
apparently
we're both,
Dom
we're both
or
only
Dorian
children.
don't have any siblings.
Nope.
But
Nope.
anyway, they do at times kind of have a little bit of a clash on the court, and Dom and I have experienced it firsthand when I think to open the season in Punta Gorda, where Yates and Hunter were kind of going at each other in the corner of the court over there. But there are times where if Yates is down, Hunter steps up and picks him up and picks up his game, and then vice versa, where Yates will pick Hunter up. But if they are both on, extremely tough to play, especially if Yates is driving that third shot and really having some shape on it, and Hunter steps up and crashes behind it. That's where they've had some success. But I would say right now, Hunter definitely playing better than Yates, simply because he's had a little bit of time off, and he's taken the time to treat his body. His legs are a little bit fresher, and he seems to be moving pretty well coming back from the back injury.
Now, Dorian and I may not have brothers and sisters, but I do have twins.
Well, you've got children.
But I do have twins.
Yes.
And so I know what's going through the minds of Hunter and Yates Johnson when they could either be the best of friends or the worst of enemies. And again, Chad, you and I pointed out, it was that Punta Gorda tournament where we were courtside. And it was almost like we needed a beat button on the sideline with the two of them going at each other. And they end up winning that match, too. Yeah. So but again, too, they admittedly do that. But again, too, like you said, they pick each other up so well as well in that kind of aspect of things. And I do like them right now. I like how they're playing. And I like that they're here right now in a semifinal because they haven't had the best success in recent tournaments together.
Apparently, I just can't relate. No siblings, no kids. So I'm just going to have to trust the two of you. Which
nieces and nephews?
I've got a handful. So
all right.
Sure.
Okay, well, you've experienced...
Actually, I have twin cousins, so there you go.
Yeah, you've experienced children not being able to get along.
Not just children, but you talk about the skill set of the Johnsons. So then what is the key going to be for Forster and Grolman going up against Hunter and Yates?
Chad, let's call a spade a spade. What are we always going to say when you're playing at top speed?
You have to play clean.
Have to play clean every time. And it's a broken record, but it's such the truth against a top team that is going to bring pressure, and they're going to play clean. And so, again, if you can play clean, you stay in that. But, again, too, when you have your opportunities to put pressure on, you have to be able to do that.
Well, I think, overall with pickleball, and we've said it a lot over recent years, the difference in a lot of these matches is the team that has fewer unforced errors. It's not about winners. It's about unforced errors and errors. They are going to come out on top. If you are making too many errors or you're trying to do too much, you're not putting yourself in a situation where you're going to come out on top. And the Johnson brothers, yes, they will speed some balls up and put some pressure on. But when they're playing extremely well, it's all about the consistency. They're going to make you beat yourself. It's similar that we saw with Diasco and Nunnery. They'll take their opportunities, but they're going to make you beat yourself by getting a lot of balls back. The consistency, moving that ball around.
I don't disagree with you with the errors. I think there's a conversation to be had somewhere about the ratio of winners to unforced errors, where that golden number is, because if you're making a ton of winners, you have some leeway when it comes to the unforced errors. But to the greater point, Dom, you say we sound like a broken record. If everyone played clean, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and that's why it's such a big deal.
We'd be having 80 to 100 ball rallies,
I don't think I want that. I don't think anyone wants that, as we are moments away from getting set here on championship court. And the first return pushed long off the paddle of Grolman.
Yeah, wind again as we're getting later in the day. It's continuing to pick up more. Johnson Brothers hitting into the wind right now.
Nice backhand coming across from Yates.
Yeah, and I had the opportunity to watch the Johnson Brothers earlier today. They are playing a little bit more aggressive, just stepping up and taking those calculated risks.
Hunter going right at the body with the forehand.
Well, we saw that early on in the season when they played Andre Dascu and Kyle Yates in that matchup in Daytona. They were playing really well then.
Right now, the boys from New Braunfeld's just gripping and ripping.
No, they're just playing very loose right now. And again, it's kind of leaning back into yesterday when Hunter's playing with Allison Harris and how loose he was, and now just kind of translating that right here into doubles.
That's an easy put away for Grolman on the overhead.
Yeah, it's a good speed up there by Forster, though. Yates kind of sitting with the paddle down by that right hip. Forster recognizes it, elevates it a little bit to the backhand side, going at that left shoulder.
Body shot again. You cannot leave that ball up for the Johnson brothers.
Well, and again, right there, too, is a good spot there from Yates as he has Grolman crashing for no reason. And so he goes right at the person who's up at the net. You're taught to keep the person back, but when you get a ball up like that, Grolman's an easy target.
Unfriendly net court allows Grolman to put it away. And that's something that's a little bit different about pickleball. You look for the first person to elevate the ball because typically that team that gets the high ball is going to win the point or at least control the point. Nice backhand roll.
Yeah, and that's a good adjustment there from Hunter. He drops the paddle head under it a little bit more than the previous ball. He tried to speed up down the line, but then it's the brush of that left hand coming up and going from bottom to the top of the ball, creating that shape. Oh,
Yates wanted that forehand so badly.
Oh, man, he's just so mad he missed that one. That was probably the easiest ball he's going to get all day today.
Nice shot from Forster using the forehand to go back up the middle.
Yeah, again, good pressure there from Forster and Grolman. Again, it's you have to put that pressure and be able to put the pressure on the higher seed here.
Forster and Grolman earn the quick side out. 1-4-1. Forster trying to speed it up a little bit too big.
Hunter's hands right there.
Right?
Yeah, he caught that forehand coming across the body. Forster stands completely straight up on that one. Hits the top of the ball straight in the net cord. Had a good crossbody ball there from Hunter. Again, Grolman is really trying to move up to that kitchen line and put the pressure on, but he's just running himself into bad situations right now.
Beautiful overhead from Hunter.
After the last point, I was pointing at both Hunter and Yates Johnson. They're smiling at each other. This is scary. Like, if they're feeling that good and smiling and laughing together, whoever's on the other side of the net, you're in trouble. You better fix something because you got to get them fighting.
That's your game plan?
Yeah. You have to get them uncomfortable.
Siblings and couples. That's the goal.
I mean, that's fair. I can't play mixed doubles tennis with my husband.
Nobody,
he hits out balls, and it makes me so mad.
Nobody can play with this significant other.
No,
Let's be honest.
we talked about it last weekend. The last time Chad and Simone played together, Dorian, they won a tournament together, went undefeated, and it looked like they were going to fight each other.
Forster and Grolman taking a timeout, but this is the Vlasic firefight of the match. It is the defense of Hunter Johnson before the Johnsons ultimately end up winning the point.
Just look at the defense, just slapping balls back over. Just one more ball, force one more, and it's right into the mistake right there. Beautifully done by Hunter Johnson, and both him and brother Yates are cruising along here, looking very good.
What impressed me the most about that firefight is the speed at which you have to be able to react to those balls as they get on top of you so quickly, and not just get a paddle on it, but get a quality paddle to be able to return a decent shot as well.
Yeah, and again, when you're getting pressured like that too, it's about get a paddle on it, don't do too much with it, get it on the sweet spot, let them create all that power if they're going hard like that. So a great job by the Johnson brothers here early on with a 6-1 lead.
And the Johnsons have had a fairly easy road to this men's semifinal, taking their first match 5-4 before taking their second 7-6. So have not been tested too much here. Hitting 6-1. As that sails long off the paddle of Forster, the wind catching that a little bit.
7-1-1.
Another nice forehand from Hunter. He looks like he's staying within himself very well.
Well, both Yates and Hunter right there. It was a good reach in to start that from Yates. Didn't try to do too much. Stayed in his positioning. Forster tried to reset both those balls, but wasn't able to get them low enough. And then Hunter just reaching in, going behind Grolman. They're playing... They're definitely playing within themselves right now. They're not trying to do too much. They're loose. They're having some fun with it.
Forster just catching the line. And that's the first mishit we've seen from the Johnsons. Hunter coming up a little bit short there on the slice. Still 8-1-2.
Wow.
Big drive off the backhand side.
That's just a beautiful 1-2 combo. He's got Grolman coming out of the stack. He goes right to that forehand where he's on a full sprint, and then he just goes backside with the two-hander.
Another backhand down the line, just wide. It's still a good idea.
Yeah, I remember watching Hunter in mixed doubles in Chicago last year. And that was what he had early success with, was that two-hand backhand roll down the line. He's since added, a change of direction with that, but that's going back to his original power spot is that two-hander down the line.
He used to do that in mixed doubles all the time, and then he went away from it because he had some struggles with it. He was hitting the top of the tape, went away from it. If he finds that again, that's trouble.
That time.
Told him to hit it right in the top of the tape, Dom. Good job. Good job.
I don't think that's exactly how you wanted them to listen to you.
No.
Speed up goes the way of Hunter Johnson. He is just having a field day at the kitchen line.
Well, he doesn't care if Grolman blocks it back, because if he does, he knows it's not going to be a real hard block back, so he's going to be able to do something with it.
9-2-1. Johnson's 2 points away from taking game one. Some tremendous defense by the Johnsons. Can't come up with the shot. And finally, Forster and Grolman able to put one away.
Yeah, it's a good overhead there from Grolman. Hunter gets a paddle on it, but it just sits up in the wind, eventually gets knocked down.
Grolman with the backhand pushes it through the court. And that brings up game point.
10-2-2.
Hunter a little bit short on the pickup.
Yeah, again, it's difficult to judge on these drops when you're going into the wind, especially when it's changing a little bit as far as intensity. So you're not trying to figure out how hard you have to come through that ball.
Forster misplays, unforced error. 2-10-2.
Oh, where was Yates going? He was jumping to the sideline on that block.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to clear himself a little bit. Yeah, tried to clear himself to go with that two-hander, but Foster got him extended.
Forster able to go back through the middle.
Well, nice job of getting in a nice squatted position. Wasn't really a scorpion, I don't think. Kind of, a little half scorpion, I'll call it, as he gets down and gets on top of that ball.
I check to make sure the service positions are correct. 4-10-2 here in game number 1. Mike Forster on serve. That was just an easy ball for Yates.
You're not going to get away with that ball right there.
Game point number 2. And a return error off the paddle of Grooming gives the Johnson brothers game number 1. They take it 11-4. We'll have game 2 action coming up ahead from the 2023 APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
The APP is presented by Skechers, Power Plate, Yola, and Level Up.
The number 2 seed in the men's doubles bracket, Hunter and Yates Johnson, absolutely cruising through game 1. They took it 11-4. Very low error, clean pickleball. What impressed the two of you the most?
Again, the clean and the looseness, right? So they are playing clean, but they're playing loose. And again, they laughed at each other in the middle of a point. And I'm like, you kidding me? If you're playing that loose, y'all are in trouble today.
They were so locked in, they didn't even respond to you guys ribbing them.
We
them.
were trying to get to them, but nothing.
That ball was just wide. Yates almost stopped play there in the middle of the point because he thought his backhand was not coming back.
Hunter coming up a little bit short. And again, that little pickup is maybe the only bobble that the Johnsons have had so far. Another short ball mishandled by Yates gives the serve back over to Grolman and Forster. Grolman tries to go roll, sends it long.
I understand trying to make something happen, but that's just a tough ball right there because the ball is not coming up to you. So it's almost like a dead ball where you're trying to create from about 6 inches off the ground.
How tempting is it to create when you lost a game one so thoroughly?
Well, we want them to create, but we want them to create with a purpose, right? You don't want them to just go flailing away.
Nice speed up there from Grolman, comes back with forehand.
Well, that's much better patience right there from both Grolman and Forster, waiting for the right opportunity. Once they get that opportunity, then attacking.
0-0-2, still no score here in game two. Yates tried to go Scorpion, couldn't quite get on top of it. And so scoreless we remain as the serve goes back over to Grolman.
Oh, just missed it. Had the opening down the line, but it got just a little deep on him. Caught that one late. Missed it by about an inch.
Great work from the camera right there down the line. Forster drops it into the net.
Well, that's an opportunity right there that's got to be had. You have to make that ball, force them into something. You can't go off the net or into the net with that one.
Nice ball back up the middle. And something we haven't discussed really yet today is that as we get to the 11th tournament of the season, we're seeing a lot of new partnerships in the doubles side. And how does having the experience of playing together like the Johnsons aid them in a tournament like this as that one goes into the net?
Well, anytime you have that familiarity between, yes, that was a very difficult word for me to say with my accent right there. Between partners, you know, it's just knowing it and having the trust in your partner that if you go for a shot, they know exactly what you're going for, and they're going to be there to back it up. Or if you have some freedom to kind of move around the court a little bit, and they're going to cover holes or be in positioning.
Grolman tried to speed it up. Not the right ball, though.
No, but two prior, both him and Forster sped up two good balls that I thought, hey, that's a good opportunity there, but the only issue was is that Hunter needs to ready for each one of them.
Ooh, a little chicken wing there. Good ball from Grolman going cross court with this drive right into the right armpit of Yates Johnson.
It was a solid drive there from Grolman.
That had some pace on it. Yates got caught a little flat-footed.
This communication about who is going to take it doesn't matter as Hunter misplays the return.
Yeah, a little bit of a change here with the end change as far as adjusting to the new wind. You were playing with the wind in your face, now you have it in your back, so that ball is dropping sooner.
Good decision from Yates to let that ball go. Not as many smiles so far from the Johnson brothers here in game number two.
Not yet, but I'm sure they're looking to get back to that.
Johnson's back on serve, 0-3-1. And there's the first point for the Johnsons as Forster misplays the return.
What do you think the adjustment is easier to do? Play with the wind in your back and then go into the wind, or play into the wind and then change ends to go with it in your back?
I would prefer with the wind in my back and then have to go into the wind. Yes.
I 100% agree.
that's a nice pull right there from Grolman, finding the hole in the middle. But to your point, Chad, we talked about that last week too, is both you and I do prefer, though, if we had a choice, to play
go into
the
the
wind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the adjustment of going into the wind and then switching to the wind in your back, you've gone from having to overhit a ball almost to get to it through the wind and to get it to push down, and then you come out early in the end change, you're still hitting those same balls and they're sailing a foot, 2 feet deep.
Nice reaction. Forster trying to do a little bit too much, rolls it long.
It bounced high enough, but it was too tight to the net. So because it bounces high enough doesn't mean it's the right ball. Because that ball was so close to the net, you have to hit up and over, that ball goes long.
How far away from the net does the ball need to be to roll it over?
Player to player, spin, shot, depends solely on per player, per match, situation. Everything comes into play when that kind of shot comes in.
If you want to give a gray area, not a black and white. So, we're talking 7 feet for kitchen line to the net, somewhere in that 3.5 to 4 foot range away from the net. That gives you enough room to get some shape. If it's tied up against the net like that last one for Forster, where it's about 1 foot 2 feet, you have to brush up so much and get it elevated to get it up and over the net that it's really difficult to get that ball to drop back in the baseline.
Yeah, because we talk about bounce height too, and there's always the talk of you got your red, yellow, green area. Throw those out. I'm sorry. It depends on who the player is, because I'm not going to tell a 3-5 player that this is your red area, don't pull the trigger. But if I'm with Hunter or Yates Johnson on the court, that red area for a 3-5 player is a green area for them because what they can do with the ball. So it all depends on player too, but yeah.
So you see both sides of the argument there.
Correct.
Now, granted, I was looking for the number, but I appreciate the in-depth analysis, Dominic.
Yeah.
Grolman and Forster called a timeout.
Oh, snuck it by. So that's a tough ball, right? Because Yates has to go for that one, as we saw for game point or match point for the previous match. The wind knocking it down and getting it inside the court.
That time uses the forehand to go through the wickets.
5-hole.
Mine was a sport too.
Yeah, no, it was.
Okay.
I know. I grew up.
I mean, yeah.
cricket.
If anyone knows, it's you.
Right.
Does I come from a land down under?
She's trying to drop you in, and you go hockey on her.
I mean, I teed it up for you.
Yeah.
Nice spot right there from Forster, going right at that right hip of Yates Johnson.
Earns the side out. 3-3-1. Forster back on serve after the Johnson brothers took game one handily, 11-4. Yates comes up short.
Well, in that situation right there, too, he's a little tall on it, but you see that the body movement where he's trying to recover back to the middle before he's executed that forehand dink, it rushes him through and he comes across the body and puts that one into the net.
Oh, nice forehand.
Just wide.
Just wide. I thought it got a piece of
Yeah.
Grolman at first look.
Almost. He tried to
hit it.
5-3-1.
And again, Johnson deciding to go center mass.
Well, that's it. I'm going at his body. He's either going to
Right.
play this or get out of the way, and it's going to end up in the parking lot.
Oh, the defense.
Well, again, Yates wasn't expecting that ball to come back. You see it right here. So he stopped playing, wasn't expected to come back. So then that ball got behind him, and what turned to an attacking position then became a defensive position.
It's the Johnson brothers that want to take a timeout after Forster and Grolman have taken a 6-3 lead here in game number 2. What has been the biggest difference here in the second game?
On their toes are Forster and Grolman. They're initiating a little more now, and it's again that offensive, instead of playing defense to get the offense, let's create some offense here early and see what we can get off it, and it's giving them a 3-point lead. So I like the intensity in game number 2 from Forster and Grolman. Not saying, hey, okay, we just got beat pretty bad in game 1, 11-4, packing it in. They're coming out and saying, okay, now we're going to bring it to you. We're playing with house money here. Unseeded team versus the 2 seed, come out swinging.
Is it more that Forster and Grolman have raised their level? Is it that the level of the Johnsons has dropped, or can both of those things be true?
I don't think that the level of the Johnsons has dropped. You know, they haven't been as clean with their play, but they're still playing at the same level as they were in game 1. I think Forster and Grolman have done a better job counterattacking, being ready for those speed ups coming from the Johnsons, and like Dom said, putting a little bit more pressure on them as well.
There's a nice put away on the forehand side from Yates. Able to earn the side out, so back on serve, trailing 6-3-1.
Oh, gets a little lucky there with a big net cord and change of direction.
Sometimes all you need to change momentum is that lucky bounce. As Yates comes up short on another forehand.
But this is where they have to be careful, right? Yeah, okay, Yates has missed a couple of balls, but now he's starting to, you know, lose control as far as his composure, kicking balls and whatnot, and that has a tendency for the Johnson brothers to snowball.
Not able to come up with a short hop. There was some tremendous defense during that point.
Well, to be able to get that ball back to neutral was very tough from the Johnson brothers. They did, but then again, great pressure from Forster and Grolman. They only give up one.
The winner of this match moving on to the winner's bracket final, where Andre Diascu and Rob Nunnery are waiting, as Grolman comes up short on the third ball.
Yeah, it's a good ball there from Hunter. Doesn't try to do too much. Adds a little bit of top spin. You know, Grolman kind of back on his heels a little bit, and that ball gets away from him and behind him.
He just stayed flat-footed.
Yeah,
the whole time.
Really the first emotion that we've seen from the Johnson brothers here in game 2, rather.
Rushed it.
Had it. It sat up for him.
Yeah, just tried to rush and finish that forehand. Hit straight down into the net.
Yates in the right position, unlucky neck cord.
Yeah, he was clearing his body here for the two-handed backhand, but then that ball off the tape, nothing you can do. That's the worst feeling, too, because as that ball sails by you, you're like, I know it's in, and I can't do anything about it.
6-4-1. 6-4-1, Grolman on serve.
I like the speed up there from Grolman. Flicks this one quick cross court, handcuffs Yates, and then just comes across the body on that finishing backhand. But good aggression, good spots.
Grolman rolls it long.
Ooh.
Johnson's on the side out.
Foster almost lost his paddle.
And again, Grolman's so upset with himself right there. And I know he thinks it's there, and it can be if he takes something off of it, but the more he takes off it, the more it's just going to float, and Hunter will be all over it.
Right into the body of Hunter Johnson.
Well, Hunter thought he was going to go middle with this, and you watch the movement of Hunter, and he doesn't. He goes right to the spot he was going to fill.
It's a smart decision from a young player. It's not able to come up with it, so another side out. It has been 6-4 in favor of Forster and Grolman now for more than 10 services. Services. Either one. Just didn't sound right coming out.
Grolman trying to just be, it's just too cute. These are the things you can't do against a top team, right? So you got a ball here, okay, just reset that, get back into it. You're trying to go forehand cross, like your body. Don't. You have a lead. Stick with what got you here. Like that shot he made, that shot he didn't do the whole game. That's not what got you a 6-4 lead. What got you a 6-4 lead was playing clean and applying pressure.
Johnson's now back on serve. Big forehand swing from Hunter, but it catches the net.
Yeah, again, just catching that one a little late. Hitting with an open stance, spun off it too.
Finally, stalemate is broken as the Johnsons earn another point.
Yeah, that's a ball you can't miss there from Forster, though. Ball sitting up above the net, you're applying pressure. Try to go a little bit bigger, take a bigger backswing, and that ball drops below the net before you can make contact.
There have been a few of those balls off the paddle of Forster in this match. Right at Johnson. Had the paddle in the right spot, but spun it off wide. Much more grinded out style here in game two.
Yeah.
Miscommunication on who was going to take that ball.
Well, Yates is, and I don't think it's either player's fault because Yates is engaged, so he thinks that's his ball. Hunter thinks it's his because it's sitting on his forehand. It's a matter of perspective.
Another point for Forster and Grolman. Easy put away. The paddles have dropped. It's another timeout for the Johnsons.
Yeah, there's a spot right now that Forster's finding right straight up on him on Yates Johnson, and it's giving Yates some fits right now, and he's finding that spot and speeding up right at that right hip and creating issues and getting some easy putaways.
Why is that right hip giving Yates so many problems?
Well, when he's doing it too, what's happening is he's jumping, right? So he's off his feet instead of just kind of leaning forward and punching that. Or possibly an issue solver could be is if he steps to his left, right? So his issue could be solved if he steps to his left and just gets to a forehand. But again, it's happening so quick, it's got to be an immediate read of, okay, he's pulling the trigger, I got to slide. Or he's got to get that paddle out in front and not get jammed up at his body.
After taking game number one handily 11-4, the Johnsons in a little bit of trouble here in game number two, trailing Mike Forster and Jericho Grolman 8-5. Johnsons have yet to drop a game here in this men's doubles. They took their first match 5-4, the second one at 7-6. Meanwhile, for Forster and Grolman, this is their fourth match of the day. They have yet to drop a set either, but a little bit more tested, a little bit more time on the court. We've already mentioned the conditions. We've seen them impact players throughout the week. Today in the match earlier, Anderson Scarpa had to ask for a medical due to the heat. And so that time on court, it does start to add up over the course of a day. 8-5 in favor of Forster Grolman. Just a nice passing shot off the paddle.
Well, what we're starting to see, we've seen the body language change now between the Johnson brothers. There's a little bit of animosity between
That's
the two.
what I was actually thinking of.
So, and you saw it right there where Yates kind of probably should have covered that middle as Hunter was coming out of the uncoil.
Yates can't put the forehand away, and that gives game point to Forster and Grolman.
Yeah, and again, he slid to that left and got to that forehand, but just gets on top of it too much.
Grolman coming up short on the backhand dig. Still game point.
I like what the Johnsons are doing here. They're not going to uncoil. They're going to stay, and they're going to keep Yates on the left.
Yates misplaced the serve, and so Grolman and Forster take game number 2, 11-5. We will have a game number 3 here in the men's semifinal. Don't go anywhere. We have more action coming back from Championship Court here at the Sunmed New Jersey Open.
We save time when we buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Which means more time.
Wait, take a check.
Kyle, it's pickleball.
Every time.
002.
Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
We started this mission in tennis about 5 years ago. We've been perfecting our craft and our tools. We now see a phenomenal opportunity to take all that and bring it into pickleball to support an emerging ecosystem that's booming. And it's a super complementary partnership for us with the experience and the existing events that are up and running, the recreational element of APP. It's a fantastic 1 + 1 is going to equal 4. So we're thrilled to be partnering with APP.
Our second men's semifinal on the doubles side, also going to 3 games after Jericho Grolman and Mike Forster fought back to take game 2, 11-5, after the Johnson brothers cruised in game number 1, 11-4. And we are about to get started. Johnsons will be on serve, trying to advance to the winner's bracket final. Andre Diescu and Rob Nunnery waiting there. Match also went to 3 as Johnson misses just a bit long.
Yeah, he's trying to go back down that line again. I like it because they had a lot of success with that in game number 1.
0-0-1. Tried to pull the trigger on the backhand, couldn't clear the hip.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good trigger pull there, but it was a good counterattack from Grolman.
Grolman puts it away. And Don, we talked about this coming into the match. Grolman is a fighter. He's not going to go away easy.
No, he's not with that 15-3 game he had in singles. He ended up losing that, but again, he was fighting till then, fought off a bunch of match points.
Error from Yates.
Yeah, you've definitely seen the body language change here for the Johnson brothers. Momentum has swung in the direction of Forster and Grolman.
Tried to speed it up for the forehand, and Grolman and Forster out to a 4-0 lead here in game number 3.
Well,
a quick timeout.
Yeah. Both of the last speed-ups, one by Yates, one by Hunter, standing completely straight up, trying to hit that ball as hard as he can. It's a recipe for disaster right there. Because trying to do too much, you're letting your emotions get the better of you. You know, they need to use this timeout to step back, regroup, say, hey, you know what, flush whatever happened before that. We have to reestablish, reevaluate, move the ball around, extend the point a little bit, find the opening, find the off balance to speed that ball up. Right now they're frustrated and they're showing.
On the other side of the net, Forster and Grolman have all the momentum, but as an unseeded team, yes, there is no pressure, but how hard does it become as you get closer to the end to try and close out an established team?
Well, right now,
some of that depends on the score.
Well, right now, early on, 4-0, they've come out really hot in game at number 3. When you get into like 8, 9, 10, now it gets a little tougher.
Able to force the error.
But that was it right there from the Johnsons. They didn't try and do too much with each one of those balls. They just forced Forster and Grolman to make a mistake.
That left hip once again has been the target spot for Mike Forster.
Well, it's a good reach in there by Forster, and again, doesn't try to do too much, goes cross body with it.
Yates misplays the return. 6-0 here to start game number 3. It's going to be an end change, and the Johnson brothers are going to have to come up with something and come up with it soon, as they are facing a large deficit here in game number 3.
Well, the game plan needs to go out the window and figure something out here, but what they did in game 1 is just not translating to game 2 and 3, and it's frustration right now. And we were seeing and saying that it was trouble for Forster and Grolman in game 1 because the Johnsons were having a good time. They were smiling, they were laughing, and then all of a sudden Forster and Grolman got them into some situations that were uncomfortable, and now you're seeing it.
Are you surprised, given how one-sided game number 1 was, that we've seen the script flip this quickly?
Yes, 100%. Because, again, they were so comfortable in game 1. Not sure what changed. I mean, there were some adjustments made from Forster and Grolman as far as spots, as far as being a little more aggressive. They've had a lot of success with Forster straight up on Yates or on Hunter Johnson, and he's found some good error on, Yates Johnson, and he's found that left hip and the speed up right on. So,
do you think that targeting of the left hip of Yates has been the difference maker for Forster and Grolman?
I think it has, because it's created some opportunities for both Forster and Grolman on balls after that.
Receivers, 1 timeout remaining. Servers, 2 timeouts remaining.
Grolman and Forster trying to close out this men's semifinal.
6-0-2.
6-0-2. gets the forehand winner, but that was some tremendous defense by Jericho Grolman.
Yeah, excellent defense from Grolman there, but and very good setup there from Hunter Johnson, rolling that ball back behind and then sliding with it. And then a quick
That's a freebie
free
right there
point.
because that ball's going so out.
Johnson's on the board here in game number 3, 1-6-1. Those are some big swings, and that is exactly what the Johnsons needed.
And the momentum here, you hear the big yeah and woo from Hunter Johnson. Trying to get his brother Yates fired up here. He knows that's another X-factor spot that they've been struggling with right now.
Yates trying to go power through that forehand.
Yeah, just spun off it a little bit, rushed the drive.
2-6-2.
Return sails long.
This is the last thing that Forrester and Grolman needed, were easy points giving up and giving free points to the Johnsons.
Yeah, I like that disguise from Grolman. You actually watch him and he's like just fiddling around with the grip a little bit, and then he's like, oh no, I'm just gonna quick flick right into the body.
Very casual. Oh, what a forehand by Grolman!
That is a huge forehand on the line.
Yeah, Hunter coming out of the uncoil from the stack, a little late getting across there.
7-3-1.
Wow, what a shot. Hunter pushes the backhand long.
Somehow Hunter managed to hit that ball through 2 paddles. Grolman was late, Forster was late.
And then it goes out.
Starting to get into danger time here for Hunter and Yates. Johnson trailing by 5 here in game number 3.
Yeah, Forster did a little too much there on that drive. Again, Hunter just a little late getting across with the uncoil from the stack.
8-3-2.
8-3-2. Able to earn the side out, so Johnson's still in this.
So there's someone in the front row that is
they're chirping over there.
Annoying the Johnsons right now. They need to keep their head between the lines, focus on what they need to do. Ooh, I like the back away from the line from the H. Johnson right there. Watch him, he knows the speed up's coming, sits on it, but Grolman.
His hands are lightning fast right now. He's staying super relaxed, trusting his hand speed.
8-2.
Nice speed up there, point to the Johnsons.
Yeah, Grolman tried to go cross court with it, but a good adjustment there from Hunter. Just goes with that little pancake forehand. Oh, you had to win it down.
Had the line open, and Yates missed it.
Watch this replay here. It's sitting there for him, but just was a little too hard with it. They do answer and get one back. They cut the lead in half.
If you're the Johnsons now, you have to get that quick side out, get back on serve. It all becomes about playing defense. As Forster and Grolman up 8-4. Oh, Yates with the cross-court backhand winner.
That is beautiful right there again. Talk about paddle in the right spot at the right time. And then look at him create the angle there, too. Beautifully done.
There's that quick side out, so the Johnsons now back on serve. Beautiful winner from Yates. That may be just what he needs to translate over to the offensive side.
such good point construction from Yates right there. He goes with the drive, but then doesn't overdo it. He drops the 5th and then works a great 7th pressure dink.
Hunter wins the speed up.
Baited. He baited him into that.
But he got beat a couple of times on that forehand. But yeah, like you said, he's just going cross court with Forster, and then Hunter switches it right in front of Grolman, knowing he's going to speed up that forehand. Just sits all over it.
Forster pushes it wide, and so tense moments as the Johnsons have worked it back within one. And Dom, this is where you said that nerviness comes into play. It gets a little bit tougher when you get to 8, 9, 10.
It's easy to get a 4-point lead. 4-0, game 3. Now it's can you finish it, though? Again, we can all take leads like that, but again, can you finish? And now, pattern has been set. Okay, pattern has been set. Hunter goes cross court there. He went 6, 7, 8, 9 times in a row and then feeds the ball right to Jericho. And as soon as he feeds that ball to Jericho, he steps back and is sitting on that forehand because he knows he's going to speed up because Jericho hasn't seen a ball in 10 shots. So he knows he's going to try and make something happen, sitting on it, punishing it. That's what I want to see from Hunter, is continue that. The difference maker here is going to be is Forrester going to sit in that. What he needs to do is not sit into that because he's had the success against Yates. He needs to push that ball flat down the line to Yates and involve Yates in that now and see what happens out of there.
Veteran play by Hunter Johnson, and this is where the experience comes into play. Jericho Grolman, one of the younger players on tour, just 23 years old, switching recently from tennis over to pickleball. The Johnsons, 29 years old, played collegiately at SMU. They've been in the pickleball game a little bit longer. They've been successful at this level, and so drawing on that experience. And Chad, how much does that come into play in moments like this?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely comes into experience, but I think the difference maker is being here is that Grolman was getting a steady stream of balls, and at times when you keep playing at somebody, you get them into a rhythm, and then all of a sudden Grolman was the one that was making cleaner shots, putting the pressure on. So they've made that adjustment of going to Forster now, and we're going to continue to see that steady stream. Forster's showing a little bit of a breakdown.
Another error off the paddle of Grolman, and we are tied at 8 here in game number 3.
That's an 8-2 run by the Johnsons here after the end change.
Much better speed up there from Forster. Again, going into the body of Yates Johnson. He tries to clear the backhand, but Forster still finds that left shoulder.
Grolman pushes it long.
I know that ball pops up off the tape and it looks good, and then when it bounces, you think it's going to bounce high. It's got so much spin on it, he cannot attack that ball. It's just not a good attack.
The Johnsons have taken their first lead here in game number 3. Able to put it away and earn the side out. Johnsons with the lead for the first time since 3-0 in game number 2. To give you an idea of how much Grolman and Forster have dominated game 2 in the first half of game 3.
Well, I'm going to say this. If I was Grolman and Forster, I would be going hard at Yates Johnson. I would be going hard into the body, across the belt, up that right hip, right armpit, because he has not been able to make that adjustment at all here.
Pops up, and it's an easy put away for Forster. It's tied at 9-all.
So good, Mike. So good.
Yeah, good speed ups there from Forster. Gets the Johnson brothers back on their heels, creates the pop-up.
Fairly lopsided games each way in game 1 and 2. This one a much tighter affair, tied at 9. Bowman went for the winner, and it missed.
Just overhit it with the wind. Typically, we've seen those balls pushed down, but that one, he just cuts through the wind.
Yates wins the battle, and now the Johnsons with match point.
Yeah, Yates finally able to clear that backhand side.
10-9-1.
Match point.
Better late than never.
That'll do it as the Johnsons erase a 6-point deficit to come back and take game number 3, 11-9, and they win the match. We'll hear from the Yates brothers coming up next here on Championship Court. The Johnson brothers, I saw that, Dom. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back at the Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Years from today, Greg Gerstner will finally land the perfect cannonball. Unsuspecting friends? Check. Epic water displacement? Big check. A work of art that's only possible because Greg is already meeting all these same people at AARP volunteer and community events.
The APP is presented by LS, Gamma, the Boca Raton, and Franklin.
We take a look back here at match point for Yates and Hunter Johnson. A good run coming down the stretch, making the adjustment. We see the final backhand roll from Yates right here. And that missed ball into the net by Forster. So it's the Johnson brothers moving on. And we have Yates and Hunter courtside with Dominic Catalano.
All right, Yates, Hunter, first and foremost, you come out on fire game 1. I even saw you guys laughing with each other, which we don't see very often. Game 2, a different story. What happened between games 1 and game 2?
I think we came out super loose. The first game, we were against the wind, so I think we could be a little more aggressive. And then, yeah, I mean, they played a lot better, a lot less errors. I think we got a little tight, a little anxious. And yeah, I think we kind of just turned it around the third game after being down 6-0. So I don't know what happened there.
It leads me right into my next question. You go down 6-0 on the end change. Hunter, what are you guys talking about to kind of flip the script there?
I mean, we didn't really talk. We just kind of realized, like, okay, well, it's 6-0, and we need to buckle down and just try to figure it out. And I think we just slowed down the pace and played our games and just went patient mode, and just it worked out.
And now game plan going in winter bracket final. You got Daescu and Nunnery. What are you guys looking forward to in that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, we always know when we play them, it's going to be a tough match. It's always going to be a battle. They're a super consistent team, very smart team. I think we're just going to have to be really patient and just kind of, play our best, and we'll see what happens.
All right, congratulations, boys. Moving on to that winter bracket final. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, a women's matchup here on Championship Court at the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Hey, Jake from State Park. You know what's really scary?
Popcorn with no butter.
No, getting insurance. I mean, what if the jargon makes me feel alone and in the dark?
Hey, at State Farm, we're there for your what-ifs.
Sorry. Is that seat taken?
Get on up here, buddy. Let's go. Let's go.
Most wanted? Yeah, for my cup of ale. I saw.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Sunmed. Premium hemp wellness for targeted relief and recovery, daily calm and relaxation, a better night's sleep, and brighter days. Discover modern wellness products for every part of your day and every step of your journey.
The APP is presented by Pro XR, C&D Nets, Discount Tire, and Sports Illustrated.
From tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Family to yours. Find Cure meats we've been crafting since 1902. Our secrets are simple. Care comes from the time it takes to do things right. Character comes from the hard work and determination it takes to make it. Craft comes from the traditions passed down over 4 generations. Delicious doesn't need to be complicated. That's the Volpe way, where passion and love go into everything we do. From John and Armando and Lorenza and Gianna, from our family to yours.
We started this mission in tennis about 5 years ago. We've been perfecting our craft and our tools. We now see a phenomenal opportunity to take all that and bring it into pickleball to support an emerging ecosystem that's booming. And it's a super complementary partnership for us. With the experience and the existing events that are up and running, the recreational element of APP, it's a fantastic 1 + 1 is going to equal 4. So we're thrilled to be partnering with APP.
Alex Strong taking the court with her partner, Vivian Glosman. The duo won a gold medal last week in Chicago. Facing elimination right now, going up against Riley Bonert and Shelby Bates. A first to 15 in the backdraw. Alex Strong has been one of the staples on Sunday as of late. Dom, what do you like most about the 18-year-old's play?
Well, since St. Louis, she's really kind of flipped this, kind of switch mentally, too. She's really playing aggressive, but playing aggressive with a purpose. And she's kind of humbled herself a little bit and saying, okay, this is what I need to do. I don't need to be this huge, overly vocal player. I can get vocal at the right time, and it's kind of controlling that energy. And I've seen that in her since the St. Louis Open about a month ago. And it's kind of translating into her game right now. And again, you want to avoid one spot against Vivian Glosman and Alex Strong. Stay out of the middle. The two of them will kill you.
Dad, what's this match going to come down to?
Let's just put it this way. It depends on if I'm going with Bonnet and Bates. It depends on how well they can control the point, and Bates doesn't pull the trigger or go for too much. She has a tendency where she'll overhit some of those balls. She has to stay patient, has to wait for that ball to pop up, something that she can hit down on. If it's for Glosman and Trong, they need to kind of set the pace, pull the trigger a little bit, speed that ball up.
Underway here in this backdraw match on championship court. Bates drops the backhand into the net. Early point for Glosman and Trong.
Just a little late on that backhand there from Bates. That ball got behind her.
1-0-2.
Riley Bonert, 19, out of Louisville, Kentucky.
Love that you said that right.
Well, yeah, I'm a Kentucky native. Come on now.
How else would you say Louisville?
Louisville. You got rocks in your mouth.
Nice job by Bates right there. A little inside out. And Glosman handled it, though, but great job moving the ball sideline to sideline by Bates.
0-1-1.
Going right at the body. Glosman, center mass on Bates.
Glosman had enough of the leg cords. She got two of them, and she's like, forget this. Right at the body.
0-1-2.
That ball looked deep right there.
Really deep. Bates played it. Couldn't come up with a shot off the back foot. Another big backhand from Glosman.
Well, you see the return is very short by Bonert as Alex Strong's able to step into that in the transition area. That sets up Glosman nicely.
Yeah, good forehands there from Bates. Didn't try to get too big with it. Kept the swing in front of the body. Where she gets an issue at times is where that paddle goes back behind the body. Tries to do a little too much.
Bates can't control the backhand. Dumps it into the net.
I'm pretty sure that ball was going to go out right there.
3-0-2.
Especially with the wind behind Glosman and Trong.
Pushes that wide, and Glosman and Trong now 4-0. First to 15, so all points precious.
4-0-2.
This is the easy put away.
Well, that ball just kept fading away from Bates, and she kept her feet in the same position. So she's got to slide her feet to get to that ball and then not try and do too much with it.
5-0-2.
Bates finding some space in the middle.
Well, it's a nice step in there from Bates at that time. Right? Watch her step in and take that ball out of the air. Beautiful job by her and get that side out.
0-5-1.
Bates and Bonert back on serve. Nice ball from Glosman. Didn't do too much with it, but nice placement.
Yeah, it's good ball movement from both Trong and Glosman. But like you said, Glosman stays composed. Just a nice backhand roll, crossbody on Bonnet. Finds the middle on the forehand side for Bates.
Bates misplays the backhand. So Bates and Bonner still not on the board here in this 1st to 15 back draw.
5-0-1.
5-0-1.
Ooh.
Bonner finds the body of Glosman on the forehand.
Yeah, nice counterattack there from Riley. Trong tries to go through the middle, but Bonnet sitting on that backhand goes right into the body of Glosman.
5-0-2.
Pretty put away from Trong.
Some great resets by all 4 players in the middle of that point, but again, just too much pressure there from Trong and Glosman. This is why they are the defending gold medalists from last weekend. Put a ton of pressure on you.
Duo won the gold medal coming out of the back draw.
No, ma'am. Call stand. My rule.
Glosman called it out.
Yeah, ball looked like it was out.
Timeout receivers. 7-0-2. 1 minute.
Yeah. we got a timeout at 7-0.
Yep.
1 point away from the end change.
Yes, because we're changing ends at 8, and again, it's a timeout that you and I, we both don't agree with, getting that timeout right before, 1 point before the end change where you get that free one.
As Bates and Bonner take a timeout, let's take a look at the Chicago Open, where Glosman and Trong took home a gold medal.
What a match we have on our hands here. Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge, the 1 seed, taking on Vivian Glosman and Alex Trong here on Championship Sunday. Little firefight going the way of Vivian Glosman and Alex Trong. Alex Trong and Vivian Glosman taking game 1. Vivian Glosman and Alex Trong take our first 2 games, which means it's time for a 15-point championship tiebreaker. Nothing matters except for this next game. Winner takes the gold. The speed up of Megan Fudge.
She lost it.
Lost in the sun, but great recovery by Megan Fudge. Are you kidding me with that point? Vivian Glosman and Alex Trong now sitting just 1 point away from winning their very first women's doubles gold medal. Such power, such poise from Trong and Glosman as they win their very first women's doubles gold medal.
Trong and Glosman capturing that gold medal in Chicago, coming out of the back draw, having to double dip Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge out to a 7-0 lead here in the back draw against Shelby Bates and Riley Bonner. Back through the middle, just catches the back of the line. Glosman, a huge forehand.
Yeah, immediately after the timeout, that ball finds the middle, and again, Glosman flying through the air and kind of destroying that ball through the middle. And again, that's what they do. They like to play with pace. They like to play aggressive. And that's what got them that gold medal last weekend. So looking good here, too.
Glosman and Trong looking very strong, up 8-0. What have they done to really take it to Bates and Boner here in this match?
Well, I mean, honestly, Trong and Glosman have applied a little bit more pressure. They're moving the ball around well, but it's also been their shot selection. When they've put the pressure on, they've gone behind the backhand side of Bates. She's gotten a little too big on that backhand and missed a couple into the top of the net. They haven't tested Bonet as much yet. They had one speed up through the middle cross court from Trong, and she sat on that counter attack. But you know, they're changing directions. They're putting pressure on. A lot closer than what it originally looked like.
Bates calling it long.
0-8-1.
Bates and Boner earn the side out.
Wow. I mean, seriously, Bates put hurting on that last ball, and Trong just resets it like it's nothing. What's going to take you to the point? And that's exactly what it takes.
Yeah, too much there again from Bates. You see that big take back. As that ball gets close and you try to extend, not able to get that full extension, so you pull across the body, and that's why that ball missed just down the line from Bates.
1-8-2. So much defense from Trong and Glosman.
Just incredible hands. Trong just getting every single thing back. Unbelievable.
Second server.
Service error.
8-1-2. Point.
That's an excellent third there from Glosman. She goes heavy top spin, but it's an aggressive drop. It's not a full drive.
Point.
Bates got a high ball but couldn't put it away.
Yeah, I think Boner may have played an out ball. Depends. I don't know. I don't think it was hit that hard. Wind could have knocked that down too, but again, just a...
Well, I mean, we're loud because we're talking on a microphone right next to the court, Shelby. There's not much else that we can do.
10-1 lead here for Glosman and Trong. And again, it's everything going right here for Glosman and Trong.
To survive and continue.
What's the one adjustment that you would like to see Bates and Boner make here?
They have to anticipate the speed ups. You have to anticipate the speed ups, shorten up the swing, look for the counter attack, the counter punch, and not try to do too much with it.
In men's pro doubles, it will include JSQ and Nunnery taking on.
Glosman and Trong lost to Simone Jarging and Allison Harris 2-10. Riley Boner and Shelby Bates lost to Ava Kalist and Lee Whitwell 8-10 as well. Both have battled through the back draw to make it to this match.
Yes, ma'am.
Trying to keep their hopes for a gold medal alive, but Glosman and Trong with the upper hand here.
10-1-2.
Up 10-1-2. Boner misplays the volley.
Well, yeah, a good drop right there from Trong. Takes a lot of pace off. It goes straight down that line with it.
11-1-2.
Nice speed up there from Trong and Glosman just feeling it. They look so confident right now.
Well, every one of the spots right now, they're going hip to hip, right? It's going straight across the belt. They're keeping it tight into the body.
And Trong, rare miscue.
I hate saying you got to score in bunches. You want to always take it 1 point at a time, but right now for Bates and Boner, you've got to get a couple here.
Point.
Good hand.
There's
She's
one.
going to take it off the tape right there. A little fake apology from Riley Bonert.
2-12-1.
When you need points in bunches, you'll take them any way you can get them.
Second server.
Yeah, another good ball there from Glosman. Bates just caught in the transition area. Feet still moving just a little bit.
2-12-2. Point.
Just a forehand that sails wide off the paddle of Alex Trong.
3-12-2. Side out.
And Bates comes up short on the backhand as Glosman and Trong able to side out.
Standing straight up through that third, she's got to use her legs, bend her knees, and hit through that instead of standing straight up.
Glosman and Trong within 3 points of
12,
moving on.
3-1. Second server.
Glosman a little bit off the back foot, comes up short on the forehand.
12-3-2.
Oh.
Side out.
Friendly net cord goes the way of Riley Bonert.
Again. So Bonert's going to take that one too. Absolutely. They give up no points again. Now got to score a couple more.
3-12-1. Point.
A big serve there from Bates. Just dies a little bit. Doesn't come up. Trong overreaches, hits that one through the wind.
4-12-1.
Still 4-12-1. Glosman not able to dig it right off the back line.
Again, good defense from Shelby Bates and Riley Bonert, and they're just taking it to Glosman and Trong right now.
5-12-1.
Bates and Bonert chipping away.
Oh, nice dig there from Riley Bonert, and all of a sudden here they come.
It's been a 5-1 run in favor of Bates and Bonert
12-1.
after taking a timeout.
Ooh, the errors are creeping in.
Yes.
Specifically from Bisbee and Glosman, the last few balls, trying to do a little too much on that backhand side with the open face.
Bates and Bonert have cut the deficit to 5, at one point trailing at 12-1. Glosman and Trong looked like they were in complete control of this match. The script not completely flipped, but right now the momentum on the sides of Bates and Bonert. And you mentioned Glosman with the backhand errors. What does she need to do instead?
Well, there are times with Glosman where she just gets a little too extended and the paddle face really flattens out and opens up to the sky there. So the ball kind of slides on the paddle a little too much. She doesn't get as much lift. So if we can flatten out the angle a little bit more, flatten out the paddle, and then focus on the extension, we're still going to get the lift, but the ball stays on the paddle a little bit longer.
Time in. 7-12-1.
7-12-1. As Bates misplays the return.
Come on, babe, right here, right here. Win.
7-12-2.
Bonert.
You see her look down at her feet going, I'm not in?
Yes. making sure before she celebrated. Didn't want to celebrate too early like last week.
Battling back. It's now a 4-point match. Bonert the forehand goes back up the middle.
What recognition from Boner, though. She knows that Trong's going to slide to her backhand. She slides to her backhand. So all Boner does is say, okay, now I'm just going to punch this right back through the middle because that's where you vacated.
Smart move. Glasman, the big cross-court backhand.
They went on a 2-0 run the last service game. Then they go on a 6-0 run this service game. Nice job by Boner and Bates to get back in this.
They got the points in bunches.
Second serve.
Yeah, good adjustment there from Bates. Shortens up the swing a little bit, just gets on top, rolls that down to the feet of Glasman.
12-9-2.
Slides off the paddle of Shelby Bates. Glasman and Trong now 2 points from taking the match. 13-9-2.
Oh, she waited too long.
She's a half step short.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was,
Glasman wanted it.
No, and that's a good setup there from Glasman. It's a good drive. She just waited a little too long to crash behind it, so that ball had dropped down below the knees.
Boner comes up just a little bit short.
9-13-2.
Boner had the shot, pulled it wide.
It was sitting there for...
Trong and Glasman get back on serve.
A little too tall there from Glasman. Again, back on the back foot, not using the legs enough.
13-9-2.
It's, oh, that's in.
Did not see the ball.
There's the wind coming into play. Gives
So they both
point.
called it out, yeah, and then Shelby's like, no, that was clearly in.
And it was.
Yeah. The wind knocks it down.
14-9-2.
Match point for Trong and Glasman.
Oh, that ball.
Absolutely ripped on the backhand side there from Glasman.
Glasman and Trong able to close it out. They take the match 15-10. They stay alive in the women's doubles backdraw. We will have the men's winners bracket final when we return here on Championship Court at the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
From the Volpe family to yours. Find Cure meats we've been crafting since 1902. Our secrets are simple. Care comes from the time it takes to do things right. Character comes from the hard work and determination it takes to make it. Craft comes from the traditions passed down over 4 generations. Delicious doesn't need to be complicated. That's the Volpe way, where passion and love go into everything we do. From John and Armando and Lorenza and Diana. From our family to yours.
We save time when we buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Which means more time
Wait, take
for...
a check.
Kyle, it's pickleball.
Every time. 002. Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
The APP is presented by Selkirk, Rainstorm, State Farm, and Tervis.
"16 years from today,
Sunmed, premium hemp wellness for targeted relief and recovery, daily calm and relaxation, a better night's sleep, and brighter days. Discover modern wellness products for every part of your day and every step of your journey.
The APP is presented by Pickleball Magazine, Classic, Drip Drop, and Sunmed.
Retirement. It's not all one big vacation. It's great to find purpose by trying a new activity. Keep an active social life, but don't forget to make new friends too. As always, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Ah, isn't it wonderful to be retired?
Sunmed, premium hemp wellness for targeted relief and recovery, daily calm and relaxation, a better night's sleep, and brighter days. Discover modern wellness products for every part of your day and every step of your journey.
welcome back to Championship Court for the men's winners bracket final between top-seeded Andre Diescu and Rob Nunnery and the 2-seed Hunter Johnson and Yates Johnson. Both teams had to work to get here. Semifinal matches went to 3 games, but this is what we wanted to see, the 2 top teams in action going at each other.
Yeah, and first to start with the 1-seed, Diescu and Nunnery. They've been tested along the way today, and again, coming out on top though. Winners find ways to win, and that's exactly what they've done today. The key here is going to be, as it always is, I believe, with Diescu and Nunnery, is what can Nunnery do offensively? How much can he speed up? How many issues can he cause? This team is going to play, Diescu and Nunnery, very similar against Hunter and Yates Johnson as the last matchup against Hunter and Yates Johnson, where they had against Forster and Grolman, where they were speeding up, and that's where they found success. So let's see what Nunnery can create offensively.
Yeah, and then we take Hunter and Yates Johnson. Taking a look here at Hunter Johnson. You know, the X factor for the Johnson brothers, I'll say, is going to be Yates. Whether he can make the adjustment on that backhand side, because Grolman and Forster had success by going across the belt and into the right hip, right armpit of Yates, and he was not able to clear his body and make that adjustment. And once the body language changed for him, then it brought Hunter down as well. So, you know, it's going to be tough for both teams here because they're fighting a little bit as far as the ups and downs. The Johnson brothers look extremely good in game 1 of our winners bracket semifinal, but then the wheels kind of fell off for game 2 and the beginning of game 3. They were down 6-0, but then they found the rhythm. The same thing for Diescu and Nunnery. They won game 1 quite easily in their, oh, actually, excuse me, they lost game 1 in their winners bracket semifinal and then had to make the adjustment for games 2 and 3.
I asked Yates and Hunter in the interview, I'm like, well, what changed? You know, you went down 6-0. You get the timeout, you change ends in game 3. You're pretty much down and out at 6-0. What did you guys talk about? They said absolutely nothing. We didn't even talk to each other. But they knew what they needed to do, and they figured it out, and they figured out a way to win.
The Johnsons so far have not figured out a way to beat Nunnery and Diescu in moments like this. The last time these 2 teams met was in New York. They played both in the winners bracket final and then the gold medal match. Diescu and Nunnery coming out on the winning side of both of those matches. And the Johnsons will get set to serve here in the men's winners bracket final. And Nunnery drops a return into the net.
1-0-2.
Nunnery tried to speed it up, but overshot it.
It's a good speed up there from Hunter Johnson. You can see that quick 2-hand backhand roll. Gets that ball down. Nunnery tries to counter, but that being able to, or having to lift that ball pushes it deep.
Diescu right into the body of Hunter Johnson with the forehand.
Hunter looks at Yates and goes, what are you doing? Like, he left him out to dry right there. Looks over and says, come on. That wasn't the game plan going in, bro.
Nunnery misses another short ball, but what should the game plan be for the Johnsons, Dom?
Well, again, it's continue to create opportunities for themselves, so create pace from the right positions. When they create from the right positions at the right time, that's when they are at their best. That's exactly what they did in game 1 of that semifinal.
Able to earn the quick side out, back on serve. Big attempt by Yates into the net.
Yeah, a little too much rotation there from Yates on that second drive. Left hip just spins out.
Hunter finding the backhand down the line.
Again, just such a good shot in a good spot, and this is like deja vu. That's exactly how they started game 1 in that semifinal. finding that line down the line.
Worth noting that Hunter not just able to find it with the two-hand. That was a one-handed flick down the line, which makes him more deceptive as the wind pushes that wide. Diascu and Nunnery playing with the wind at their back to start. That has been a factor throughout matches this week. Just long off the paddle of Yates.
Yeah, Yates wasn't able to get on top of that one. You saw the feet still moving. Paddle face was open just a little too much.
Diascu finds the corner with the forehand.
Step in right here in the middle. Watch Diascu come in and get big. That's when he's playing at his best, moving well like that.
1-4-1.
Diascu puts away the overhead. He's just so big in the middle.
The best part about that was Nunnery's one-handed just flailing backhand. I loved it.
And he's in a tough spot to speed that up too. He's only a step inside the baseline, and he just rips the one-hander.
Oh. Diascu covering all sorts of court, but can't come up with the winner.
Well, Diascu wasn't anticipating this last ball to come back over. It squeaks over the net by less than an inch.
Nice placement there from Yates. Hard back in the middle.
4-2-1.
Good answer here from Diascu and Nunnery, getting on the board, cutting that lead in half.
4-2-1. Johnson just catches the tape with the forehand.
Yeah, and then it's this time Hunter Johnson spinning off that drive.
4-2-2.
Just pulls across the body.
Yates long on the forehand.
I don't mind it right there. It's not a bad pull, but again, going just a little too long. Yeah, Diascu fooled.
2-4-1.
Oh, round the post, Rob Nunnery, the winner.
Somehow he picks up this one from the baseline, gets a little dribbler, and then shapes it around the net post for the winner.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, and now he's got the tongue wagging and just out here playing really loose as Rob Nunnery. He shapes that ball up and over the post this time.
Diascu Nunnery looked tight at moments in the semifinal, playing much looser here in the winner's bracket final. And Nunnery just feeling it, goes right at Hunter Johnson with the forehand.
Yeah, it's a big step in and fire there from Nunnery. Does a good job of kind of selling it a little bit that he's going to stay back. Once that ball's down, steps up, big forehand finish.
Yates goes around the post himself. Diascu in the right spot, couldn't make the play.
Now again, it's trying to make something happen right there. I like the opportunities they're getting right here from Yates and Hunter, and taking the lead again after starting off pretty flat.
Hunter right at Rob Nunnery.
Yeah, that's a good reach in and a backhand flick here from Hunter to start this firefight. Going right into the body.
Ball actually went into the crowd up behind the curtain. Got lodged next to the fencing of the courts next door.
4-5-1.
Yates comes up short. We've seen him do that a couple of times today. What's causing that ball to be just about an inch short?
Body positioning. Standing up a little too tall.
Diascu, a big put away. Yates not able to handle the dig. Hunter finds the middle.
Nunnery blew a tire over there, slid right out from underneath him. He read it. The right spot was going middle, but couldn't get his footing underneath.
Johnson just pushes it long.
Yeah, he had the Ernie right there. Goes for a little too much, tries to destroy that ball so it doesn't come back.
That's what the court coverage of Diascu and Nunnery does, though. It forces you to go for more.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why Diascu didn't reach in there.
No, and Nunnery was shocked too because it was a little indecision on his part. As you watch, he thinks Diascu's going to go. He hesitates for a half a second.
Johnson's able to earn the side out.
Go, Andre. 4-6-1.
4-6-1. Johnson with the forehand into the net.
Yeah, good step over there from Diascu.
4-6-2.
Doesn't get big on the counter, just gets on top of it.
Exchange Nunnery on top of it, but it sails long.
Yeah, it's just too much pressure from Johnson and Johnson right there. Again, this is their pace. This is what they want to do and play. But you got to make those right there.
Unforced errors we talked about, playing clean. And when you play teams that are better, you have to play clean. Oh, great decision by Hunter.
Again, Nunnery just slid out from underneath him as he tries to go get this ball right there. Couldn't get his footing. If he had his footing, he was there.
Nunnery and Diascu cover court like maybe nobody else. Big put away from Yates.
Yeah, and a good Ernie there from Hunter to start that one off.
5-6-1.
Yates short into the net again.
You know, again, it's the body positioning. So the drives that he's missing, you know, he's not staying down through his legs. The drops he's trying to go, he's rushing. And a good drive there from Yates, but then Hunter tries to do a little too much on the shake and bake.
Yeah, but again, it's there. The opportunity's there. Don't change anything. If I'm Hunter and Yates, it's a good drive and a good setup.
Still only a 1-point margin in favor of Diascu and Nunnery. This one has gone back and forth over the last handful of serves. Johnson able to put it away through the middle.
Yeah, it's a good spot. Again, you have Diascu and Nunnery both going for that ball, but fully extended too, so it makes for a difficult shot.
Ooh, I'm not sure what happened there from Nunnery. Tried to speed it up down the line. It's almost like stood up a little too quickly mid mid-stroke right there, and the ball also stayed down at the same time.
Yates can't come up with the net cord.
Yeah, good aggressive cross-court forehand dinks there from Nunnery. Adding a little bit extra top spin. That ball hits and kicks out.
Nunnery pushes the forehand wide.
And again, he's thinking that Hunter's pinching so hard middle, and he tries to go right down that line. Hunter missed an opportunity in the middle of that point for a shake and bake.
Ties the match at 6 here in game 1 of the men's winners bracket final. Nunnery pushes the backhand long, so a couple of unforced errors, and the Johnsons end up on top. Speed up from Hunter.
Well, again, the speed up initiated from Daescu right at the forehand of Johnson, and he's just sitting on that. And the timeout here from Daescu and Nunnery down by 2. Probably not the best decision on that little speed up there in the middle.
No, and that's something that Hunter does a lot of, especially on that left side. He'll sit heavy forehand there because he can do that windshield wiper between, forehand, pancake, a little bit of a frack on that forehand backhand side. He opens up to the forehand side and then just rolls it across. So the only spot that you can really get him on there on that left-hand side, which then runs a risk, is going at that left shoulder, and if you miss, then you're going short court and it ends up going wide.
A lot of players on this court have had a lot of success on the APP Tour this season. Maybe no one more than Andre Daescu entering this tournament, leading the way. 19 APP medals, 13 of those have been gold. Paris Todd, 18, injured herself, as we mentioned earlier on in the tournament. Hunter Johnson, though, right there, 18 medals to his credit. And so Daescu, Johnson, they have made themselves a staple on Sundays here on the APP Tour.
Yeah, and all those players you just saw on that list were all active this weekend. Paris Hunter, the only one that pulled out after singles on Thursday. But all those players still seeking more medals here this weekend.
Time in! 8-6-2! Just shows you the quality and the sustainability of that level of play. Can't come up with the dig.
There was so much spin on that ball from Daescu. It was incredible. Hunter Johnson had an issue with it because of all that spin. Big side out for Nunnery and Daescu.
Yates, that ball was probably going out, and he turned around and points.
Yeah, no, that's a rare speed up from Daescu on the two-handed backhand. Catches Yates by surprise, but yeah, definitely hitting a ball that was probably a couple of feet out.
Nice ball from Hunter back through the middle.
Yeah, the speed up right there from Nunnery. As soon as he pulls this trigger right here, he wants to take it back because he knows that Hunter is sitting all over that forehand.
Oh, missing there from Daescu.
He overrun it?
Yeah, he overcommitted there, and you see him overcommit on the forehand side. Yates goes right into the body as he's moving forward, so he can't make that adjustment.
Johnson had it right in front of him and dumps it in the net.
So it'll be another no uncoil out of the stack here for Nunnery and Dasku. Hunter turns around and gives Nunnery a big smile on this one because he lets it go.
Like, no way that ball landed in.
He's like, oh, it did.
Yep, it did.
Gets Dasku and Nunnery back on serve.
Bounce, bounce, bounce. Let's go, baby.
They're yelling at each other because they both played out. Do not hit that.
Yeah, good move from Dasku there with the Arnie. They kind of slid along the paddle a little bit there as well.
8-8-1. 8-8-1. This match turning into a battle of attrition.
Oh.
Dasku coming through with a big forehand.
Well, Yates speeding that ball up. That was not the right spot because Dasku was full go getting to the kitchen right there.
Hunter and Yates call a timeout, trailing 9-8 here in game number 1. Of the two teams, whose game plan has worked better up until this point?
I mean, I think both, it's pretty square, right? At 9-8, Dasku and Nunnery with a 1-point lead. I don't think any huge adjustments. It's more on the execution side of things. When you're given the opportunity to do or to get something off of your strategy, it's taking advantage of it. And I think both teams have missed opportunities. And so I think that both teams could have already ended this first game, but still that feeling out process early, and then now it's about who can execute and who can come out on top here at the end of game 1, because so important to take this first game knowing that all you need is one more game win the 2 out of 3. And you get your break. So you're done for today. That's a key here too, is that the winner of this match is done for the day. They're sitting pretty in the gold medal match tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Loser has to play one more 2 out of 3 for bronze.
9-8-1. 9-8-1. Dasku trying to go right at Hunter Johnson, ends up sailing long.
Yeah, and he caught that one just a little late, fully extended as well. Trying to elevate that one into Hunter Johnson's body, but not able to hit his target.
Nunnery around the post again. Johnson was there and couldn't handle it.
He lights him up on this right here. That's all he does. He just goes right at the body of Hunter Johnson on that ATP.
Well, so casual about it as well. It brings up game point for Dasku and Nunnery. Oh, the dirty touch from Hunter.
Big man was there as Dasku full sprint corner to corner to try and get this.
A big side out for Hunter and Yates. 8-10-1. Unkind net cord just pops it up for the easy put away.
Yeah, a little unlucky there from Hunter, but again, when you're trying to go over that high part of the net down the line on the backhand side, that chest is up, that ball's going to flatten out, that chest has to get over the ball, gives it that shape.
There's a ball in the middle of that. Dasku had about head height, and he tries to drop it in. Instead of actually getting something behind that, I'd rather him try and punish that ball.
9-10-2. 9-10-2. body again. Diascu and Nunnery just taking body shots at the Johnsons.
Yeah, and it's a good approach right here. So Diascu is reaching in, he's taking away the timing, and he's catching the Johnsons while they're moving and trying to get into their coverage.
Another timeout here with Diascu and Nunnery leading at 10-9. What's the conversation on both sides of the floor right now?
I really don't think it's much of anything right now.
Right now, the Johnsons aren't talking at all.
And Diascu and Nunnery are right in front of us, too, and they're not saying anything. I think this is more of a momentum timeout for the Johnsons, as they didn't want to give Diascu and Nunnery any momentum after they get the side out, and now will be serving at least twice for this game. So now you actually have the Johnsons talking strategy here. But again, I think it's the same kind of similar situation as we were talking about earlier. It's, can we execute? Who's going to execute here? And now, Nunnery and Diascu, you need to execute one solid point here to take the ever so important game one.
So often it comes down to executing the fundamentals in the big moments. Nunnery comes up short, so a lack of execution.
Well, and it's a good pressure forehand there from Hunter. It's a good aggressive roll. Add some heavy topspin. Oh, that's one you can't miss. You're given a gift of a short return.
Johnson's able to earn a side out. Right into the body. Yates was there to defend the Ernie, but it left Hunter vulnerable.
And Yates yelling at Hunter, you. Well,
Who else is it gonna be?
Of course it's his. It's right at him.
Able to earn a point to tie things up at 10.
It's a huge point for the Johnsons here to tie this up. No longer, if they give up this side out, we'll have to face a game point right off the bat.
Yates went for the roll and just overhit it.
Yeah, good move from Diascu here, recognizing that that ball is tight to the net and a little bit lower.
Ten, 10-1. Have to win by 2. Diascu gets an easy put-away ball.
And you see Diascu, instead of taking that ball a little deeper, he gets it out in front and really pushes it back quickly. And that's what threw Johnson off right there, because he got that ball back so quickly.
Yates pushes it long as game one goes the way of Andre Diascu and Rob Nunnery. They take it 12-10. We'll have game 2 action from Championship Court coming up at the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Managed ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The APP is presented by AARP, Volpe, and PowerPlate.
Andre Daescu and Rob Nunnery took game one in this men's doubles winners bracket final, 12-10 over Hunter and Yates Johnson. Daescu and Nunnery trying to advance to Sunday's gold medal match. Johnson brothers with some work to do. Both matches in the semis went to 3 games, so both sides have already dealt with that situation today. Nunnery Daescu on serve first. Johnson's able to earn the quick side out.
And it's a big win in game one for Daescu and Nunnery after they got behind the 8 ball early and had to battle their way back and then come out on top. Nice win for them and very important game one.
Daescu misses the forehand into the net.
Yeah, got a little too big on the forehand there. Tried to slide to the left to clear himself as well, but a good ball from Yates following into the body.
Changed his mind, did Yates Johnson right there. He wanted to drive that, but it never came up, and so tries to drop it.
Hunter able to put it away.
Yeah, good spot right there again, getting Nunnery backing up away from the kitchen line as he's moving back at his feet.
Indecision there from Hunter as well.
He's backing away from it, needs to step into that. He's looking at the court too. The ball probably took a funky bounce on him.
Nunnery able to put away a high ball.
After all that, we got back to neutral at the kitchen line.
Yeah, that good reach in there from Daescu goes into the body of Yates, and then that 3-shot combo finishing with the Nunnery forehand.
Coming up short as the Johnsons continue to apply pressure from the kitchen line.
Yeah, that was great pressure from Hunter Johnson, keeping both Daescu and Nunnery back.
Big overhand slam from Hunter.
And again, it's about the angle right there on the overheads. If you're going flat back to the baseline, both Nunnery and Daescu are going to get those back. But he finds the angle on the sideline out of the reach of Andre Daescu.
2-1-1. Gets the Johnson brothers back on serve.
Again, Nunnery and Daescu coming out of the stack with Nunnery on the left. A good forehand finding the feet of Hunter Johnson. Oh, that's disgusting.
That's the shot he has not really pulled off here in game one and game two, and that's what he needs to look for.
But he hasn't had the opportunity on the right. He hasn't received that same ball. On the left there, the ball comes back, goes right in between the feet, and he gets that quick forehand flick down the line.
Hunter and Andre arguing a bit about whether or not this ball was in.
All right, we're taking a look at a replay.
coming cross court. Dom, Chad.
No, we'll take it.
It's hard to see from our angle.
We'll take a look at the slow-mo right here. Yeah, that ball just catching the line right there. Diasco actually overturned his call.
Ooh, it peaked over. It wanted to go over, but
it jumped up
and decided not to go.
2-2-2.
Oh, and what's not returned?
yes, I love it. That is great right there.
What a smart decision, Yates.
Actually, it's probably not the smartest decision because if he misses him, this ball's going out. And if he can all he has to do is go right down the middle with that. But again, I like it.
You like the gamesmanship, though.
Oh, I love that.
Nunnery's body was moving to the left there as he tried to hit that forehand.
3-2-1. 3-2-1 in favor of the Johnsons. Big put away. Diasco's going to get anything that pops up like that.
Yeah, and Yates just coming across with that two-handed backhand. Probably should have left it for the forehand of Hunter.
3-2-2.
Diasco Nunnery controlling the kitchen. Not able to make the transition as Yates.
Yeah, Yates just overran that ball a little bit there too. Trying to rush up to that kitchen line.
3-3-1.
Nunnery going for the speed up, catches the net cord.
Yeah, he slides that one down the line. We saw him kind of introduce that in the Scarpa Dow match in the winners bracket semifinal.
Oh, and
Vacation in the middle.
yeah, again, that ball floating right to Nunnery, but Diasco wanting to insert himself here. He wanted to speed that up right cross court.
It's hard to come by early on here in game two. Diasco going middle. Hunter was there but couldn't make the play.
Yeah, but that's good patience there from Diasco and Nunnery. They moved the ball around well, got that pop-up off the backhand side of Hunter, and then Diasco with the reach-in flick on the backhand.
First lead in game two for Diasco and Nunnery.
4-3-2.
4-3-2.
Oh my gosh,
the spin on the overhead from Hunter. That was wicked.
Holy cow.
I think that's a little bit of a miss hit on the overhead right there. Hunter's like, yeah, I'll take it.
I'd take that all day.
If you could hit that on purpose with how much curve and how much spin was on that.
Good pressure right there from Nunnery as Hunter talking to himself saying, calm down, set your feet right there.
gets by Rob Nunnery. Full extension. Johnson tries to rip that two-hander through the middle.
It was. If he just keeps that low and through the middle, that's there for a winner.
When points are this difficult to come by, how hard is it to remain calm when you see an opening like that?
It's tough because you see that opening, you want to finish it, and that's exactly what Hunter was trying to do, but you're trying to finish it with authority.
Nunnery sprays the forehand wide.
Excellent 1-2 combo there from Nunnery. Drops that paddle head down. We saw one on the left side, now on the right. Goes right back crossbody on Hunter. Finds the middle on the backhand side of Yates Johnson and then can attack with that backhand side.
That top spin of Rob Nunnery so deceptive. We saw it give the Johnson brothers trouble back in New York where they spun out of a way of a lot of shots. Diascu can't come up with the dig.
Yeah, that's better ball movement there from Hunter. Goes at the backhand side after a couple. Recognizes that Diascu is going to sit on that backhand side and just goes right at the right foot.
Yates going right at the hip of Diascu.
So with Nunnery and Diascu on opposite sides of what they typically play, that ball in the middle right there is a little confusing for them. They don't know who's going to take that, and that caused that pop-up. Spin move.
Stay down long enough.
Well, again, probably the easiest ball of the whole rally right there is the one that's missed, and unfortunate for the Johnsons, as they played some great defense to get out of a hole right there, and no point, but still have second server.
Diascu and really leaning into those styles of long, grinded out points that they favor.
Good.
Just a little long.
Yeah, good lead there from Nunnery. Again, recognizing that that second counter, because he got on top of it and got that down below the net, was going to go deep. That's where 90% of the amateurs would probably hit that ball.
Nice put away from Hunter.
Well, yeah, and Nunnery kind of telegraphs this one down the line a little bit. He didn't hold it as long as he usually does. He tries to slip that down the line, and it was a little high.
5-4-2.
Yates tries to do the same thing. Catches the net cord, pulls that one cross court, misses wide.
Another point for Diascu and Nunnery makes it 6-4-2. It feels like the breeze has picked up a little bit here on Championship Court over the last few minutes.
The breeze has picked up. The sun has been behind the clouds. It's a little overcast right now.
I can't say I'm disappointed that there's no sun.
No.
Oh, the ball skipped through the court.
It didn't come up, and Nunnery is underneath his paddle.
Deescu wanted that one, but then he steps away, but then watch this ball just never come up to Nunnery.
4-6-1.
They do add on, take a 2-point lead back again.
Yates drops the forehand into the net.
Yeah, he lets that ball get too far behind the body again. Once that ball's behind the body and you try to go cross court, you kind of cut out that straight line.
Oh. I can't believe Deescu didn't hit that ball.
Yates lets it go.
Wow.
Can we talk about, though, the get from Yates, the sliding pickup?
And the stop on a dime under control off of the slide.
How many dimes are we talking about here? He just slid 2.5 feet.
When he stopped, he was in complete control. He was not out of control.
Well, usually stopping on a dime, you're not sliding to stop on a dime.
All right, this is semantics.
Stopping on a dime is just
What's
like
the Australian currency?
Semantics. Semantics.
A 10-cent piece.
Doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
No.
Nunnery literally stepped back and went, all right, go.
Take it.
Go ahead, big guy. Finish this off for us.
Keep going with that forehand.
6-5-1, 1 minute.
And we get our first offensive timeout of the day from Deescu and Nunnery here, up 6-5. After feeling a little pressure from the Johnsons getting back in this, they were up 6-4. They add on, get back within one. But the offensive timeout from Deescu and Nunnery, I like it. Regroup, knowing you don't want to go to a third game. You know you're on serve here. Let's regroup, settle down, and let's make sure we get some points out of this serve.
Direction going on across the site.
Nunnery changing a paddle, it looks like.
Yeah, the grip is just a little damp.
Yeah.
Probably more than a little, considering. Even though the temperature is dropped, the wind picked up. Still very humid here on Championship Court.
Johnson's getting new shirts as well.
We never did decide what the over-under on the amount of shirts
Oh,
was
yeah, that's what
today.
we were talking about. So when I moved to Florida, I never went by the temperature. I went by, is it going to be a 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 shirt day?
What's today, then?
Today, if I was playing, at least a 10.
Yeah.
At least a 10?
At least a 10. Well,
so it's like full tilt.
Well, let's put it back this way. Depends on how deep I go in the drill.
Could be.
If it's a
two-shirt day.
If it's if it's 2 rounds, yeah, you know, maybe 5 to 6. If it's 4 to 5 rounds, whew, that's a heavy load of laundry. I mean, in reality, standing here in the booth, it could have been a 2-shirt.
That is true. New paddles, new shirts. We're back underway. Johnson misses the backhand flick.
Hunter just trying to go for a little too much there. You can speed up that ball, but it's more of a medium pace ball, something to elevate to get that next ball to pop up.
It catches the cord.
Daescu, excellent job working his way back in, well, working the way back into the point for himself and Nunnery. That ball just got a little too close to the body. Couldn't get extended.
Good effort by Daescu.
No love off the tape twice for Daescu as that ball drops and just goes straight down.
Johnson's able to earn the side out off of back-to-back favorable net cords. Trailing by 2. Put away from Hunter.
Yeah, nice movement right there from Daescu and Nunnery. But again, Johnson and Johnson getting it back to neutral and then finding that big forehand in the middle is Hunter Johnson.
He's had a lot of success when he's gotten those high balls in this match. They're cutting it just a little bit too fine.
That's just grinding it out right there. That is classic Daescu and Nunnery. And great patience from Nunnery, too, because he doesn't speed any of those balls up. He played the long game, and they come out on top.
Why are those grinded out points so difficult? Beautiful backhand angle from Yates.
Well, again, it's a great job there because coming over is Yates, and what Nunnery has to do, too, is he has to pinch middle because Daescu is playing defense, and so it's a perfect shot for Yates coming and pulling that cross court.
Fight goes the way of Nunnery and Daescu.
Nunnery with a shake of the head right there, saying not today. Just gets on top of that one, goes right into the body.
Nunnery's brought some swag here to this final match. The dynamic between Daescu and Nunnery here in this winner's bracket final was not there in the semifinal match.
Oh.
Pushes it just long off the backhand.
I don't think it was long. It was just wide. Let's see here on the replay. Tough to tell from that angle, but I think it had the right size, just the wrong shape.
Miscommunication again in the middle. That Nunnery not needing to come back as far into the middle after that ATP.
And that's a rare miscommunication because they're on their traditional sides, that being Daescu on the left.
Ooh. There's the friendly net cord for Daescu.
First drive from Daescu here in the winner's bracket final.
And that drive couldn't have come at a worse time here for the Johnsons. Daescu and Nunnery going up by 2 here. Tough one.
Pressure moments here late as Daescu and Nunnery just 2 points away from advancing into Sunday's gold medal match. Hunter and Yates Johnson needing to come up with a couple of points to try and extend this match. This one has been so tight throughout. We've talked about the execution. We've talked about the grinded out style of points. But really, what has been the difference? Because there hasn't been a whole lot of margin between these two sides.
Errors. Just a couple of errors. We're gonna say that's gonna be our answer every single time, right? Because that's what it's come down to. Nunnery and Diascu have reached in. They've put the pressure. They've had some good exchanges. Hunter and Yates have reached in. They've put the pressure on. They've had some good exchanges. But what it's going to come down to is the end, right? So Yates had that ball on the backhand side. He pulls it a little too far. Like, you can, as you get further and further down the stretch here, and you get closer to the end, these little tiny errors and mistakes are much larger than if you're at a 1-1 or a 1-2.
Around the post again. Hunter was there, but so low it was hard to dig out.
But the net has been the friend for Nunnery and Diascu in the last 2 points. Diascu's drive, and then that last one there, kicking off the net.
Match point.
Yeah!
Nunnery calls it out.
Rob was like, "Was it out?" And he's like, "It was just very fast."
So Nunnery will. It looks like Nunnery will overturn his own call.
No, it was in.
It was in?
Yeah, it was definitely in.
7-10-1. 7-10-1.
Just so good again. Just staying on that ball so long is Nunnery.
Johnson's trailing by 3 here in game number 2.
A little too big on the forehand side there from Diascu. Tried to sell it a little bit with a larger backswing and changing direction.
An important point for Johnson and Johnson as they are trying to get back into game number 2 here, trailing by 2 after Diascu and Nunnery took game 1 12-10.
8-10-2!
Diascu comes up into the net.
Wow, yeah, a little tight right here from Diascu and Nunnery, and they're going to call a timeout as the Johnsons back within 1 here and have that big mo on their side.
Are you surprised that Diascu and Nunnery are getting a little tight in this moment?
A little bit, yeah, because they are used to this situation. They've been in this situation before, and they know how to finish, but a little tight right here. We'll see out of this timeout what they have for an answer.
Credit the Johnsons for battling here in game number 2. Points have not been easy to come by against Nunnery and Diascu, who feel like when you're playing them cover the entire court and then some. Johnson's working it back to a 1-point margin here in game number 2, trying to force a winner-take-all game 3 here in the winner's bracket final.
Huge point here. On second server. You're either going to tie this up, or if you don't tie this up, ball's going to go to the other side, and you're going to have to fight off 2, not only game points, but match points. Huge point for the Johnsons.
Cannot be overstated. just cuts it too close.
So your question
There's the error
earlier,
in the big moment.
Yeah, your question earlier was why is it so tough in those longer extended rallies? It's because you start getting tight in the legs, you start getting tight in the grip, and then you don't want to miss.
Oh. Oh. Into the body as Diascu and Nunnery end up taking the match. They will advance to Sunday's gold medal match. We will be back with Diascu and Nunnery when we return here on Championship Court at the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
We save time when we buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Which means more time
Thank you, Jack.
Kyle, it's pickleball.
Every time.
002. Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Ah, retirement. It's not all one big vacation. It's great to find purpose by trying a new activity. Keep an active social life, but don't forget to make new friends too. As always, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Ah, isn't it wonderful to be retired?
We started this mission in tennis about 5 years ago. We've been perfecting our craft and our tools. We now see a phenomenal opportunity to take all that and bring it into pickleball to support an emerging ecosystem that's booming. And it's a super complementary partnership for us. With the experience and the existing events that are up and running, the recreational element of APP, it's a fantastic 1 + 1 is going to equal 4. So we're thrilled to be partnering with APP.
We take another look at match point here for Rob Nunnery and Andre Diascu. Excellent backhand attack there. Almost a miscommunication between the Johnson brothers. Somehow Yates getting that ball back over. But another long extended point here. And the reach in from Diascu going into the right hip of Hunter causes that ball to sail deep. So it's Nunnery and Diascu moving on to Championship Sunday here for men's doubles. And they're courtside with Dominic Catalano.
All right, Rob, Andre, congrats. Moving on to another Championship Sunday. But Rob, I'll start with you. You admittedly said didn't start out the right way or didn't start out as strong as you guys wanted. What did you guys adjust in that first game?
Yeah, well, I mean, they were hitting big. They were hitting big serves. They were hitting into the wind. So even on our serve, it was tough to get in because they were just cranking the returns. So it was a battle to get to the kitchen, and you know we feel like if we can get to the kitchen line, we like our odds. So yeah, it was difficult, but we figured it out and just fought. And this guy, nobody more fun to battle with than this guy.
And Andre, like Rob said, once you guys get to the kitchen line, that's your game. Rob always says that he's here to dink. What about you, brother?
No, I mean, we had some drives, especially in that second game. We figured out because it's so windy, we have to start driving some. We had some pretty good drives, especially to close that second game. And then just want to take my hat off to Rob. He's the MVP today. I was lacking some energy out there. I didn't really play my best until this last one, but he carried the team the whole day, and just happy to play another championship Sunday with him.
All right, I know you guys want to get out of here, get some rest. Congrats to both of you. Moving on to Championship Sunday. We got one more match here on Championship Court. Women's Pro Doubles. Winner moves on to the gold medal on Sunday here from the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Hey, Jake from State Farm. I want that personal price plan. So how's this for personal? I draw mustaches on players' faces when they're asleep.
Coach Reed, you don't need to get that personal to get the State Farm personal price plan. It helps you create an affordable price just for you.
Oh.
Coach, it happened again.
I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
Call or click to get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Having a tough time getting better? Our 3-day Level Up Pickleball camps feature a low student pro ratio and offer personalised training from the best pros in the game. Level Up will take you full circle through the point building process by teaching proper stroke mechanics, positioning and winning game strategies. Each camper also receives a personalised before and after video, an instructional manual, product discounts and more. Discover how good you can be with Level Up Pickleball camps. Visit us today at leveluppickleballcamps.com.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
The APP is presented by
AG1,
Sunmed, and Turvis.
This is AG1, foundational nutrition to support whole body, brain, and gut health. Just one of these, or one of these. Shaken up in this. Vitamins, minerals, pre- and probiotics, adaptogens, functional mushrooms, uncompromising quality, simplest possible routine. Since 2010. Start at drinkag1.com.
Sunmed, premium hemp wellness for targeted relief and recovery, daily calm and relaxation, a better night's sleep, and brighter days. Discover modern wellness products for every part of your day and every step of your journey.
And Fudge that one.
Welcome back to Championship Court. It is time for the women's winners bracket final. The top two seeds meeting for a chance to move on to Sunday's gold medal match. Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge. They will face Simone Jarging and Allison Harris. And the duo of Barr and Fudge, excellent today. They've given up just 13 total points throughout the tournament.
Yeah, they're playing well, and they have something to prove after last week in Chicago. You know, they came through on the winners bracket side, and then they struggled a little bit, or a lot of bit, on Championship Sunday as far as finding the rhythm. They just did not seem to get into that groove and into that rhythm that we've had and that we've seen from them over the past few weeks.
We are ready to go here on championship court. And as I say that, we have some microphone issues.
Some technical difficulties out there.
Simone Jargin playing with Allison Harris, as we've mentioned throughout the course of today. A new partnership, first-time partnership. This was supposed to be Jargin and Todd pairing up again here in New Jersey. Todd injured herself in the women's singles, had to pull out. Harris, a last-minute addition, but it's been a welcome addition for Simone Jargin. They have paired very well together.
They're playing well, they're playing loose, and they've been solid all day. This should be a very good match here in the winter bracket final.
We are underway. The first ball through the middle off the paddle of Barr goes for a winner.
Well, she'll take it off the leg board all day long.
Little bit of help from the net.
She'll take that all day.
Listen, Chad, they all count the same, all right?
Hey, I am saying, if I could use the net for every single shot, I
You would, yeah.
Well, it's like, Chad, we talk about if I hit a line drive base hit or if I hit a bloop base hit. In the book, it all looks the same.
It doesn't matter.
It all looks the same.
It's taken us 7 hours to get a baseball reference. Barr going right at the body of Jargin.
Yeah, good counter there from Barr.
Well, here's the thing, too, is 3 of these ladies know each other very well. That being Barr, Jargin, and Fudge. So there's going to be no surprises from the 3 of them.
Dom, as you mentioned, the 3 know each other very well. That means the X factor and unknown quantity is Allison Harris.
It is, 100%. But all these ladies have started to see her a little more, too, recently. So they know a little bit about her, but there's still that, like you said, during that X factor about her.
You just didn't want to pronounce the unknown quantity.
I'll start working a word of the day into the broadcast.
We tried that.
Barr mishandles the little short hop. So we're tied at 2 here in game number 1. Through the middle with the backhand.
Yeah, the other thing is we've got 4 defensive players on the court right now, so these aren't going to be short points. A lot of these balls are going to be coming back.
Much like Diescu and Nunnery in that regard. Wynn playing tricks with that point. As we mentioned, it's picking up here over the course of the last hour or so on championship court as the sun sets and the clouds roll in.
2-2-1.
That's a nice little off-speed third shot drive from Megan Fudge. She catches Allison Harris in the transition area.
3-2-1.
Ooh.
Great defense from Harris, but she over-pushed the forehand.
So good. She was getting pressured a lot right there, but digs it out and goes just a little long.
4-2-1.
Still smiling, though.
Not a lot to smile about with the way she's played this weekend. Oh, big forehand through the court from Jargin.
Yeah, good change of direction and speed up here from Jargin right into the body of Fudge. Goes the backhand side. Fudge has a tendency to sit on that forehand.
Fudge puts it away. You'll hear the nose very often throughout this match. Susanna Barr hits a ton of out balls, but that's just part of her game.
She definitely heard you. She's that close. Definitely heard you.
She knows it.
She self-admittedly does. Little hesitation, just a little hitch in that two-handed backhand from Susanna Barr.
Harrison Jarging able to earn the side out.
2-5-1.
Barr pushes it just long.
Yeah, Barr tries to go for a little too much on that forehand side. Paddle flattens out as well. Pushes that one about a foot deep.
3-5-1.
Beautiful angle on the overhead put away from Barr.
Well, right there, and again, you talk about you don't have to do too much with it, but you got to hit a good spot. She hits a good spot right there.
3-5-2.
Oh, you want to talk about a good spot? That was a ridiculous spot from Jarging.
Well, she steps up and makes it look like she's going to speed that ball up. So Barr takes a step to the middle, and then she just goes inside out, wrong foot to, and hits that perfectly inside the line.
Oh, paints the line with that.
Yeah, nothing you can do right there off the tape and right over the shoulder of Susanna Barr here.
Tied at 5-all here in game number 1 of the women's winners bracket final. A little misplay from Barr. Typically, Barr, Fudge, Jarging, Harris, from what we've seen this weekend, play a very clean brand of pickleball.
Yeah, there was just a little bit of hesitation there from Barr on that ball in the middle.
Go!
Beautiful angle from Fudge.
Yeah, good angle right there again, finding that sharp angle out to the sideline. And what you're seeing too right here from Fudge and Barr is they're playing straight up right now, so they're not switching. And as soon as I say that,
well, they're
stack.
unstacking on the return.
returns.
They're doing a half stack. Oh, I'm not too sure
that was there.
That was ambitious. It was it was tough right there because Harris was closing as well, so it cut down the movement across the kitchen line there for Jarging.
Wind looked like it caught that just enough to bring it back down on the wrong side of the net for Fudge.
Yeah, good spot there from Harris. The ball sat up just a little too much there on the bar drop.
Harris and Jarging sharing a few words of strategy. Jarging, the overhead winner.
Yeah, good job by both Harris and Jarging getting themselves back into this point. The ball from Harris getting below that net just enough for Jarging to step up and apply the pressure.
Off the net cord, right into the body of Barr.
Okay, nothing you can do with that right there. Ball changes trajectory in about a quarter of a second. Hard to get your paddle back up, and a 2-point lead on a timeout from Fudge and Barr for Harris and Jarging.
Fudge and Barr want to take a quick timeout, talk it over. What has stood out to you both here in the early goings of this match?
Well, I think part of it is what I talked about at the beginning, that we have 4 defensive players on the court, so these points aren't short. The balls are coming back, and then even when you feel like one of the teams has the upper hand in a point, then the defense gets them back in. So, again, it's going to come down to those balls that are pressure dinks or whether it's down to the feet or pulled out wide, create the pop-up, and then give that ball to finish. That's where we've seen the points change a little bit.
Yeah, and you're seeing, I think, a little bit more slight edge to Jarjing and Harris right now, turning that defense of all four of these players play into offense.
8-6-1. 8-6-1. Harris a little bit short on the pickup. Oh, what a combination from Fudge.
Well, it's a good get up on the lob from Harris right there, as she takes that time away and then she resets quickly, knowing that Jarjing's going to want to go back to her immediately, and is able to find a spot in the middle. So good timeout, good hold for Barr and Fudge.
6-8-1.
Yeah, good pressure balls there from Harris. Pulling that ball out wide with that forehand cross court.
6-8-2. This play from Harris, we have not seen that much from her over the last several days.
Well, she's trying to go with that inside out right there, and it just got a little too low on her. Oh my gosh, this let cord coming into play on like every point. That's the margin of error that these ladies play with right here too.
Is it because both sides are so defensive that they're trying to cut the net so tight?
I don't even think it's that they're trying to cut that margin. It's just the work that all four of these ladies put in. They hone that craft of keeping that ball nice and low, right? Because they play defense and they're trying to drop that back in so they can turn it into offense. All four of these ladies do a great job of that, and I think that's where that comes into play.
Harris and Jarjing take a timeout as Fudge and Barr have taken a 9-8 lead here in the women's winners bracket final. And I'm going to be a broken record, and you're probably going to give me the broken record answer. But
we talk about it all the time. We say
when the margins are this small, coming down to two teams that know each other so well, that play so competitively. If you tell me errors, Chad, I'm going to hurt you.
You want me to say it?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Finish your question.
What's going to be the difference maker?
Less errors. keep the ball between the lines, right? Less errors. But again, it's who can, like we saw earlier, it was Jarjing and Harris turning that defense into offense. Right now, it's a little bit shifted towards Fudge and Barr turning that defense into offensive shots. And so, for defensive players, who can get to that offensive attack zone first?
That's all I wanted.
But it has been 4 errors from Harris and Jarjing that have given the lead change because they were up 8-6. Harris missed the ball into the net. Jarjing's missed the last 3, trying to go for a little too much.
Game point. That time, Jarjing able to find the winner.
Well, calm, cool, and collected is Simone Jarjing right here. Watch her not get too frazzled. That's just an easy forehand, right? Not trying to do too much with it, but finds the right spot.
Big side out for Harris and Jarjing.
Oh, the ball almost blew back in.
Holy cow, that almost stayed in. Off the paddle, that's 10 feet out, but the wind, that's a nice cross-court dink from Barr.
Zhang right on top to put that overhead away.
Yeah. It almost looked like she was out of position on that ball right there, but she turned it into offense from the midcourt.
If Bar can get out of the way of that, that ball's way out. But it's the surprise attack from that ball being so low.
Just missed it.
Had the right idea. There was a lane.
It's open. Just out of frame right there.
Game point number 2. Oh, Fudge couldn't get there. Great effort, but a smart play by Zhang.
Yeah, she pushed Bar back twice, and then with the momentum going back on Bar, Fudge was the only one that really had an option here, but trying to go from deep corner all the way to cross-court kitchen, tough ball to pick up.
Still game point. Win hanging that up for Zhang to put away.
Yeah, Bar trying to catch Harris as she's uncoiling. Zhang just stays and creates the angle.
Wow. Oh, so good at the line are all 4 women.
That's just great work out of the transition area there from Zhang and Harris. They were stuck there, but worked their way and fought their way through there.
Tied at 10-all here in game number 1 of the women's winners bracket final.
What defense from Megan Fudge in the middle of that point.
Yeah, the defense from Fudge, and there was a little bit of a miss hit there from Harris on that elevated ball.
They're fighting over it in the middle. Fighting over it in the middle. And Fudge looks at Bar and goes, did you hit that or did I hit that?
Regardless, it is a point, or a side out rather, for Bar and Fudge. Fudge pushes it just long, but the exchange at the line.
These ladies are unreal.
I think we've had less than a handful of dinks in this whole first game. Just saying. Just saying.
This is a matchup of the top 2 teams in the bracket. Well worth the wait, as this has been an excellent game number 1.
Oh no, that ball got away from Zhang.
Uncharacteristic return error by Zhang gives Fudge and Bar game point number 4. And into the net as Bar and Fudge take game 1, 12-10. We'll have game 2 of the women's winners bracket final coming up here at the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
We save time when we buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Which means more time
Wait, take a check.
Kyle, it's pickleball.
Every time.
002. Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
The APP is presented by AARP, Franklin, Leo Reve, and Pickleball United.
Simone Jarging and Allison Harris needing to win game number 2 to still have a chance to move into Sunday's gold medal match out of this winner's bracket final after Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge took game 1 12-10, and we expected a tight match. We expected a defensive battle. It's lived up to the billing so far as we are underway in game number 2. Oh, Jarging all over the defense, just couldn't get it back in the court.
Again, too, and who's going to make the adjustment, too, with the wind? Like, who's going to make it faster? And I don't think any of the 4 ladies had a problem there, as that was probably one of the longer points we've had all day.
The fire fights. Harris pushes that one long as Fudge and Barr take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, just a little too big here from Harris. She tries to slide it down the line, but doesn't have the room with that change of direction.
Unkind net cord.
That's a ball that Harris doesn't miss very often, and that's almost a ball from Fudge that was trouble from the beginning because that was low and she's hitting up on it. It's right to the forehand of Harris.
Fudge pushes the forehand long, and to your point about the balls that Harris typically doesn't miss, there were some unforced errors at the end of game 1 that factored into the final score.
Oh, 100%. Again, coming down to that, you got to finish at the end right there. A couple unforced errors from Harris and Jarging.
Unforced error there from Barr.
Well, and part of it too is with the defense. We try to go a little bit finer. You know that you have to put a little bit more on the ball, get that ball down, get it into a better position.
Just a big put away from Barr.
We see Barr a lot, and we obviously see some of those overheads get a little awry. Right now, she's shortened everything up. Everything's out in front, and she's being clean with it.
Jarging cuts the backhand to fine.
Yeah, just tries to rush that backhand, cut straight across the body.
And she's even saying the ball a little wonky or wobbly. Jarjing rolled it right over the ref. Looked at it. Went right by her. Looking for a new ball here.
Take your pick out of the basket.
Nothing more annoying than when a ball goes out of round and it's kind of looks like
jumps.
an egg.
Yeah, it jumps.
Yeah.
And now Megan Fudge has walked towards the back.
That's just going to wipe off her glasses.
It's all right. Husband Ryler was back there with his shirt, so he was fine. She trusted him.
As long as it's a clean shirt,
yeah,
not a sweaty shirt.
Together they took a bronze medal yesterday.
That's right, playing as a duo.
The best they've done as a team.
I talked to Megan earlier today. She said maybe not to expect a ton of that, but she was proud of what they accomplished. Oh, beautiful combination to set up Fudge for the put away.
Barr with the around the post backhand. We've seen her do it with the forehand. Have not seen that one. Good defense from Harris, but they were in a tough position after being out of position on the coverage.
And just a little bit long on the forehand return. As Barr and Fudge now out to a 5-1 lead here in game number 2 after taking game 1 12-10. Little miss down the line.
The ball is just wide. Good ball movement there from Harrison Jarjing. Got that last one just behind the left foot of Barr.
And Barr going a little early on the speed up, right at Jarjing. She's ready for it.
And Jarjing going right into the hip of Megan Fudge to earn the side out. Drops the forehand into the net, and that's something you don't see.
Well, Fudge did not see. Jarjing went so early. She was sitting on that right there, and Fudge had a whole backside open.
Barr can't quite clear the net.
Yeah, good patience again from Harrison Jarjing. They had a couple of issues where Jarjing's pulled the trigger just a little too early.
2-5-2. Oh, what an angle from Susanna Barr.
So again, not getting too big right there. Goes towards the sideline. Again, those of you at home, we talk about that, hitting that angle to the sideline, not to the baseline. These players are going to get pretty much every ball you hit back to the baseline.
Fudge coming up short on the transition.
Yeah, just cut that one a little too much. Came across the body with it as well.
Just the court coverage on both sides is ridiculous.
Yeah, again, we can't hit it enough, is that all four of these ladies play such good defense. Pretty much everything is getting back if they can get it. If they can get a paddle on it, it's coming back.
Big backhand from Jarjing into the body of Barr.
Yeah, and a good setup there from Harris. Nice forehand roll. Gets that ball back behind Fudge. She tries to go down the line, but leaves it a little too high. Hit an out ball.
Yep. Couldn't get her paddle down in time. And with the forehand, keeps this ball in play.
Harrison Jarging rather on a 3-0 run to make it 5-4 here in game 2. Oh, there's a ball on the court coming over from the back draw being played on Championship Court 2.
That's the men's bronze medal match.
Game 1 of that men's bronze medal match.
Yeah, Zhang pushed that one wide. Tried to be a little fine, catching Fudge coming across.
Long rally goes the way of Bar and Fudge.
I think she was anticipating it to be hit harder. And so when she comes over to get that, it just ends up a little lower and unattackable from that position. Again, all four of these ladies, some great defense just to stay in these points.
A side out for Bar and Fudge. Still 5-4. Will remain that way. Bar can't find enough room down the line. Quick side out for Jarging and Harris.
Yeah, it was actually a good drive from Bar right there, catching Jarging, and she was still moving forward.
Right at the body of Fudge and couldn't quite get the paddle in the right angle.
Well, Jarging sees a sliver of daylight. Knowing that ball's going to be hit from a low position, she charges in and puts the pressure on.
Tied at 5.
Yes.
Lob sails long.
That's different side to side right there. That lob stays in on the Bar and Fudge side. It goes long on this side, near part of your screen. Wind at the back of Jarging and Harris.
Off the edge guard.
Excellent setup there from Harris. Heavy roll here, and then the speed up through the middle. Bar did not take a step back to the middle there once she went out wide.
Bar into the top of the net.
And I believe we're going to get a timeout here from Fudge and Bar, as this is a 6-0 run here from Harris and Jarging.
6-0 run in the first lead that Jarging and Harris have had here in set number 2. What's been the difference over the 6-0 run?
Great defense from all four of these ladies. But again, it's what we talked about in game 1, is turning that defense into offense. And we talked about it 2 points ago, where Jarging saw a sliver of daylight from her defensive position, and she turned that into offense, and it turned into pressure. And so that was a difference right there. That was that point that gave them a lead at 6-5. and now they take another lead here at 7-5. A nice little run from them.
Chad, we've been talking throughout today about the mental toll of the season, of the schedule of the tournament, but in a match like this, how much of a mental drain is it to know that it's going to be these long, drawn-out points every single time?
Well, I think the difficulty for it as well today is that all 4 of these ladies have. It's been about 2.5 hours since they were on court last. So
That's being generous.
As that day goes longer, then you start to relax a little bit, and you have to try to pick yourself back up mentally to get back into it. And then also that same part where you're saying, yeah, these are going to be long, extended points. I can't break down quickly.
Overcooks the forehand.
Harris looking to be offensive from the great defense of Zhao. I like it, though. I don't mind the aggressive play right there.
Barr and Fudge back on serve. Oh, Fudge, just the short, compact backhand.
Let's talk about the 2 gifts there from Barr. I mean, full extension. I think she had the paddle on her fingertips trying to get that ball back over. And then Fudge finds the opening.
6-7-1. Oh.
It almost hit the crossbar. If that ball hits the crossbar, it would have been a replay.
Right.
But it does not, just stays off it. I was surprised because of the spin on it, too, that it didn't hit that crossbar.
And the net court has featured prominently in multiple points within this match. And now Zhao and Harris will take a timeout themselves as Barr and Fudge have come back to tie it at 7-all.
Well, we said it was going to be tightly contested before this match even started. The first game goes 12-10. This one, Fudge and Barr took a 5-1 lead and then go down 7-5, now tied up at 7-7. I think this one's going to come down to the end, too.
Considering the history of 3 of the 4 players on this court throughout the season, are we surprised? We shouldn't expect anything less.
No, they've all played great matches. We've seen some really great 3-game matches with Simone Zhao and Paris Todd against Paris Todd. Paris Todd and Simone Zhao against Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge. They've never been able to get them. They've taken them to 3, I believe, 3 times, but have never been able to get over that hump. And so these ladies all very familiar with each other, with each other's games. There's no surprises going on here in this match.
It's been relatively smooth sailing for both sides throughout the tournament. Fudge, Barr dropped just 13 points on their way to the women's winners bracket final. Meanwhile, Zhao Harris, they won their first 0-0, the second 3-5, and the third 2-10. So they haven't been giving up a ton of points either. Barr going right after Harris.
Oh, that's a gutsy lob, but it is into the wind. Barr is part of her offense, and shocked that's the first one we've seen.
Barr able to get the first one back, could not return the hot shot from Zhao.
Yeah, that big forehand, I mean the two-hand backhand there, pulling Fudge out wide.
Service error off the paddle of Barr gives the side out back to Zhao and Harris.
How many times is this light cord going to come into play?
Should start statting that too.
We've got at least a dozen in this match.
Barr going right again, that left hip of Harris. She's been targeting it here over the last couple of points.
I'd like to see Harris and Jarjing not switch here because that was the point where they got the side out. It kind of threw Fudge and Barr off.
Oh, beautiful forehand winner from Harris.
Yeah, it was a good sell there from Harris. Made it look like she was going to go back cross court again. Fudge takes a step toward the line just to try to protect the line, but leaves just a little too much opening.
That's her bread and butter right there from Harris. And that's why that point before that, Chad, the opening in the middle, because you're worried about her going cross-court hard with that dink.
Pressure dink gives the return of serve over to Jarjing and Harris. And a service error, or a return error, thank you, from Barr. Fudge isn't going to miss too many of those.
No, and it was the dead dink that started that one off. It was a ball that dropped into the kitchen that just sat there, didn't have put any pressure on.
Jarjing into the net. Barr, Fudge earn another side out. Still tied at 8 here in game number 2. This one has been tight all the way through. Oh, Harris, cross-court forehand winner.
I mean, on the hop, too. That's impressive from Allison Harris right there. But again, Fudge has to pinch middle and cover the middle because you can't leave open the big part of the court.
8-8-2. Oh, Barr not able to recover.
Wow, that ball just hung up there. But she was so far committed to the middle, she could not recover.
Still 8-all. Harris Jarjing on serve.
It's going to come down to the same.
Yeah.
We get down there toward the end, and it's going to come down to a couple of unforced errors, couple of missed balls into the net.
I mean, flip the script. I mean, Fudge and Barr have a lead. Jarjing and Harris take it back. Now Fudge and Barr take another lead. Now it's Harris and Jarjing back in the lead.
Jarjing and Harris having a conversation right now during this timeout. Dom, what is this conversation about?
Well, I wish I could be in the huddle right now, but again...
Make your best guess.
I mean, what's happening right now is that Harris is controlling the dink when they get into it. If Fudge and Barr want to go cross-court to her, it's opening up holes. That's not where they need to go because Harris is creating off of that. I'd like to see them go maybe 1 or 2 and then go back to Jarjing's side and keep her honest. If they continue to go cross-court to Harris, she's creating holes in the middle and she's doing such a good job of it.
How hard is it for first-time partners at this stage of a game?
Well, and that's part of the discussion that they're having right there is to go in with some sequences, to go in with a game plan and say, hey, you know, if you roll this one cross-court, I'm going to set myself up in this position. You need to close. So there needs to be a lot more communication than if we say Jarjing and Todd are out there.
And Jarjing comes up short, but given the way that Harris and Jarjing have played today, you would never believe if you didn't know that they weren't previous partners. Oh, put away through the court, the high forehand from Fudge.
The fact that she got that and she did something with it, did Harris. She was off the edge of her paddle and she put plenty of pressure on Barr right there.
Oh, Zhang right back through the middle.
Well, holds it on her paddle so long right here. Beautifully done by Zhang. But again, ball movement from Barr and Fudge much better throughout that point.
Well, such a smart decision from Zhang. Leaves it soft, forces Barr to pop it up, and it's an easy put away at the end.
Well, it forces Barr to hit while she's still moving, and it's so difficult to keep the ball down when you're trying to get up to there so quickly.
The point goes the way of Zhang and Harris, and now they have game point leading 10-8.
Yeah, tough ball for Barr there. She's trying to keep Harris back as she's coming forward, but that ball's just a little too low below the net.
Fudge puts it cross court. That backhand has been effective for her.
Yeah, and a good angle right there. Had Zhang pinching just enough to the middle that she couldn't get to that.
Still game point. Harris trying to slide, just caught the tape with forehand.
Yeah, just tried to rush that one. Tough ball to speed up there.
Fudge and Barr saved 2 game points to get back on serve. Zhang all over those balls at the kitchen line.
Yeah, she went full tippy toes right there. Almost lost the balance, took a step forward, but held on to it.
of these four ladies. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, coming down to the end again here, just like we anticipated. And these ladies know that they do not get a refund for their timeouts. They are using them and using them at great times in this match.
Fudge and Barr staved off multiple game points, have gotten themselves back within one here in game number 2. The top seeded duo took game number 1 12-10. And guys, this match, and we expected a quality match, but this one has delivered beyond expectation.
Yeah, it really has. And again, it's going to come down to a 2-point game, regardless of how this goes down. At this rate, it may be 17-15. But again, neither one of these teams wants to pull away. I think the biggest lead was at 5-1 early in this game by Fudge and Barr. But Harris and Jarjing answer. And are up by 1 still, but have to fight off here at 9-10-2.
And Fajr still with some work to do, as Harris and Jarjing trying to force a decisive Game 3 here in the women's winners bracket final. Harris going right back into the body.
Yeah, ball's going out for sure, but again, it's center mash, Chad.
Yeah, I mean, just jams up Bar right there, but she put such a big swing on it that Bar didn't have any opportunity to get out of the way.
We will go the distance in the women's winners bracket final as Harris and Jarjing take game number 2, 11-9. We'll have Game 3 action coming up from Championship Court when we return here at the 2023 APP Sunmed New Jersey Open.
Thanks.
Jake from State Farm, I really need to know.
Go spicy or go home, right?
What? No. What if I'm not sure I have the right coverage for my car?
Oh, your agent can help me make sure it's just what you need.
What if I accidentally hit a food truck and it gets covered in empanadas?
You can file a claim on the app. At State Farm, we're there for your what-ifs.
Thanks.
Oh.
That is too spicy. That's for you.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
We started this mission in tennis about 5 years ago. We've been perfecting our craft and our tools. We now see a phenomenal opportunity to take all that and bring it into pickleball to support an emerging ecosystem that's booming. And it's a super complementary partnership for us with the experience and the existing events that are up and running, the recreational element of APP. It's a fantastic 1 + 1 is going to equal 4. So we're thrilled to be partnering with APP.
Game 3 here on Championship Court in the women's doubles winner bracket final.
Oh, little dead dink in the middle, confused Bar and Fudge for a split second.
Jarjing and Harris get on the board first. They took game number 2, 11-9. After Bar and Fudge took game 1, 12-10. Two top seeds in the draw. Jarjing comes up just a little short on the forehand.
I'd like to see her pull the trigger on that. Like, just continue it. She's been doing such a good job at that all day. She tries to reset that back to the sideline.
0-1-1.
Harris now coming up a little bit short.
Yeah, Harris just rushed that one, tried to go a little bit quicker and pull bar out wider. Ends up going across the body.
In the right spot at the right time.
There's that shot we saw twice yesterday from Bar. Like with Deescu, that little, when someone speeds up across her left shoulder.
Yeah, it's that frac. She's sitting heavy backhand, so Jing rolls that cross body.
Net cord unkind to Bar.
Yeah, set herself up well with the offensive lob. Gets just a little too big on the forehand. Catches the net cord. That ball goes wide.
We're in like Sobek Velichkovic territory when it comes to those net cords.
We got called for a push off right there.
Let's see where that's at.
Or not.
2-1-1. You.
Oh, the
Nice
inside out forehand.
So she's missed a couple of those forehands where she went for a little too much with the slide, but what she's done there is Fudge had pulled to the middle or moved to the middle a little bit more, so it gave her some room.
From these ladies.
Some of the best pickleball you are going to see. This is an absolute battle out there. All of that just to earn
a second.
Yep. That's how difficult points have been to come by here in this match.
3-1-2.
Bar with a little inside out forehand of her own.
I don't even know what to call that shot right there.
Oh my goodness, that elbow so far out in front, like you can't teach that.
It's an inside out from the left. It's an inside out volley, but
the bar none is what we're going to start calling that.
Sorry, I haven't seen this one yet. That's pretty.
Just rolled it right back through the middle.
2-3-1.
2-3-1. miscommunication lets that ball drop in the middle.
Yeah, and again, it's either one of theirs right there, right?
Yeah.
And so you get into the...
Well, it has to be one of theirs. It can't be none of theirs.
But it has to be, it's either Fudge starts it and you want to finish it, or Fudge starts it and she wants to set
and
her
she
partner
takes a step over. Yeah.
Right.
It's actually the off-speed balls there from Allison Harris that set up this one. If she had have gone harder when she went behind Fudge, Fudge would have had a better job or been able to put a better paddle on it. But when she made that ball bounce, it pulled her back away from the kitchen line and away from the middle of the court.
Zhao and Harris able to get back on serve. Easy overhead for Megan Fudge.
Yeah, and Jarjing had no opportunity to come in because she's hitting off her back heel a little bit right there. Good pressure from Fudge and Barr to keep her back.
3-2-2.
Oh.
You got it.
No.
That ball well in.
Miss Harris is serving with 4. (4-2-2).
4-2-2 in favor of Harrison Jarjing. Oh, you have to be kidding.
I don't know. That one's tough. Ooh, maybe.
Tom, Chad, what'd you see?
No.
Oh, it was in.
She made it.
It was in. It was definitely in. Yeah. From
Yes, it was good.
live, it looked like it might have been closer than that, but it was good.
Absolutely ridiculous around the post by Simone Jarjing.
Yo.
Firefight goes the way of Jarjing.
And a good job from Jarjing and Harris moving the ball around again. Changed eye levels, changed speeds, changed spots.
So an end change here and a free timeout for Harris, Jarjing, Fudge, and Barr. And a 4-point lead for Harris and Jarjing here in game number 2.
Harris and Jarjing jumping out to the 4-point lead. This has been a battle all the way throughout. 12-10 in the first game going the way of Fudge and Barr. 11-9 in game number 2 the way of Harris and Jarjing. This is the most breathing room, really, either side has had. Fudge and Barr were up 5-1 early in game 2, but there has not been the ability to really pull away in any of these games by either side.
No, 4-point lead has been the biggest. Each one of them have had one 4-point lead. Fudge and Barr in game 2, and now Harris and Jarjing in game 3.
It seems only fitting that we would go the distance here in this women's doubles winners bracket final as we play on here on Championship Court. The winner of this match moving into tomorrow's gold medal match. Worth noting, Dom, you pointed it out, that the person who loses, or the team rather, that loses this match, they still have to play another match after this.
No, they're not. There's no way.
In the scope of the tournament, there's still another match to go.
Yeah, there's another match, but they're going to play it tomorrow morning.
The forehand winner.
Wow, I mean, the 2 track downs on those lobs, perfect lobs, but perfect retrievals to get back in the point as well.
What an exchange.
And I think Jardim played an out ball in the middle of that too, where Fudge was trying to push her back, but Jardim was so engaged. Much needed stop there from Fudge and Barr, as a 5-point lead has stretched here for Harrison Jardim.
Yeah. 2-7-1. You again. You again. You. You. I got it. You.
Oh, she rushed it. But another use of an excellent offensive lob goes over the backhand side of Jardim. Little flick, and then Ba tried to rush it to get back into the hole that she'd created.
Barr drops the forehand into the net. Play has concluded, by the way, on championship court 2. The Johnson brothers winning that match. They will move into Sunday's gold medal match against Andre Diescu, Rob Nunnery. It will be a rematch of the men's doubles winners bracket final, as Harris drops that into the net. Hunter Johnson now going for a triple crown, by the way, on Sunday, playing singles, doubles, and mixed doubles as well. Barr going right at the feet of Allison Harris.
Well, great pressure right there from Fudge and Barr, but again, this will be their 3rd time coming back to serve where they have not scored, so they need to start getting on the board here and answering.
2-7-1.
5-point margin, largest for either team in any game today. Barr, the overhead put away.
Are you kidding me? This is getting ridiculous right now. That point should have been over 17 times. Maybe half for each side.
All of that for 3-7.
Hey, at least they got a point out of that one.
You got it. You got it.
Harris got jammed up. Trying to move to the left to clear that forehand. Ended up moving into a handcuff position.
So using that timeout right here is Jarjing, and Harris sensing a little bit of momentum shift here for Fudge and Bar as they go on a 2-0 run here, getting a little bit closer here in this third game.
Yeah, this one's been fun. What's the thing that's impressed each of you the most about either side in this match?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's the fact that no point is done. Or if you take the second to last point right there, where Bar hit 3-4 overheads, and Harris and Jarjing got the ball back, and then it flips as well, where Jarjing is being the aggressor, she's being the attacker. Fudge and Bar just either reset it or counterattack. So it's a back and forth continual battle. And like you said, Dom, we've been able to pull away by 4, but then the gap closes.
Yeah.
That was all you got? Yep.
Yeah, well, he's in agreement with me.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm in agreement.
This match at this point is almost at a loss for words, because what can you say about the defensive back and forth and the putaways and the court coverage, and how on earth did she get to that ball?
There's just a little bit of everything in this match. So the firefights are absolutely insane. The defense is incredible. We got offensive lobs, defensive lobs. We have cross-court dink winners. We have inside-out forehands. I mean, mix in a little bit of everything.
Net cord goes against Susanna Bar.
A little bit of a dead dink from Harris, and didn't go anywhere.
Well, yeah, both of them. I mean, the drop, Harris had to get fully extended, and then Bar got fully extended on the dink.
Takes going right back up the middle.
It takes 6 balls to end a point right now. And a net cord.
Would you say this is the two teams that play the most extended rallies on the women's side?
Yes.
Jarjing gets a high ball, puts it away.
Well, she sets herself up here in the middle already. Watch this, like 50% speed up to get the block that's high, and then just get easy put away.
Stretches the margin back out to 4. Bar finds some space through the middle.
That's not the right spot right there. Jarjing tries to change direction, but just feeds it right into Bar's forehand.
8-4-2, Harris serving.
Watch it. Watch it.
Oh, you have to be kidding. That forehand finding the corner from Jarjing.
Yeah, that's just not the spot she wanted to go. Jarjing closed ground nicely in the middle.
But again, she recognizes that that ball's going to be below the net. Bar thinks that Jarjing's still in that back corner, so she tries to go with that deeper ball, but she ends up just feeding it into the movement of Jarjing right there.
Jarjing and all 4 women on the court, some of the best movers in the game in terms of court coverage and just their quickness. I think that's something that gets lost in some of the things that we talk about, is just how quickly this goes and how quick you have to be to the ball.
I'll readjust your statement. Right?
Okay.
They're not quick. Megan Fudge is quick. The other 3 aren't known for their speed.
I would call that fast, not quick, but I'll let you finish.
Well, Megan Fudge is fast. She's quick. She can cover court. The other 3, it's their anticipation of positioning.
Okay.
Because if you, and you've already seen it with Jarjing dropping some balls at Susanna Bar, right? She can't change direction, can't get up there fast enough. The same with Allison Harris. It takes her a little bit longer to go on the uncoil from the stack. But where they make up for it is the anticipation of where that ball is going to go, which gives the sense of that they are quick and fast on the court.
Great explanation. with the nice put away.
And that was much needed right there at 9-4 on 2. Now, must answer here from Fudge and Barr.
And getting down to desperation time for Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge. There's a much needed point number 1, still with work to do.
Yeah, good ball from Fudge right there. She gets Jia Jing off balance. Jia Jing's wrong-footed a little bit.
Oh, how good has Harris been today?
That is a big forehand.
Shocked me on the drive where Fudge went with that. Jarjing and Harris were uncoiling. And Jarjing slid over to the left side of the court, and she went at Jarjing instead of hitting the uncoil.
Back through the middle.
All right, good patience again by all 4, but the thing that Harris is able to create that middle ball right there is she makes it look exactly like the forehand roll dink that she's been hitting all day.
But just out of the reach of Harris.
Yeah, good spot right there. Good combos, not overhitting right here, and just finding a spot or waiting for a spot to open up.
9-5-2.
Jarjing able to beat Fudge to bring up match point.
Yeah, I thought Jia Jing was in trouble a couple of times there where she got overextended.
Timeout receiver.
Timeout receivers as Fudge and Barr trailing by 5 here in this decisive Game 3 in the women's doubles winners bracket final.
Again, don't get to keep these timeouts. Burning their final timeout are Fudge and Barr down by 5. Got to have a hold right here, obviously, or this one is all over and they're going to have to play in that bronze medal match where Vivian Glausman and Alex Trong await.
Outside of Fudge and Barr, it was actually Trong and Glausman who pushed Harris and Jarjing the most throughout the bracket. They're the other team that was able to take Jarjing and Harris to that 12 and 10. And so we know the result with Barr and Fudge against Trong and Glausman in Chicago. Really no team, first of all, wants to lose this. They don't want to face Glausman and Trong in the bronze medal match.
Yeah, I mean, what Trong and Glausman have going for them is the ability to speed balls up, and if they're making a lot of balls and they're hitting their spots, they're extremely difficult to get through.
And there it is, as Fudge cannot come up with the dig. Allison Harris and Simone Jarjing win back-to-back games as they advance into Sunday's gold medal match over Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge. Don't go anywhere. We will hear from Allison and Simone coming up next when we return on Championship Court at the APP Sunmed, New Jersey.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
The APP is presented by Skechers, Power Plate, Yola, and Level Up.
And we'll take another look at match point here for Simone Judging and Allison Harris. That ball just skips off the line as Megan Fudge is uncalling from the stack. So it's Harris and Judging who are moving on to Championship Sunday. And we've got Dominic Catalano that's courtside with Simone and Allison.
Well, I'm with Simone Jarging, Allison Harris. Congratulations, ladies. Moving on to Championship Sunday. Simone, let's talk about it. The match, first and foremost. We anticipated some great battles, 4 great defensive players on court, and some long rallies. You guys lose game 1, win game 2. What was the difference between those 2 games?
Oh, I just told her. I pretty much apologized to her. In the first game, I didn't trust her enough, and I tried to do everything and too much, and then I rushed through the last few points, and then the second and third game, I let her do her thing, and she moved Susanna around really well, and I got what I wanted anyway, so that's it.
And then Allison, playing next to Simone, knowing that she's there, does it free you up to kind of play a little more freely on that right side?
Oh, absolutely. She's just such a calming and fun presence. So even when we're down, there's no worry. I know she's got me.
All right, and Simone, last, is there anyone you want to thank going into Championship Sunday?
Well, I have my sponsors, Yola with the paddle, Jigsaw with the electrolytes, and I have Lucky in Love with the clothing. But I want to put out there, if you don't have my phone number, you can text me you can send me a message on Instagram. But this girl right here, she is naked. You can see there is no paddle sponsor.
Oh my God.
There is no clothing on her. She needs to, come on. Step up, people. Call me.
All right, that's what we have here from Simone Jarging and Allison Harris. Moving on to Championship Sunday. Thank you guys for joining us. We're going to send it back up to the booth. Back to you, Chad and Dorian.
It's a beautiful day for pickleball on the APP Tour. Players have come from around the country with one goal, taking home a gold medal. The stage is set for another incredible APP Tour final. Championship.
Here we go. Here we go.
Welcome back into the booth, guys. It has been a action-packed day of doubles. What's the one thing that stood out to each of you the most?
No, it was an action-packed day, but a longer day. It was extremely hot, extremely humid. And, just the grind from all of the players out here. But like you said, Dom, wrapping it up right there, that women's winners bracket final with 4 defensive players on the court, it was just such a battle, taking 5, 6, 7 balls to try to end that and just end a point.
Yeah, that was easily our favorite match of the day. It was absolutely exciting. Went to 3, some great battles. We expected that. But, I mean, the length of those rallies, the amount of defense played by all 4 of those ladies, that was amazing. We may see that same matchup on Championship Sunday, depending on what Fudge and Barr do in that bronze medal match against Trong and Glosman.
We will wait to have to find out who will play in that women's doubles final, as the bronze medal match still yet to go with Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge and Alex Trong and Vivian Glosman. That's going to be a great one as well. We have got 5 great gold medal matches coming up for you tomorrow afternoon. We hope you will join us then here at the APP Sunmed New Jersey Open. We will be back with you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. See you then.